Уважаемые участники Global Impact Conference. Программа
Dear participants of the Global Impact Conference, the conference will resume in 5 minutes. Please take your seats in the conference hall.
Уважаемые участники Global Impact Conference.
Dear participants of the Global Impact Conference, please take a seat in the conference hall. We're about to resume.
Уважаемые участники Global Impact.
Dear participants of the Global Impact Conference, please take your seats in the conference hall. We're about to resume.
The world has changed at over the last decades. The main catalyst for progress in this era of knowledge economy is people. The higher the rate of change, the more critical it is to foster synergies while transforming the processes in every sphere of society, particularly in education, where existing systems are showing their vulnerability. Teaching methods are severely outdated. Values that used to hold for generations have proved fragile in the face of global crises. Humanity needs new guideposts, new communication formats, and new models and principles in education to build a safer, fairer world for future generations. Education X goes beyond the physical classroom, linking experts from different parts of the world into educational hubs. It is customizable, allowing any student, regardless of their region, income level, or other factors, to access the knowledge and educational resources they need for their development. Education X is a community of enthusiastic education professionals. This is where we share our expertise and analysis, finding inspiration for future accomplishments. Today, meeting in a sanctuary of knowledge, we are transforming education as we speak, for the sake of human progress and in service to a better future.
So, hello everybody once again. Let me introduce myself once again for those who switched on to us just now. My name is Dmitry Shugarev, and I would like to welcome you to the third Global Impact Conference Education X, Catalyst of the Future, both online and here in Nizhny Novgorod. I'm beyond proud to be your moderator today and expect to be blown away by the whole experience as we have carefully curated and highly impactful network of experts, real-life tips and initiatives pioneering the education of the future, inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and innovative. Since GIC this year is focused on education, the choice of venue, Nizhny Novgorod, and in particular, Mayak Academy is not accidental. As a city of 800 years of history, Nizhny Novgorod is not only a cultural gem, but also one of the key industrial and technological centers of Russia, with more than 300 industrial enterprises, over 50 higher education institutions, and 20 scientific centers in the city. Mayak Academy, that has been recently opened after reconstruction not long ago, is one of the most stunning historical buildings, and will empower engineers, entrepreneurs, IT specialists, and scientists. I have the whole list of the guys, the nuclear and other strategic industries. So GIC has always been a space for those who advance sustainable development, but today we are taking the conversation to a whole new level. GIC 2022 will feature experts from 20 very different countries who will engage in honest and inspirational talks about the trends, the challenges, the opportunities of education in the years to come, and discuss how we together can create a future that works for all of humanity in a turbulent and interdependent world, where even minor events might define the course of history. Humanity's one and only guiding light is education that communicates the values we need to overcome instability. Well, as you know, as the late Kofi Annan, former Secretary General of the United Nations, once said, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So together, let's begin and ignite a brighter future today by laying the foundation for redesigning educational systems and paving the way to the true learning economy. Now we're ready to begin GIC 2022, and let me introduce Mr. Alexey Likhachov, Director General of Rosatom, with a welcoming speech.
Доброе утро.
Good morning, colleagues. Yes, good morning. I'm very happy to see you and hear you, and I do hope that you can see and hear me well, that we have both the signal and interpretation. And I do welcome the participants of the conference, the thousands of people who are joining us remotely, and of course those who have gathered in the conference hall in Nizhny Novgorod. Sadly, the consequences did not allow me to come to my native city, the city where I grew up and the city where my parents worked, including in enterprises of the nuclear industry. But I'm with you with my heart and my soul, and joining you in this magnificent Mayak Academy, and we'll talk more about it. Talking about our event, this is the third such conference, and every time we take one step further, we go to the next story, to the next floor, so to say, in terms of the topics we discuss and the solutions that we make. This conference is about education in our challenging times. On the one hand, educational programs must be sustainable. They must address the challenges that exist globally. And the pressure on education on this area will keep growing as humanity evolves. Importantly, in the Russian language, the word education has two meanings. First is education as obtaining knowledge and obtaining the confirmation, the certificates, the diplomas. There is the primary education, there is the higher education, there are various degrees and academicians, but the other meaning of the word that is used in Russian for education is the formation, the creation of something new. And of course, we are talking today not about education as knowledge, but also the formation, and I guess the French also has it, the formation of an individual as an active individual who can not only just be reactive, but proactive, to proactively impact the agenda and to make our lives better, to put it in plain words. And it's important, how do you bring this together? The education as obtaining knowledge, as furthering human thought, but not just to do it for the sake of expanding the scientific outreach and worldview, but do it for the benefit of our countries, of our cities where we live. Yesterday, we had quite an insightful conversation with our Impact Team Youth Council, and it brings together young people from 11 countries that are in love with the energy business, but also pursue an important objective to make their lives better, to make their countries better, to help their nations live a better and safer life. And we had quite a long discussion last night, and I know that some of our colleagues have spent their night on the train and are joining us here today. And we energized from them, not with the energy of youth, but also with new and original, non-trivial ideas which help us fine-tune our corporate policy, not just based on the basic knowledge and technology challenges, but also to fine-tune it to the intellectual and moral challenges that the young people see today, that they believe to be of utmost importance today. And of course, we would like to say the word of appreciation not just for participants of the conference, but also to the government of the city of Nizhny Novgorod, the Global Compact organization, the Forbes, our traditional partner, the High School of Economics, all of those who make not just a formal contribution, but also bring part of their souls and their hearts and their energy into this effort of ours. Without the synergy of these partners, we wouldn't have been able to have a serious conversation. And I also want to mention another important aspect of this conference. In Russia, we say that a place determines the event, and the fact that we are here in this Mayak Academy, named after academician Sakharov, has an important meaning. Academician Sakharov is an important name in the history of our country, in the history of science, as an important scholar in the nuclear industry, including in the development of thermonuclear weapons, but also as an active citizen who, until the very last minutes of his life, came forward with various ideas and solutions. And importantly, in his last years, academician Sakharov chaired the council for redrafting the constitution of our country, and most of his ideas made its way to that constitution. Another story about him: he came to the city of Sarov to address the problem of nuclear parity when he was 29. His team was even younger, 24, some 25 years of age. Those were just recent students and postgraduate students, and they had the opportunity over a decade to find some unique solutions and to ensure peace on the planet by achieving nuclear parity. So it was not just the knowledge, not just the fundamental training that this individual had, but also the youthful energy, and also the fact that they were not afraid of the global challenges, but rather the desire to address them, and to address them as a personal cause. That was an important trait of our nuclear industry and academician Sakharov. And I think that his spirit, his ideas would guide us in our today's work. Thank you very much once again. Honestly, I regret it very much that I can't be present here in person, but I have negotiations to attend to in Samarkand between the heads of our nations, and I have to be there. I will have to present proposals on the development of the nuclear industry, but I promise you that I will report during my interactions about this important international conference that we are having today at Mayak Academy. Thank you, Mr. Likachev. We understand, and Rosatom is currently the locomotive of international cooperation. Mr. Likachev, I have a question. You mentioned the Impact Team 2050, the image of the future, and this period up to 2050. What is your view of the image of the future? 2050, how do you see it? Well, Dmitry, I do want to dream a little bit, and I want to share my dreams. I want to be optimistic about the Agenda 2050, and by the way, the participants put together a very fundamental report, almost a book, and yesterday they asked me to do the same thing that you are asking me, but to write a very brief summary for that book. And yesterday, here's what I wrote. A clean planet, peaceful skies, happy people on planet Earth. And I want to have these components in the 2050 agenda. And of course, it's about a comfortable environment, and not just where humans live and not harm nature, but develop harmoniously alongside and together with nature. It's the absence of conflict, and it's the targeting of all human potential, not to confrontation, but to development, to build a better, brighter life, to make it commensurate of humans. And thirdly, of course, happiness. Nothing makes sense if a person is unhappy. They wouldn't enjoy any technology progress or the achievements that the national leaders have achieved. It's important to have personal happiness, family happiness. It's important that everyone understood that regardless of any challenges and difficulties, life is getting better by the day. And people find more and more opportunities to realize their potential. So it's about bringing good to the people, about being useful. And another important topic of today that I want to mention is that today we're celebrating the 15th anniversary of the President's resolution on establishing the state corporation Rosatom. So it was on the same day, almost at this very minute, that the President wrote a decree instituting this corporation, giving an impetus to a number of events that have brought us to today, where Rosatom is a global leader of the nuclear agenda, but also the technology special force, if you will, of our country, addressing the technological sovereignty in many aspects, from the Northern Sea route to quantum technology and photon technology. All of that was made possible because of that decision that was made 15 years ago to establish, on the basis of a nuclear industry, a new multi-industry organization. It's not too far away from 2050 now. There are only so many 15-year stints, if you will. And we have discussed this with the guys yesterday. It's less than 2 15-year periods, so 2050 is not too far away. And we, all of us, will have to do a lot. We would have to work a lot. to achieve the similarly fundamental results by 2050 than we have been able to achieve in this 15-year period. Mr. Likhachev, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you very much for this these inspiring remarks. I will now switch into English for our international guests.
And for taking the time to greet us here today. It's always a very short time between decision making and between trend setting. So we are now, I think, witnessing this very process. Both Rosatom and the Global Impact Conference are all about looking ahead, and we are about to open a door that will lead to even greater innovations, laying the path to the education of tomorrow, the greatest catalyst of positive change. So now I'm happy to welcome Mr. Gleb Nikitin, Governor of the Nizhny Novgorod region.
Добрый день, уважаемые друзья.
Good morning, friends. I'm very happy to welcome you in the region of Nizhny Novgorod. It's a great honor for us that Nizhny Novgorod has become the venue for such an important event, bringing together individuals from 20 countries. Our city is the right place for such an event. It's the largest educational and scientific hub of our country. It actively develops. We have great history and great achievements. And importantly, we have people who have made an important contribution in the science and education of the future. Let me name just two names. That's Andrei Sakharov and Yuri Neymar, two outstanding scholars, and Mayak Academy is now named after academician Sakharov, and the other scholar gives his name to our campus. It's good that in this effort we have reliable partners and friends, and I would like to thank Rosatom Corporation for the particular attention that they pay to the areas that are very important to all of us. I wish you all fruitful work.
Mr. Governor, let's give a little bit of applause, yes, to the head of the region that welcomes us here in Nizhny Novgorod, a truly beautiful city with history and an atmosphere that couldn't be more relevant to the topic we're exploring today, a city that is truly becoming a concentration of thoughtful ESG talks today. Let me give the floor to Mr. Rashid Alwash, Human Rights Officer, Joint Program of the Russian Federation and the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for giving the floor. Добрый день, уважаемые участники.
Good afternoon, dear participants. Joining us both here in this hall and also those who are joining us online. I'm very happy that today we are having this Global Impact Conference 2022. This is the third such event that is very important to discuss matters of access to high-quality education, taking into account the experience and practice of representatives of more than 20 countries, which, to my knowledge, participate in this conference. In the current situation in the world, the quality of education is a key matter, because currently we are at a decisive point for building the future that we want. Today, in the world, there is 1.8 billion of young individuals, the largest number in the history of mankind. Almost 90% live in the developing countries, where they make up an important share of the population. Young individuals are currently connected in a way that has never been experienced before, and they want to contribute, and they do make an important contribution in improving the resilience of their environments by providing innovative solutions, by catalyzing social progress and stimulating political change, both in the urban and rural environments. At the same time, modern youth today faces many challenges, many obstacles. They arise out of globalization, the movement of people, the limitation of civil freedoms and liberties, changes in the labor market, and also the climate change. And due to that, educational platforms must first and foremost strengthen the efforts at global, regional, and national levels to ensure access to quality education, and of course to develop and implement quality and inclusive education of young people that meets the real social and economic and environmental needs of the population, and encouraging rational lifestyle and sustainable development. Consequently, the admission of the important and positive role of youth in sustainable development is needed to build a world in which they would have an opportunity to unlock their potential, and that would acknowledge their capacity and their contribution as the mediators of change. In conclusion, I would like to once again thank the organizers and sponsors for conducting such an important event and for supporting the Sustainable Development Agenda. And I would like to express hope for a deepened international cooperation on this important topic with all interested parties. Thank you very much.
This is, in fact, a point in our agenda that everything is interconnected. We're all interconnected. So let's make this scenario a working scenario for creating a better future, for creating a better education, for creating a better milieu, as the French say. Yeah, thank you so much. If you want to add something, please do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
I'm now welcoming here Ms. Natalia Dorpeko, Executive Director of Association National Network of the Global Compact. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Distinguished organizers, the participants of the international conference. The Global Compact is a national network of Russia. It's a partner of this conference, and it is our great joy and pleasure to participate in this conference because we see the huge potential we all have in terms of contributing to the development and in particular to develop the national and international education. The international conference as a catalyst of the education in the future is consonant with Transformation Education Summit of the United Nations that took place in September this year. 130 states made a commitment to transform their national or public educational systems. At the summit, the United Nations held 115 national consultations, which identified the greatest vulnerabilities and yet at the same time the most promising areas for transformation in education. Also, UNICEF carried out an unprecedented global survey involving over 1 million stakeholders. And let me note particularly that it's not 1 million of participants, it's 1 million stakeholders involving teachers, students, educators, experts in educational curricula and program development, researchers, scientists, who work together to shape the solutions that will, in the nearest future, be educated, transform the education. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, gives a decisive role to education in addressing climate change in the first place, in addressing global conflicts and challenges, and in addressing poverty. Special role in developing education belongs to the transformation of educational systems at large, as well as to contributing to making education available to socially vulnerable populations. COVID was a period, as was indicated by Rashid Alwash, and many speakers will refer to it, yet again, that really identified major challenges in access to education in multiple states. In fact, in many states, education was put on hold at the time of the pandemic. That's why the United Nations sets digital education development as one of its targets. So UNICEF, jointly with UNESCO, launched a platform to make available digital education, which is a global digital initiative to implement the content of inclusive digital education. Well, naturally, this relies on substantial funding. The summit that took place in September made this decisive step, whereby the establishment of the International Financial Fund was announced, supported by a number of European states, as well as by the Asian and African banks of development, which yet again highlights the focus on education development in these respective regions. Also, the summit was followed by a number of commitments published with regard to the measures to be taken in education in crisis. This was simulated by the COVID pandemic, but in fact, the global crisis we're witnessing right now also highlights the timeliness and importance of this initiative. Partnership and environmental focus in education is yet another target we ought to address. As Secretary General of the United Nations stated, the climate crisis is about a battle for human life. Also, there was adopted a declaration on youth containing recommendations to the politicians and policymakers with regard to the changes they want to see across the board, including in education. The Youth Declaration, passed in September this year, concludes a lengthy process of consultations involving over 500,000 of young people. The declaration states that in order to change and improve the current condition of the world in the first place, we ought to transform education. The declaration requires that the decisions be taken at the state level on transforming education, and that the youth be involved not only as the end beneficiaries or as students, but also as full-fledged participants to develop the new educational tools and resources. We're now beginning to work on preparing the Summit of the Future that's going to take place in 2024 as part of the United Nations General Assembly. We're planning to run it in September, like the previous one. And oversight of the preparation for this summit is going to be with the steering high-level committee focusing on sustainable development goal number 4. That's SDG on education. The committee is tracking the progress towards this goal. It's setting the respective objectives. And in fact, our today's conference has a huge potential and ability to contribute to the transformation of the national and global educational agendas. And in fact, I'm hopeful, or in effect, I'm confident that the delegates of our conference will be able to cooperate with the high-level steering committee on SDG and education, and will take part in this summit in 2024. I wish you every success.
Thank you very much to all our viewers and to the pace setters who have greeted us at the opening ceremony today. Personally, I'm truly inspired, and in a few minutes we will be ready to kick off the plenary session, which will be quite a different one from the plenary sessions you might be used to, as our mission is to make sure we all bond on a deeper level to build impactful connections and really drive sustainable societal development forward. The session you will witness now is a deep and sincere conversation between two brilliant leaders from, as it might seem at the very first glance, two completely different fields, science and art. Stay tuned for the session that will follow it as well to get a glimpse into the innovative educational trends analyzed by one of the most reputable research organizations and inspiring young leaders. I am humbled to say that our conference is being watched by thousands of people from all over the world, and I hope that we will bridge dialogue with action and really make an impact today. We're ready to begin now, and the title of the opening session is Connecting with Humanity, Art and Science. Humanity will always yearn for some kind of utopia, yet it is often crises that really bring out our capacity for groundbreaking innovations in all areas of society, driving innovations and setting new cultural trends. Our speakers are really multi-potential personalities in their daily routine, but today, a scientist and an art historian, they will dive into the issues of human nature and analyze where science, culture, and education stand in the times of change. Please, friends, ladies and gentlemen, applaud to Ms. Zelfira Trigulova, Director of the State Tretyakov Gallery. Professor Sergei Filonovich, Doctor of Physics and Mathematics, Head of Graduate School of Business of Higher School of Economics, as they make their way to the stage. And the moderator of the session, Ms. Tuta Larsen, famous Russian TV and radio host. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon. No, that's not a comfortable position. Let me rearrange my space so we can start again. I cannot be looking at the microphone instead of looking at my speakers, right?
Алексей Евгеньевич
Alexei Likhachev, who's spoken recently, and he's mentioned the dream strategy shared by the contemporary youth, as well as by our whole civilized community, dreaming of a better development of the society, in particular of a better development in education. So one of the global goals we've got to reach by 2050 is happiness for everyone. Well, I believe it's at all times been a global goal for everyone, but let me start with a very generic question. I'm exceptionally interested in your opinions about this. Now, given the current setup in our today's setting, in terms of your professional experience, how do you think this happiness can be encouraged by arts, culture, and science? Well, actually, there is a very direct link, I believe. Let me take you back to 7 years ago. Remember, there was this well-known Serov exhibition, and there was this very long waiting line to get in. And I'm so much ashamed about it right now. In 2015, back then, we were unable to receive hundreds of people to view the exhibition, so they had to freeze out there in winter for 2 hours and more to get in and see the paintings. And in fact, when I had to come out and meet those who were getting in through the entrance for the officials, I had to apologize. And everybody said, well, look, that was not an easy and a warm experience, but at least after that turmoil, we had 2 or 3 hours of pure distilled happiness to experience. And that was the answer I did not coin. In fact, it was shaped and proposed by the viewers we're working for. An arts museum is there to make people happy. Sergey.
Говорят, многие знания, многие печали, а мы, к счастью...
They say too much knowledge is about too much sadness.
A great proponent of how the Chinese define happiness, and what they say that happiness is when you have who to love, what to do, and what to hope for. I think that's an exceptional maxim. And education and culture gives us who to love, what to do, and what to hope for. They give us all of that. So these 3 components, culture, science, and education, and the business, for that matter, are the integral parts of what makes people lead meaningful lives and do what they find exciting. And I guess the topic of bringing these aspects together dates back to 1950s. There was a prominent English physicist and writer who gave a lecture titled Two Cultures. And he paid attention to the fact that the humanitarian culture and the scientific culture diverge, and people stop understanding each other. And since that time, we had a third culture emerge, and that's the business culture. And I guess it's important for us now that those who represent those 3 cultures keep in touch to prevent further divergence of these cultures. And yes, I did attend the exposition of Serov's paintings, and I do understand how Mr. Gulova says that she wants to bring happiness in our life through art. Art fosters intuition. Art is about learning the world through intuition, unlike science. And it's important that the people of the future had both the techniques at hand, and it's only possible if you are brought up in a particular way. And this formation, that's education, regardless of who you want to become, whether a physicist or else, you can't be removed from the culture.
Баланс.
Even more so that you are perhaps the best expert on how you find the right equilibrium, how do you strike the balance between maths and humanities. I mean, your doctorate thesis was in physics and maths, but in fact your PhD was about the history of science, right, which has a very strong touch in humanities, right? Well, actually, recently we've witnessed multiple new challenges for everyone. In fact, they are challenging our intuition, our intellectual curiosity, and our plan for the future. I believe there used to be in the past some kind of global plan, I mean some kind of global agenda, if you wish. Everyone had a rough idea and understanding of the possible development and of the possible track to follow and path to take. Well, now we're living in a time of turmoil, of great turbulence. They are saying any crisis is a window of opportunities. But in your opinion, have the challenges changed in education, and has the societal demand changed in terms of what they want to get from education and whether the education offers them a way to form their future?
I guess there has been a change. But what concerns me is that what is being discussed today, it seems, is only the education for the young. But then there is the lifelong learning. which has become a very habitual expression. I keep learning, even though I'm far from my youth and have been for a long time. So this need for lifelong learning is something that has emerged as a need. And that education goes into much more mature ages. And according to demographers, Generation Z has a good probability to live to 100 years. And that means that people would work longer, but also study longer. The second thing that has changed is this. There is quite a dangerous trend of making education over-pragmatic. When people want very early on to focus on a very narrow area of knowledge and get a very hands-on profession. And why I believe that is dangerous? Because the world is evolving very fast, and jobs and professions would evolve very fast. And it may well be that the jobs that the people get when they are in their 17 or 18 up to 25 may no longer be there when they are 50. And if they live to 100 years, question becomes what they will do in the second half of their lives. And this is quite a challenging topic. So I believe that over-pragmatization of education is something that we want to step aside from. I want now to pass the baton, if you will, to Zelfira, because I believe that arts and culture, humanitarian culture, can largely address this topic of pragmatization education.
Would you agree? Yes, I do agree. I share this, but let me just take a second to get you back to what Sergey was talking about the interaction between science, culture, and business. Let me take you back again to the Serov exhibition and, in fact, to all the exhibitions and expositions and the educational and editorial programs performed by the Tretyakov Gallery. Over the past 8 years, I have headed it. All of this has been funded by the Russian business community, each and every bit of it, which demonstrates a very powerful kind of collaboration with the business community, who are not only the source of funding for us, but also who are extremely like-minded, and to whom it's not just about corporate social responsibility. It's not about philanthropy, which is something they have to engage into because it's commissioned top-down, but also it's the like-minded individuals who completely share their understanding of how significant this is for the future of this country. I entirely agree with you in that we should not limit ourselves to talking only and solely about the youth. Over the past years, we've been doing a lot of work to enlarge the age range of our visitors, because in the 80s, they used to be the third age people, which was clearly visible from the data from the ticket office. In fact, the laws are such that women aged 55 go and apply for a retirement benefit as she reaches the respective age. So I know exactly how it worked. Well, now the trend is downright different, but it's not because we now have fewer retired visitors. It's because we've grown a huge young audience of visitors. And here we're coming back to the challenges of our today's setup. You see, the horror we experienced in 2020, and you ought to understand that the staff of the museums are usually very sentimental. They are passionate. Usually it's all female teams. At the Tretyakov Gallery, we have 1,500 staff members. We stayed closed for 5.5 months. In 2019, we received about 3 million visitors, and the budget funded amount of our work totaled 63%. That is, only 30% was the funding we received from the government. That was a whole new experience for us. We were closed down, we had no visitors, we had all kinds of restrictions during the pandemic. So what do? How do you keep 1,500 staff members busy for almost half a year? I mean, of course, the security staff were there in the museum on a daily basis, but how do we get to keep them busy so that they don't get demotivated? And then we made a huge leap forth. We launched all kinds of online programs. We created 2 fantastic different movies with the support of the Sberbank. It's Tretyakovka, the Tretyakov Gallery with Sergei Shnurov, and the Tretyakov Gallery with Konstantin Hebensky. And we also generated lots of fantastic educational programs. In fact, we were in meticulous search throughout 2020 for a new language we could use with our audience that would be bright, outstanding, vivid, and that would not be way too populist, because art critics are actually very boring. They're tedious people doing some tedious writing. It's hard to work through their usual professional speak. So when the museum was reopened on the 22nd of January in 2021, following the second lockdown, we saw a huge influx of the audience, and we welcomed a completely new audience. So this new audience were the visitors we reached out to online throughout 2020. At the same time, we never lost the previous viewers we traditionally used to receive prior to 2015. A few words about yet another challenge we are experiencing these days in 2022. Well, naturally, over the past several years, we've done an awful lot to promote the Russian arts worldwide. And it's not only about the Russian icons and the Russian avant-garde painting, which were very well known already. I'm also referring to the arts and the painting of the 19th century. It took a whole different approach to the analysis and the representation of this art globally. Luckily, we've been through a lot of exhibitions we've done over the past years, and naturally our exhibitions abroad were mirrored in our projects, whereby we invited exhibitions from the top world museums. Naturally, in 2022, we had to revisit all our exhibition plans, because all our major, large-scale, ambitious projects were about cooperation with international museums, with foreign museums, and that's important. In fact, I was very fearful. I was afraid I was going to lose my staff. People would get depressed and demotivated. Well, no, they went out of their way to think out of the box, to create the exhibitions, to gather more people. In fact, we are completing this year with about 2 million visitors who've attended our exhibitions and who've been through our activities and education activities in particular. Now, a few words about education and about what an art museum can do to develop education through master classes, exhibitions, educational programs, through creative workshops. It boosts creativity. Now, the future is with the nations that focus on developing creativity. It doesn't really matter what becomes of a human being professionally further on. If somebody is used to going to see a museum, to experiencing arts firsthand, if someone is used to experiencing artistic practices, he will be as creative in his further professional life as what he has seen around him. Indeed, so education has to be adaptable, and creative. In fact, adaptation, I believe, is the key word for the world we're living in today. Now, going back to the youth, going back to educating young people, I believe a more mature person who is continuing learning, I believe, tends to be in the track he chooses. with full awareness of the steps he is taking. A younger person is a different story. I mean, I'm a mother of a 17-year-old who is facing the first important choice in his life, and I see how tough it is. His priorities change, his wishes change, his plans for the future are changing. I mean, we've revisited the plans so many times already, and there is no end to it. And on the one hand, it's fantastic. It's fabulous because a crisis is always an impetus for growth. It's where you discover and explore your own creativity and you become very resourceful. At the same time, it's really tough when it comes to deciding what path one should be taking. In Scandinavian schools, they try and work with each and every child so that the children get guided. I mean, they make sure the strongest children don't dominate and the weaker ones get more support. So they develop their emotional intellect and their ability to interact. In Asia, they single out the strongest, the ones who stand out, and the most diligent and hardworking ones. In the United States, they focus tremendously on the social part of living a life. It's about choosing an insurance company or hitting the right marriage contract. In Russia, what do you think should be our concept of education? Where do you think we could borrow some role model? Whether we have some unique educational strategy we could share with the world?
We have always had such a strategy to start with. And the strategy was to have a fundamental education. And I guess this is something that we want to keep, at least in my view. When we hear that education should be like this or like that, well, it takes all sorts of education to make an education. We want to have inclusive schools, yes. We want to have specialized schools, by all means. We want to have specialized schools for talented kids. And everything that I achieved in life was because I graduated from a specialized school, a very famous one in Moscow, 2 years before it was disbanded. And then among the graduates of that school, or specialized schools, we have sculptors, we have painters, we have scientists and scholars. And it's a good example of how fundamental education lets individuals to get very different professions. But when a whole country makes it a point to teach children on how to do law and make contracts, well, you would end up with a nation of lawyers, and lawyers are important. That's true. But you only need so many of them. If you don't know math, if you can't develop technology beyond that, you may come across a big problem. And I guess in Russia, we want to keep education fundamental. Let's look at other nations. China, for example. I was an scientific editor of a book on education in China. And there, it's a tradition that children do their homework together at school, and the Minerva Awards for discoveries in education, similar to the Nobel Prize, was awarded for the discovery of a method that is called peer instruction. That's learning from your peers. And the essence of the method is as follows. If peers discuss something, a problem, they can explain some difficult topics to each other better than perhaps a tutor. In psychology, there is this notion of the knowledge curse. And it's about this. When an individual stays in a certain conceptual field for too long, they may fail to remember what difficulties they had to overcome when they were mastering that field. And often they find it hard to convey this or impart this on an individual who is fresh to the industry. And your peer has just overcome a difficulty. It's fresh in their mind. They had an insight and they know what words to use to impart this knowledge on their peer. So I guess this is not just a social habit of the Chinese people to do the homework together, but also it's quite well rooted in psychology. And why don't we, for example, implement this in the Russian school practice? I don't see any bad or strange thing about it. So I think that we don't want to rush to some polar solutions. The world is globalizing, and so is education. I think that some graduates of Russian schools might and should continue their education abroad internationally. If we were to continue to build a closed education system, it would be very difficult for them to join those different systems. So I'm really a proponent of a multifaceted approach in education.
May I take a few minutes to add a couple of things? I entirely share Sergei's opinion on the fundamental nature of education that's necessary. I would say what's necessary is the universal education. My school was a specialized one in Riga, not in Moscow, and it was the best school of Riga, and it still is. Then I studied at the Faculty of History at the Moscow State University, specializing in arts and art history. And then I did my PhD in this. And in fact, working on multiple international exhibition projects, I've experienced that the universal nature of education, which was the strongest feature of the Soviet educational system. So when you inside out the Altamir caves throughout modernism and contemporary art, but then the latter we had to study firsthand in the 90s and in the beginning of the 21st century. And I believe we really ought to preserve this universal approach to education because it gives you a completely different outlook on things. In fact, I've experienced the following. My foreign colleagues usually ask me, did you graduate from Oxford or Yale? When they listened to my presentation, my addresses, and in fact, I always referred them back to the Moscow State University. In fact, the Soviet academic school was quite hierarchical, it was quite well structured, and ours today continues being it. So I believe we ought to make sure we don't suppress creativity, we don't suppress personal take on things. I believe we ought to encourage this, but at the same time, we ought to continue being flexible, having in the same class very talented, outstanding children, and children who are not doing that well, who are not performing that well, or with children who simply don't want to study enough to move on. My daughter, in fact, graduated from the Moscow State University. She got a degree in arts. So I had this enfant terrible. She went to wash the floors at the Moscow State Art Center. And then a couple of months later, she came to see me and said, I do want a degree in arts. I want to be an art critic. And in fact, supporting creativity and supporting all kinds of choices is important. In fact, the Soviet education was indeed very universal. In fact, I studied in a small provincial mining town, and then I studied at the Moscow State University, and I am delighted to have made this educational choice, and I'm happy to be quite well educated, well-versed, and well-informed. You talked about personal growth and development. And indeed, I also think when I was at school, our goal was to get a good job, to learn to become a good professional, and to find ways to be fulfilled. I believe today the demand is quite different, and I believe today what's expected of an individual is much broader. It's about agency, it's about being free, it's about making your free choices in your life. It's about being free in moving around and choosing where you want to go and where you want to be. But at the same time, in this huge, very busy informational space, it's really tough tracking these trajectories and finding your path. So I believe it's not only important that we develop creative thinking, I believe we also to focus on developing critical thinking. To what extent do you think, and how should the education go about responding to this contemporary demand of agency, of professional independence, of manipulations, independence of trends and crisis of any kind of economic and political and policy changes we're all susceptible to at all times? I mean, we want stability, we want sustainability. Now, is it a matter of education or values?
You know, I'm always a bit nervous when people say that we want to develop, we want to have freedom of choice, we want to change jobs and professions on the one hand. On the other hand, we want stability. To that, I always want to say, which of these do you want more? Do you want something stable or sustainable? Do you want something stable, or do you want the other things that you have mentioned? I do agree with Zulfira that we've got to give people an opportunity to develop. Ultimately, the education that an individual gets, the quality of it, is largely driven by the individual themselves. Good education can only be received when you have the inner motivation for it. If it's not there, then regardless of how fantastic the outer facade of the learning process is, you wouldn't get much of a result. So you want to give individuals an opportunity, and whether they take up that opportunity, it is up to the individual to realize. Creativity is very important, but I don't see any contradiction between creativity and critical thinking.
I believe it's two sides of the same coin. And
They must be. Critical thinking is a skill, a meta skill, if you will, that consists of many smaller skills. That's sadly not all people have, and that's certainly an area for development. And I guess what could be useful for our schools, that would be the development of critical thinking. That is beyond doubt. But that is quite a challenge. To teach children critical thinking, teachers must have critical thinking, and they haven't been taught. So there are some challenges here. And I guess it deserves a bigger project to do that. So I think that the nexus between critical thinking and creative thinking is what brings.
so this is what creates a good outcome if you're motivated. Indeed.
Indeed, and then a person will be good to go in this world.
I would be quite concise on this. I believe what today is termed as critical thinking is exactly a kind of vaccine, if you wish, that the Soviet school never presented. In fact, we were not mature enough when we left the Soviet school, so we had to grow to developing this critical thinking much later throughout our after-school experience. I mean, I'm referring to an experience of ages ago now, but I believe it's important not to be overly dogmatic these days. I believe we all ought to teach analysis. The first time we got exposed to this kind of teaching was at the university. We never, ever experienced it at school. And I hope today we have an opportunity to change the way it is. And I believe we really ought to get our today's school children to think independently and to do their own analysis. I mean, we work a lot on inclusive progress to reach out to autistic children and to the Down syndrome children. And we completely understand how it works cohesively. That is how things can be developed if taken in an integrated fashion. In fact, a museum is not an educational institution, but nevertheless, we have a lot of experience in this area, which also feeds into our work with the healthy individuals and with the healthy children without any special needs. Well, we're running out of time. I am not sure this is going to be a question you can answer briefly, but let me try. You mentioned personal motivation. How do you develop that? Where do you get it from? I mean, how do you turn it on in the human beings we are today?
Очень люблю одно четверостишье.
I like a poem by Samuel Marshak, a prominent Soviet poet, that he didn't dare to publish while he was alive, and they found it later in his notebooks. And it's a poem about a child. So this child keeps asking a question, why? And he was called a little philosopher. But once he grew up, when he started finding answers without questions. And after that, he never asked the question, why? So here's my answer. This is what you don't want to do to keep this personal inner motivation.
So, Farah, what's your take on it? We always see a human being we are today as a consumer, constantly online in social networks, completely illiterate. Oftentimes, we make very poor public speakers today. And on the one hand, we seem to be saying that everyone has this liberty, this freedom to express oneself and to learn and to study, but not everyone actually goes ahead and does it. So how do you turn on the human beings we are today to make sure they develop their skills they naturally have that are inherent? In fact, that's a very important one. And as I was thinking of what I was going to talk about today, I was wondering whether this is feasible. And indeed, this is quite realistic. It's not that a 67-year-old is complaining here. I have kids and grandchildren. My daughter has given up on an outstanding career, and she's done a lot to make sure my 12-year-old grandson is a completely zealous, ardent reader. I mean, he didn't know what an iPad is at all. He only got it in hand when he had to learn online. He is amazingly creative. He is an inventor. He creates languages and whole world thinking much out of the box. As to this inner motivation, indeed, we experienced the following. The graduates of the arts faculty of the Moscow State University are not at all good in putting together a text, a one-pager. I mean, they make grammar mistake. They cannot write a text that can be properly read and enjoyed. People don't read these days. They just collect the data from multiple sources in no time, and this prevents their thinking. This prevents their mind from getting the right training to actually produce coherent text. And this is where we come back to my story with the artistic impressions. which are so important. I mean, we'll only remain human beings, and we talked about 2050 today, right? Well, I believe it's quite obvious in 2050 I'm not going to be in this world. But what kind of human being is it going to be? Whether it's going to be a carrier of a humanistic culture, because today we see that intelligent parents, just to shut up the kid, give the child an iPad, and basically the child is seen around with the iPad as soon as he or she can hold things in their hands. So what we get out of this, we are not sure. So everything we're doing these days is done to make sure that the humanistic culture, the culture that has shaped a human being as a civilized being, can live on for as long as it can. I mean, you cannot be a citizen of your country unless you're part of its culture, unless you're unaware of your culture. And this makes you so much more vulnerable. You will just become an extension to your gadget. Thank you very much. Well, we've asked more questions than the answers we've shared, but I hope some most relevant things we've managed to articulate on how arts and science and research can join one another in ensuring happiness by 2050. Thank you.
Full panelists, and to Tutte Larsen, ladies and gentlemen, let's applause for one more time. And I am sure there will be more question today and more question tonight asked, and I really hope answered. Because as we all know, if there's a devoted professor, a highly motivated professor, he or she will create even more motivated students. This is a general rule, and there are various ways for the knowledge to enter our brain. And another thing is how to keep it and how to preserve it. So is this a rhetorical question, how we do this? I think no, because today we're here to discuss, today we are here to focus, and today we're here to concentrate and to compare and make decisions, even that. So, what a deep conversation we witnessed right now. And we are now ready to move on to the next block, which is titled Changing Education to Change the World, and learn more about recent learning trends that have the potential to transform the whole educational landscape as we know it. Our speakers have been working hard on different educational research projects this year, and will share with us now how approaches in education are changing, and what challenges, what opportunities, risks, best case scenarios for transforming education system are out there, and how different generations see them. Let me introduce the moderator of our first discussion. Please welcome again Mr. Taras Pashenko, leading expert and laboratory head of the Institution of Education, Higher School of Economics. Taras, nice to meet you again. And one more thing I would like to add, as Mr. Likhachov stated before, he was talking about the Impact Team 2050 that was launched at the Global Impact Conference 2021 in partnership with Rosatom, and this was devoted to promoting and fostering youth-driven sustainable solutions and achieving the SDG by introducing the vision for the future of the green agenda. As we know, the examples from the future that came out of science fiction. As science fiction books authors saw the future, and then further generations reading those books were implementing that future into reality. And we are now talking about even a narrower bridge here, because the guys who are inventing the future, They are the guys who are implementing that. Please, Taras.
Good morning. Good morning to our dear speakers and guests. There are a lot of things I want to say and we need to discuss today. So I will use some notes if you don't mind.
Yes.
Changing education to change the world is a great title. Indeed, the world is changing. Society's demand for educational formats is changing. And so education must respond to current demands and adapt to these shifts. But for the world to change, we need catalysts. And education also serves this purpose. That is, education both follows change and becomes a catalyst for this change. Today at this session, we will hear about two unique research projects. A report demonstrating international trends in education and a report analyzing real-life solutions for promoting industry-specific knowledge and nuclear energy literacy that will help raise awareness about sustainable energy solutions and pave the road to net zero. Please give the warmest welcome to the panelists who are joining us on the stage and online here today. Joyce Mendes, co-founder of Latin American Observatory of Geopolitics of Energy, Paraguay. Princess Mtombeni, founder, Africa for Nuclear, South Africa. Jiao Jun Yuan, director of China, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Technology Transfer Center, China. Diana Koroleva, director of Laboratory for Educational Innovation Research at Institute of Education of Higher School of Economics, Russia. Diana is online with us today. Joshua Gabriel Olowasei, storyteller, executive director, Leon Blue, Nigeria. And my name is Taras Pashchenko. I'm leading expert, Institute of Education, Higher School of Economics, and I will be your moderator for this session. Firstly, with great pleasure, I would like to give the floor to Diana Koroleva, Higher School of Economics, Laboratory of Innovation Director. Ms. Koroleva, for the second time, the Higher School of Economics, now with the support of Rosatom, has conducted a study analyzing pedagogical trends that have the potential to affect the entire educational system. You have been exploring how education adjusts, changes, emerges from the crisis of the pandemic. Knowledge of these trends should help all stakeholders to create conditions for the growth and development of relevant initiatives, innovators to position themselves on the map of innovation, and education professionals to find the tools they need. Please, tell us more about key findings of the study. How relevant global trends will be for the educational landscape in Russia in 2023? Which of the new tools our teaching community is already actively using, and what tendencies have the potential to transform the whole education system in the next 5 to 10 years?
Hello, Taras. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me and see me.
Yeah, we can hear you well.
I'm excited. Thank you. I'm excited to present today the result of our scientific research, Global Education Trends 2023 in the Russian context, which we this year organized with Rosatom. As a basis for this research, we took very well-known international report called Innovative Pedagogy. This report every year, already during last decade, nominate 10 promising innovations, 10 promising trends that have not yet had a significant influence on education, but deserve an attention. And we show these trends to Russian innovators who works both inside and outside education system. So they are school teachers, university professors, or startuppers, and even parents who take care of the future of their children. The important thing that they develop the innovative project, so we can call them innovators. They are representative from 60 regions of Russia. We also show these trends to an expert of the field, and we didn't forget about learners. So how we were able to evaluate 10 international trends and see how they work in a Russian education context. So let's have a look on these trends, what we have here. We grouped them in three big groups. First, we called digital and tech subway, and here we can have three big and very important trends. First is a hybrid learning. A combination of classroom and online learning is more often noted by innovators in the big cities. Experts warn that the hybrid format is impossible without particular training the teachers and building the infrastructure, for example, in the villages. It is very important also to note that we are speaking about digital transformation, not about digitizing, so just simple transforming typical classroom tasks and so on in online format. It should be real transformation. Most of the secondary school and university students who we spoke with noted that despite the convenience of the hybrid format, face-to-face education is more efficient for them. That's quite interesting. Next trend we have here is an influencer-led education. So the idea is that gaining knowledge today, we can also in a social media, social network. It's in the intersection of education and entertainment. And from one side, it can fill the gaps in formal education and increase motivation for learners. On the other hand, we all understand that the quality of the content produced by popular bloggers is not always very high. However, if talented teachers learn to use social media, learn how to use this tool, it will be a win-win. They can expand their audience, and students will learn the subject using the format which is familiar and convenient for them. Next trend, also quite interesting, it's watch parties. So the idea that we're watching video together is a way to engage people to collective learning, even we stay very far from each other. Expert opinion regarding this trend is divided. Some of them think that it's a very good tool to build communication skills and understanding of art, for example, while others say that students remain very passive in this case. So instead, co-production of videos or selection of video materials by the students would be more efficient for developing creative skills and critical thinking. Modern learners know very well about this trend, but they know that they quite often become distracted while they're watching long videos. So they suggest to use some short videos for specific training purposes. And here is again a big question about the ability for teachers to use this kind of tool. So that was the first group. of trends. Let's go to second one, study and work from a distance. Here we have a micro-credential trend. We know that today employees have to keep acquiring new skills and knowledge. And they have a new instrument to prove their qualification. It's non-degree certificates, digital badges, or academic credits. More than half of the innovators supporting this trend. The experts predict the pedagogies of micro-credential will grow in Russia. In some professional fields, such as programming or law, micro-credential have long become standard practice. However, implementation of this practice, of this trend, requires a major rethinking of the education process, especially in higher education, we can say. Autonomous learning, quite important trend. The idea of proactive position of the student who are ready to take a responsibility for the education result. Experts emphasize its importance, especially for older students and adults. If we speak about school children from the studies, we know that this trend is most relevant for motivated students, usually from highly educated families. So it is again a big challenge for education and educators to teach students to be autonomous learners. Next group of trend we call non-digital aspects. I would say that they have roots in a COVID-19 situation. So it's post-pandemic, post-shock trends. And they are almost all of them. They are related to well-being topic, to mental health idea. Let's look closer to them. So the first one trend is a pedagogy, is a well-being education. So the idea that we should teach students about their mental health education, including self-diagnosis and self-help, as well as providing the information on where and when to get help. This trend is not widespread in Russia, mainly supported by younger generation, while older struggle to recognize the importance of psychological support and mental health literacy, unfortunately. Reflection of negative emotion, I would say related to the previous one. This trend is especially popular among young innovators. Again, experts noted that in Russia, this trend is underdeveloped, but highly needed. It is related to the social and emotional skills of teacher and student, and could help prevent school bullying and social discrimination. I would say that to scale it up, both of these trends, it is necessary to build a system of help centers. It is important to see the international structure, international standards, and diagnostic tools. It is very important possibility for scaling to adopt some international practice and find some particular innovations in Russia. Pedagogies of the home, or we can call it home as a learning environment. This trend caused mixed emotion in the audience, because on the one hand, it is very important to take into account the students' home circumstances. From pandemic, I would say we all know how it is important the place where we are working or studying, how comfortable it is, how quiet it is. On the other hand, active environment intervention of the school, of the education system into the family space can harm the relationship between students, parents, and teachers. So on the other hand, parents will participate in the education process more actively. This is prediction of the experts. In the short term, the trend is unlikely to spread in mass education in Russia. As you can see from statistics, it's not very much supported by innovators for the moment. And walk and talk trend. So this idea, I would say, not very new. the idea of studying, learning not inside the classroom, but also outside. The possibility of learning while walking is especially popular with urban occupant, and also providing supplementary education service. Experts didn't support this trend much, also innovators, but their opinion was that not for all school subjects that this trend can work. But for such discipline as architecture or environment studies, leaving the classroom can be very useful. And I'm very sorry, I missed one of the trend, which called dual learning in classroom and industry workplaces. I would say that this idea is very much discussed during last decades, but it is still lack of resources invested by both universities and employees. While school and university students generally assess the trend positively, they know that they would like the workplace practice to be paid. So here we have these 10 international trends and opinion of innovators, experts, and learners about how these trends can work in a Russian education ecosystem, Russian education landscape. Let's sum up it and come to conclusion. So almost half of the trends described in the Innovating Pedagogy report refer to non-digital aspects of pedagogy: family environment, reflection of emotion, impact of psychological and mental well-being, and etc. However, we see that these trends are less pronounced in Russia, and there are barriers and their expansion. Anyway, it is very important area for growth. And I would say that scientific research is needed, support for similar activities is needed, and also demonstration for the best ideas, as for example, we do on a competition for educational innovations, is very much needed to spread this trend in Russian education. The next idea is that we see a study highlight the relevance for this mixed online and offline practice intersection in Russia. So it's hybrid learning, online micro-credential. All these trends depend on one's ability to learn independently and design one's own education trajectory, consisted by small steps. Therefore, the autonomous learning can be considered the overreaching trend for 2023. And the last idea we have here, study highlight the relevance of networking and collaboration in learning. New actors have come into the section of education. New channels for obtaining knowledge and skills emerged. New ways to create a study group appears. It suggests that teachers and teacher training should also focus on it. This is a new tool which could be used in education, but it should be some particular preparation. I would like to thank all participants of this research, our innovators in education, experts and learners who give their opinion about these international trends. I would like to invite you to read the full version of this research. And I would say that this report could be interested for teachers, policymakers, education consultants, academics, students, and researchers, everyone who are interested in pedagogical innovation and future learning scenarios. Using this lens we show today, we can understand where is the deficit existing in the education system and what barriers need to be removed to allow the flow of innovation into the education system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. This applause for you. Thank you for the presentation. The trends look really curious. I agree that reflection, especially reflection of negative emotions, which connected with discomfort pedagogy, is crucial to improve communication, and personal well-being. And our next speaker, Mr. Jun Yuan. You are the initiator of the SEO Youth Innovation and Entrepreneurship Contest, Secretary General of the SEO International Alliance for Technology Exchange, co-founder of the SEO Youth Incubator, and the Vice Chairman of the Qingdao Xinan District Youth Federation. In adopting the 2030 Agenda in September of 2015, the global community recognized the fact that education is key to achieving all 17 Sustainable Development Goals. However, over the course of the past few years, the global education system has gone through countless twists and turns. Please share with us your vision and goals for the near future. How do SEO member states intend to cooperate and exchange experience and best practices? What are the key learning trends in the region now? And what strategies do you use to boost youth leadership and engagement in learning?
Okay, thanks for your question. And it's my honor to share with you here. And also thanks for the conference preparation team. And first, I would like to introduce the basic information of China-Shanghai Cooperation Organization Transfer Center so that you can understand us. The center is a national foreign cooperation platform established with the support of Chinese government and the SAO Secretariat, mainly serving governments, universities, and enterprises in countries along the Belt and Road. And its main work is to help you carry out the two tasks of technology information and market expansion, such as joint R&D, joint education, talent introduction, and international trade. With our headquarters in Qingdao, China, we currently have a collaborative center in many cities along the Belt and Road, such like Tashkent, Astana, London, and other countries include, we just established the Moscow Center last month, and including many in China, like Beijing, Shanghai, Jiangyin, Qingdao, other cities. So we also have an incubator and industrial founders, okay, for the commercial scenes. Back to the topic. As you said, that the global education system has gone through countless twists and turns. I think there are many reasons, such as problem with pandemic scenes, and the international situation is unsettled. In my opinion, education should be a more important role in helping the healthy development of a society. If we want to solve this problem, we need to grasp the trend of educational development. So I propose that innovation is the core of future education. As you member state, especially China education system, has been well developed in recent years, forming two relatively large groups of students. One is for higher education, and the other for vocation and skills education. It's like a 50-50. And there will not be a significant gap in employment income between those two groups. The main difference is work environment and development space. It's worth nothing that in either education, There will be innovations in teaching contact and teaching tours, based on the trend and the current situation of the industry, in order to enable students to be more successful in their future job. China has made a lot of innovation in higher education. For example, by increasing cooperation with overseas universities, providing students with a different learning environment through 2+2 or 3+1 and other joint programs, increasing investment in research equipment, especially basic research, so that teachers can lead students to conduct experiments in a better environment. Most universities have their own incubators to encourage students to start their own business under the guidance of teachers, and have the opportunity to participate in various competition, giving them the chance to directly face investors or entrepreneurs. Universities are also adding many new majors, such as technology broker, biological science, and to give students more options when studying. As for vocational education, each school has also made a lot of innovation. For example, in curriculum development, cooperation with large enterprises for equipment for curriculum development, so that the students trained will be more easy employed in enterprises. Schools will also make continuous adjustment according to the development of market, such as the transformation of traditional auto maintenance industry and to electric vehicle maintenance. In short, no matter how higher education or vocational educations, as long as innovation is carried out, curriculum will be more meaningful and attract young people. For example, AI, VR, and other majors that are popular now. In the future, we look forward to work with you to make innovation in education. Thanks a lot.
Great report. Thank you, Mr. Jun Yuan. I believe that sharing practices and experience are essential to develop cooperation between states and the nations, even in curriculum development themes and problems. Now, I would like to give the floor to Joyce Mendes, co-founder of Latin American Observatory of Geopolitics of Energy and a member of the Impact Team 2050. Launched at the previous Global Impact Conference. This advisory council and the partnership between Rosatom and young leaders from all over the world is devoted to promoting and fostering youth-driven, sustainable solutions and achieving the SDGs by introducing your vision for the future of the green agenda and making the labor market better focused on the youth demands. But before I do that, let's watch a short video together, created by the Impact Team 2050 to see how they envision Education 2050.
We see education as a key factor that impacts the future. It's beyond Rosatom, beyond nuclear, and even beyond energy. It's the matter of our generation.
We now have the largest generation of young people in the history, with only 46% employed. In sub-Saharan Africa, more than 70% of people are under the age of 30.
Worldwide, only 32 countries operate nuclear power plants, and the rest, 161, don't. That's the same world where 2.5 billion people cook with wood.
We witness a lack of general knowledge about how nuclear energy works and also basic energy knowledge in Brazil.
In total, there are only 2 universities in Uzbekistan where you can study nuclear energy.
Nuclear energy is often portrayed in Argentina as technology available only in the developed countries.
So as humanity, we have all the tools and the advanced technologies that we need in order to solve our problems related to energy. But it turns out that the main problem we face is lack of literacy and various misconceptions at all levels.
To educate people on clean energy future, we should work with what I call 5 Ps. And those are policymakers, politicians, public, professionals, and press.
First, policymakers should switch the paradigm. That is, focus on the economic risks from continued reliance on hydrocarbons.
As Impact Team, we believe in order to increase our impact, we should be building a worldwide education ecosystem and transform Rosatom's competence centers into public knowledge hubs accessible for all.
Achievements and multi-sector expertise that Rosatom collected throughout the years have stepped beyond power of nuclear. While it has always been a core, why don't we invite everyone to dive into this ocean?
What if there is no knowledge hub in the nearby?
There should be an online platform connected to all centers around the world that provides necessary reports, workshops, training, and expert advice from Rosatom, business, academia, public and private entities, as well as NGOs. The first knowledge hub is already there, and young people in the city of Nizhny Novgorod have a common place to exchange ideas and learn more about atoms and how they can make people's lives better.
This is how we see the future of education for Rosatom as the younger generation.
How do you see education by 2050?
Ms. Mendes, thank you for this highly motivative video. You and Ms. Mtombeni have been working on the Education X report to pave the path to the sustainable and resilient education of the future. What challenges and opportunities in the sphere of education could you highlight on a macro level?
Bom dia. Buenos días. Thank you very much for the question. And I think I could not say it better than my colleagues from the Global Impact team. Guys, can you please just stand up, like for people to get to know you? Come on. I think what we have done in the past, actually it's been 2 heavy, intense months of work developing the report. The report shares the vision of the team in the next decade, actually, for education, sustainability, innovation, and obviously taking into account youth into these aspects. So there are many things I want to share, but actually what we wanted to do in this report, it was to show the different areas from education, capacity building, technology transfer, into like building energy transition awareness in young people. But as well how the new generation and how we are addressing the major stakeholders like NGOs, communities, business, and governments. But the idea is to promote this impact from youth to youth as a peer-led education process as well. So there are many challenges, and I want to as well share kind of a personal story that we took into reference as well the different generations and the ages of the youth we want to target, but at the same time we realize how COVID-19, as I mentioned before, had a huge impact in what we think is a meaningful job, but as well remote jobs in education, as well as we saw an increase of the desertion rates in schools, in universities, and even questioning the paradigm of education. And at the same time, we realize that 2/3 of the world's youth, they don't feel they are ready or competent enough in their fields. Or maybe their knowledge is already outdated, especially when it comes down to energy. We see it's changing. It's a sector that is changing and transforming really fast. I was educated in Brazil, so I remember what I learned in university, and when I went into the field, it was different. Like, things were changing really fast. And also, we see, especially SDG 7, which is access of technology, access of electricity, clean electricity. We are not meeting the target by 2030. We still have 700 million people without access of electricity. I come from one of those regions. Originally, I'm an indigenous person from Colombia, and then we emigrated to the border of Brazil and Paraguay, Argentina. But my family didn't have access to electricity. Actually, we had to study with the street lights. And we realized when electricity got into our neighborhood, it did change people's lives. Now, taking into account that, around more than 2 billion people, they don't have clean cooking methods. All of this, plus climate change, it does generate a pressure on our generation, on the expectations, on what we want to do. And I remember as well during pandemics, I was questioning myself, like, why am I into sustainability? Why am I into energy transition? Especially whenever we were far away from each other. And the work was mainly focused as well in community, in working among people and to see the people, actually. And then everything was digitalized. How we give meaning to that and how we offer as safe, and as it was mentioned before as well, taking into account mental health, which is a fundamental issue as well for our generation. So all of these are kind of the main challenges that and even more, I invite you as well to check the report. But then we also analyze certain opportunities in those fields. And we see that the fact that our generation has been more connected, interconnected, it gives us kind of a more like a sense of a community. Obviously, we don't see people completely in person, but we are connecting with different realities from all over the world. As well, I think that the fact that we are having all of these challenges, we are vibrant agents into changing aspects in environment and also governmental issues. And the fact that also we have to be successful into all these challenges, we are addressing two things, which is the sustainable transition and at the same time the jobs gaps. So green jobs, they do respond to needs that we are facing at the moment. And the paradigm shift, I will also include into that part, because for many regions of the world, we do not have an option if we don't move towards a sustainable transition. I think that I have a colleague as well here from Paraguay, Camila, and she will relate that in Paraguay we are reaching a lot of high temperatures. During winter this year, we reached 39 Celsius degrees in the north of the country. Winter. Now summer is getting up to, 42, 45 in the capital. Now think someone that doesn't own a car, you walk, you go to work, 12 hours, and you face that reality. Plus, water stress that impacts in food production, energy production, especially in the case of South America. We have a lot of hydroelectricity, and food, energy, and water is being compromised. How can you show a future to that youth if you don't really try to do a paradigmatic change in how things are working, especially education? And as it was mentioned before, innovation is a fundamental aspect. So it's as well an invitation on how to you question in how education in your region, but also how energy transition is taking place, and you will see that both are completely intertwined. Obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mendes. I saw a draft of the report, Education X report. I think that it was a great work to mine and interpret all of this data. Now I think we need to start to implement these findings in policies in the name of a sustainable future. Ms. Tombeni, With nuclear energy being one of the most impactful ways to advance the net zero transition, we need to focus on nuclear knowledge management and education. What does the nuclear industry need to do in order to advance education from preschool and lower school levels to the tertiary level, and how do we scale this solution and make them accessible?
Thank you so much for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be back on stage. I joined nuclear industry when at a very young age, and at that time, I knew nothing about nuclear, not even bombs, literally nothing. And immediately when I joined, I took a decision to embark on a self-development or self-equipment, just so that I understand exactly what's happening in this industry. And immediately after I learned about the benefits of nuclear or different nuclear applications, I took a decision to educate people. And I'm thinking that, imagine if I learned about nuclear earlier on, half of the pseudo-environmentalist and anti-nuclear lobby groups would be dealt with. Off the record. Anyway, let me come back to the question. I do believe that as parents and sisters, brothers, we have families, we have kids in our families who are still young, and when people are young or when kids are young, they listen attentively. Like if you have a headache and you tell them that you heal headache by getting tablets or headache tablets, they will grow up knowing that. And if we tell kids at home that nuclear, or when somebody is sick, or even when they are watching television and somebody is sick of cancer, and if we start explaining about the cancer, treatment or nuclear, medicine to kids, they will grow up knowing what nuclear medicine is all about. And also, if we explain things such as food irradiation technique to them, to say some of the products that you get from the shelf, they are written irradiation, and then we start explaining those things. I know that from work, when we go home, we get there tired and wanting nothing to do with work. But it's very important that we instill nuclear education at a very young age. I'm also thinking that what if we have, energy plan or energy planning games? Teach kids how to, plan for energy or to have like energy mix, because it's very important that they understand why we need energy mix that involves many energy sources, and then why do we need all those sources, because really I do believe that we need energy mix and not just particular energy sources. So we need to teach them why it's important for a country to have the energy mix so that they are able to address many socioeconomic challenges. And also, when I think about high schools, there's very little, I don't know about Russia, but where I come from, there's very little knowledge about, or there's very little information in the curriculum about nuclear. And if we were to add more, or even a module or a subject altogether about nuclear at a high school level, it would make a lot of difference. And so I do believe that as the industry, we need to partner with the government, educational institutions. We start by converting the already existing schools to become nuclear schools, so that we are, we change the curriculum altogether to focus on nuclear. And we have tried that in South Africa, to partner with the Department of Education to change about 4 schools to become nuclear schools. It's still in the process. And I think if that becomes successful, we would be able to build nuclear schools all together as the industry to have our own schools that are focusing on nuclear technology. And also, when in South Africa, there's a site earmarked for a nuclear build program. It's in the Eastern Cape, which is one of the most impoverished provinces in South Africa. There's very lack of economic development in that area. So if the industry could go there and educate kids or young people in that area about the benefits of having this nuclear program coming into their area, how it's going to contribute to changing their lives, or even, having economic, activities happening in the area, and more people getting jobs. That would make a lot of difference. And also, when we get to the university or tertiary institution level, in South Africa, there are only 3 universities that offer undergraduate nuclear qualifications. And if we could have more of those, universities offering that course. But I do understand in the case of Africa, because there's really not much when it comes to nuclear programs or development programs. But we do need to change that and say, let's have universities, offering that course so that people or young people do not meet nuclear qualifications when they have to do their postgraduate qualification. And in closing, I'd like to say, a quote by one of my favorite former African leaders. He's late, Mr. Thomas Sankara from Burkina Faso, who once said, "He who feeds you controls you." And I'm in a country of people who feed themselves and therefore are controlled by no one. And as an Impact team member of 2050, my vision for 2050, over and above what the Director General said in the morning, which is the clean planet and happy people, I envision African nations that feed themselves. Thank you so much.
Ms. Tambeni, thank you for this insightful speech. I really like the idea about energy literacy or nuclear literacy. Maybe it could be the part of ecological literacy, which kids in school have in different parts of the world, with financial literacy and health literacy and so on and so on. It looks like really important for a sustainable future to know all of this and to make decisions with it. Okay, Ms. Mendes. Ms. Tambeni has touched upon that in her speech, but I know that you are an expert in this field as well. Please tell us more about the educational strategies that could help support the knowledge transfer and foster technological awareness and energy literacy needed to unleash the full potential of the renewables and nuclear energy efficiency industry.
Sure. So I also will comment on my personal story, how maybe creating organizations, we go to develop public policies and improving people's awareness and lives regarding energy. So where I grew up, we have the second biggest hydroelectrical plant, like with the biggest installed capacity of the world. So we were very aware on either the effects of what electricity production brings to a community, but as well the social environmental aspects. And at the same time, it is a transboundary region. So we know that climate change and other issues, they don't have borders. So we created at the border inside the Latin American University for Integration, UNILA, a center of research, which is the Geopolitics Observatory of Energy. We focus mainly in Mercosur region because we wanted to understand the dynamics of how the countries are either cooperating or maybe their vulnerabilities towards certain aspects of integration. energy integration, not just in infrastructure, but in economical level, but as well in knowledge transfer, which is a big thing as well for Latin America and Global South. We see there are some countries, especially Argentina, Brazil, South, North, Mexico, that they handle and they manage the Orion cycle. However, we have realized that through cooperation, we reach faster sovereignty, and also we push as well forward the agenda for us to have that knowledge, and not just to, not to maybe get, knowledge from outside, and maybe we don't understand in how to develop. So I have seen as well throughout, we created Observatory 2014, so we have seen in the last years kind of a conjunctural analysis of the region, and I will answer that. Obviously, we have a ministerial cooperation that needs to take place, as well governments, into this knowledge transfer, but as well into bringing and developing the technical capacity. So we don't buy the technology, but we develop it, and this is very important. It takes a lot of cooperation, dialogues in order to develop, and takes cash to care, financing as well. In the other hand as well, we realize that building bridges with communities and NGOs are fundamental. So the creation of grassroots movements are fundamental, like observatories, civil society, and other methods, in order to map, but also to monitor that those decisions are taking places, and how we translate that technology transfer into public policies at a local level. As well, I believe NGOs, they have an amazing role into this alphabetization or energy literacy. I have seen just a comment. I used to work during pandemics. There was in certain regions of Rio de Janeiro, like the favelas, the lack of electricity access was an issue, because you have people who they don't actually can social distance, kids inside the houses. So I started contributing with a project of solar energy in the favelas, and how to see how social engineering takes place, and how NGOs are a catalyst for energy transition in a localized level. It made me realize the importance of the NGOs. And as well, businesses, they take their place into this conversation regarding innovation, as we saw, but the connection as well, and making and employing those professionals that they will have expectations of, and staying in the countries, and maybe we don't have brains leaving the countries or leaving our region. So I believe as well that it has to be more implemented energy and climate entrepreneurship in schools, in universities, as a way of starting creating, the idea and environment for these innovations and the adoption of these innovations in society. Thank you.
Yeah, great, thank you. Okay, finally, I would like to give the floor to Joshua Gabriel Olowasei, storyteller, executive director, Lone Blue, Nigeria. Mr. Olowasei, the Innovating Pedagogy 2022 report mentioned influencer-led education as one of the key trends. What do you think about edu-influencers, and how can universities adapt social influencer approaches to expand their reach? What are the key tendencies disrupting the education market could you highlight?
Thank you so much. Hi, so before I proceed, I know we're being watched all over the world, so I'm just going to say hello in a number of languages. Hola, privyet, I think. Buenos dias, good morning, ciao, guten Morgen. Okay, so before I get into the innovation or innovating pedagogy 2020 report, I'm going to tell a short story. I'm a storyteller after all. So basically, in 2019, I had an interview with a radio station in my country, NTA. And on my way out of the studio, I noticed a canal, if you will, that was polluted with a lot of non-biodegradable waste, styrofoam. And I took a photo of it. And weeks later, I was going to work, and in a major hub, marketing hub in Lagos State, I saw something similar, an entire drainage channel that had a lot of pollution in it, basically, which was detrimental to public health. And so what I did was I took another photo, and I made a tweet. In that tweet, I highlighted why this is a problem. I highlighted how it affected public health. I highlighted why there needed to be something done about it and how people can do something about it. I had a lot of friends who are influencers who had a lot of reach on Twitter at the time, so I asked them to help me push it out. And that tweet went viral in my region. So basically, we had over 100,000 people see it. But what that did was, that thread of about 5 separate tweets essentially created an entire movement. It was then rebranded to something we call the hashtag for a cleaner Lagos, which is the city. I basically had used social media, without knowing, of course, I had used social media to educate hundreds of thousands of young people in my city, so much so that we could take that education from an online movement to offline. So we had hundreds of volunteers who came together across days to mobilize and clean up over 40,000 pounds of waste from those drainage channels and have them recycled. So reading the Innovating Pedagogy 2022 report, I was so blown away with the accuracy and the depth of the research. I think as somebody who is very characteristically Gen Z, I've got white hair, I'm very bougie, and I use TikTok a lot. I think there is need for universities or institutions to adapt how they teach, because I'm studying statistics in my school. I talk about this a little more in depth in my keynote that follows. But I study statistics, and through my entire time in university, my best courses and my best classes are often with the teachers who are social media savvy, the ones who know what's happening, the ones who can, instead of talking about a very strict topic, casually put in the latest trending song on TikTok and use it as a way to drive home a point. So I think edu influencers can, or universities better still, can look into edu influencers and see how they retain audience attention, especially in a generation like mine, where attention span keeps getting shorter. Since 2020, the pandemic till now, it is significantly, TikTok usage has significantly grown, but user retention or our attention span for Gen Z has significantly shortened. So what are influencers doing, edu influencers specifically, what are YouTube creators doing that would let me, a Gen Zer who doesn't have a long attention span, sit through a 30-minute video and hear them talk about why the World Cup is happening in Qatar, or why pollution is bad, or why carbon footprint is a myth. That's something that I think the report sort of chronicles. How can institutions adapt that approach? But I think also with social influencers, young people now more than ever are becoming very confident in expressing themselves. So unlike previously, peer-to-peer learning has become so accessible. Young people are, somebody mentioned this, I think that was Sergey during his talk, how if you're sharing ideas with people, if you're learning with people, if you're watching a video with people, it's a lot easier to remember what you're talking about because that's a conversation. It's not a figure that's essentially teaching you. It's, peer-to-peer learning. And social media amplifies that greatly because now I'm here and I'm essentially conversing with people from at least 15 countries watching this. I'm here, I was able to reach out to the team and get to be here. I'm here, and I know once I'm done with this speech, I'm going to go on Twitter, I'm going to talk about what I just talked about here and reach hundreds of thousands of people because of social media. And I am sure that what I'm saying would be retentive to them because, well, there is a story, but also because I, more than perhaps the older generation, can relate to them. I can sprinkle in a trend. I can use hashtags. I can drive home my points by being part of an existing conversation. I think that's all young people really need. Just they want to feel like, or we want to feel like we're understood. We want to feel like people are not just seeing us as the social media savvy people. We want people to understand that using social media, education can go a long way. Greta Thunberg, a fellow climate activist, she started her work as somebody who campaigned in front of the Swedish parliament week after week, saying Fridays for Future, and that got on Twitter and exploded. And you've got millions of young people every year who are marching for climate change. That started on social media. So how can universities basically look at what has been done with social media, with hashtags, and slowly, but obviously steadily, adapt that into everyday classrooms and outside of classrooms? How can we look at social media beyond its flaws? Because it's got a lot of flaws, obviously, but how can we look at it past that and say, yes, there are bad things in social media. What about the good aspects? And how can we leverage that to make education more fun and interesting? I think that's something the Innovating Pedagogy 2022 report sort of chronicles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olvasei. Thank you for the fresh insights. Unfortunately, the most of social media are forbidden in Russia, but we still have YouTube Shorts and Telegram until they get too much influence. Okay, thank you for your reports. And now, after we have met with this really informative and insightful report and presentations, I would like to invite our respected speakers and our dear guests for a discussion. We have maybe 5 to 10 minutes for general discussion, joint discussion. Who will start? You can ask a question for our speakers, or maybe one of the speakers want to ask each other about something. Okay. We need a microphone. Okay, but we have a translation.
Thank you very much. My name is Laura Chiconia. I'm also a member of Impact Team. And I have a question regarding nuclear education in countries which do not yet have a nuclear program. What do the speakers think about taking the first steps, even if governments haven't yet made that decision or taken that step? Is there a point? And if so, how do you think it could impact the decision-making process on the level of government to go ahead and start the process of introducing nuclear? Thank you.
Yeah, we can use open microphone, so just push.
Да, пожалуйста, можно отвечать.
Thank you, Laura, for the question. As the member of the Impact Team, you have a responsibility to take nuclear education to those countries and educate them, because it's very important that they understand what nuclear is going to bring to them. How is nuclear going to change their life, or the nuclear programs are going to change their lives, because that's the most important part, especially in Africa. We really, not that careless, but we are not more for climate, but we are more for urgent issues such as addressing, energy poverty. So it's very important that when you take nuclear education, you speak about the socio-economic challenges that are facing those countries. And then because when they now start to understand the people on the ground, they will make noise, and that noise will eventually lead to a political will. So that's basically my answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for an answer. Another questions, please. Yes?
So I just want to quickly, this is not a question, it's just an answer, if you will. On our previous conversation, you asked what are the key tendencies are disrupting the educational market that I could highlight. As somebody who comes from a developing nation, during the pandemic, I had no access to my teachers, basically. I was out of school for 8 months. So what happened then, and Sergey touched on this briefly, was I began focusing on micro degrees, if you will. So Udemy, Udacity, there are a lot of platforms where you can learn skills. I learned user experience design. I learned more on public speaking. I learned about Figma, Adobe Photoshop, video editing. I almost became a YouTuber. I was this close, but I didn't make it. But, you know, so tendencies or key tendencies disrupting the educational market are things like that. Universities need to, or standard institutions need to look into, again, Harvard does this already. They offer micro courses. I know for a fact that I got an email this morning inviting me for some MBA thing online next year. So how can we do more of that? Because the job market is changing so rapidly. The generation that's following it is changing as well. Now more than ever, people do not necessarily want to go through a 3-year degree or a 3-year process to acquire a piece of paper when you could just learn something online easily. So how can existing institutions begin to perhaps tailor their courses in a way that you could study for 2 months or 3 months, like a boot camp, or 6 months, and essentially learn enough that would make you employable, because employability is a big issue, at least from my part of the world, right? So that's something I just wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you. Da, yes, please, microphone.
Following on Josh's response, would you elaborate on the role of the teacher in modern school? How is it changing? Do we need teachers in modern school?
I think we do, obviously. I've had this conversation a lot of times where people are like, so are robots going to replace teachers? No. We do need teachers. They're teachers for a reason. The job of a teacher is to impart knowledge. The job of a YouTuber is to, for the most part, make that process fun. So you do need teachers. Teachers, conventional teachers, I've spent, Sergey mentioned this again, when you've been in an industry for so long, you often forget sort of how it was when you started. So teachers exist to vet the information of edu-influencers. There is a need for that. I recently watched a video where a popular YouTuber, Johnny Harris, an investigative reporter with Vox Media, made a whole content about the history of, I think, some European country. And, you know, this video had millions of views, but it took a teacher, an actual historian, to basically say, hey, I know you've got a lot of reach, but the content you're essentially putting out is not entirely true or correct. So he was fact-checked. And that's essentially what teachers can do. Your jobs, or the jobs of teachers in the modern educational system, would be to fact-check whatever their students are reading online, and ensuring that in the process of trying to make education more fun through storytelling, important information and statistics are actually still being communicated. Thank you.
Or teacher can be an influencer too. Why not?
True, true. We do have a lot of teacher influencers.
Okay. Any questions, remarks, judgments? Maybe. Okay. Okay. So let's go back to the closing remarks. In our roundtable, we discussed educational trends and their connections with international youth interaction, the remittance economy, developing better education practices for a sustainable world. It is clear that educational innovations can lead us through change of learning, teaching, and new educational environments to a more just, beautiful, and peaceful world. It's our mission to save this world for the future generations, despite all obstacles, even those which seem irresistible. Thank you for your time and participation, and let applause to our respectful speakers. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you to our respectful speakers. And as we are now changing the scene, changing the chairs for the next ceremony, I have actually one remark about this conversation you were having, guys. It's from my professional career. I'm a journalist, and I was making a documentary about a nuclear power plant in Turkey and the preparation for a nuclear power plant to start building. Because before, as they found out, there were so little knowledge about nuclear energy and so little words concerning nuclear energy in the Turkish language. And after they started constructing it, they had to introduce some words into the vocabulary of the Turkish language, like what is PWR, pressurized water reactor, and many, many other words concerning nuclear energy. And as I remember, Rosatom in Turkey, they introduced the educational center, teaching people about nuclear energy. How does a nuclear power plant function? How nuclear energy is produced and why it is safe. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's thank one more time our respected speakers of this panel session called Changing Education to Change the World. So, we are now ready to move to a very important part of GIC 2022, the award ceremony of the Contest of Innovations in Education. As most of you might know, this morning 10 innovative projects from different regions of the world have been presented to our estimated judges. So a bit of history of our finalists. 419 applications were received for the contest in 2022, including 370 projects from Russia, 45 projects from Kivo International. So we can see only 10 teams here today, and all the 10 teams are looking at education from different angles. It's IT, it's agriculture, emergency situations, physical education, much, much more. It was such a pleasure actually to learn this morning about the amazing solutions our finalists offer to the world. So right now we're ready to announce the winners, and let me invite back to the scene Mr. Taras Pashenko, leading expert, laboratory head of the Institute of Education, Higher School of Economics, and Ms. Kristina Kislichenko, producer of the contest for the awarding ceremony. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Ну что, еще раз здравствуйте, друзья.
Hello again.
С кем-то мы уже успели поздороваться утром, но очень рада и пополнению.
Hello, and I'm delighted to see many more of you here. Now, we are coming to the most thrilling part of our event here today, the award-giving ceremony. And without much ado, I suggest we move on to the most thrilling part of our event. So, the winners are the Spike team, Vyacheslav Vasilyev and Roman Boyarkov, the maximum platform nominees. Digital tutors, Dmitry Ivanchenko and Maria Plakhty, nominated by the Laboratory for Innovations in Education. Net Junior, Maxim Pichuev, top 3 finalists in the contest Innovations in Education 2022. Now, the winner of the Open University of Skolkovo, of the Rosatom corporate contest, nominated by the Kazakhstan National University of Education. Lean Production, Vladislav Terещенко and Valery Intov, top 3 finalists, contest Innovations in Education 2022. Winners nominated by the Просвещение Publishing Board. 2025 Professional Guidance Board Games, nominated by the Kazakhstan Pedagogical University and the Maximum Educational Platform. The EPIC team, Alexak.
Winners in the nomination of the National Science Academy of the Republic of Armenia. For a Vision, Anastasia Borisova and Andrei Khmel. Winners in the nomination established by the International Scientific Center of the Republic of Armenia. The Pythia project, Dalia Poltoranina, Olga Ivanova, winners in 4 nominations. From the Rosatom Corporate University, 4 nominations from Impact Hub Moscow, winners in a nomination from the Kazan Pedagogical University, from the International Educational Center of the Republic of Armenia. Let us put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. Family Robotics, winners in the nomination by the Prosvещение Publishing House and by the International Educational Center of Armenian Academy of Sciences. Quest Cubed, Olga Lobanova and Tatiana Konstantinova, winners in the nomination from the Maximum Educational Platform and in a nomination from the Prosvещение Publishing House.
Well, we remember, friends, there was a special Viewers Award, and I hope you've all taken part in voting for your nominees. Anna Blackman, director of the Nizhny Novgorod branch of the High School of Economics, will moderate this award ceremony now. Here's your microphone, coming soon. So, the Viewers Award goes to the Cube Quest project.
Поздравляю вас.
Congratulations.
И буквально несколько слов.
Just a couple of words here, addressed to all of our participants and to all of us taking part in this outstanding contest, addressing all the viewers online and offline. In the first place, I would like to congratulate all our 10 participating projects. I believe this year we've had a great diversity of projects, in fact reflecting all the processes that are ongoing in education these days and that we're witnessing. That's the projects with great social impact, it's digitalization projects, there are projects reflecting methodological challenges and educational challenges. I hope this contest develops and grows on. I hope you always find great new sources for your ideas, and I hope you carry on developing. Congratulations.
To announce the winner of the international contest of innovations in education, we would like to invite a representative of the main partner of Global Impact Conference, Tatiana Terentьева.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm delighted to greet you all here. Well, in the first place, I should thank our partner, the High School of Economics, for running this great contest. I mean, education is a fundamental subject for all of us, and it's not random. It's been discussed today at the global impact activities. Well, I believe the hardest job was that of the panel members because there are so many awards shared by so many finalists. That's a tough choice to make. It is my great pleasure to announce the winner of our contest, Innovations in Technology 2022. So, the winner is Vladislav Terещенко and Valery Leventsov, Lean Manufacturing, Lean Production. Please stay with us. Stay with us for a beautiful photo. Could you just step forth a little bit? It's cool. It's a great thing to announce the winners. But you know, the contests are not just about prizes, awards, and diplomas. The greatest thing they generate is an opportunity to continue partnership and cooperation. So we encourage each and every of you to think hard who you want to continue cooperating with. Now, shall we get together for a family photo so that everybody leaves with a photo featuring him or herself? And I hope in the future, next year, every one of us has a nice photo with the members of our great team.
От души поздравляем победителей.
Warm congratulations to the finalists, and we'll be happy to hear what they feel firsthand. Oh, we'll skip that.
You'll have a meeting where you can share this.
Просто финал.
Дорогие друзья, спасибо большое за участие. И
Friends, thank you for participating. And now we'll give the word back to the host, Dmitry Shugarev.
Please, thumbs up to our winners. Big congratulations. And in the meantime, I would like to highlight that events like GIC contribute greatly to the promotion of sustainable development, and our conference wouldn't be possible without our key partners. Rosatom, State Corporation. Let's applause. United Nations Global Compact, the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative and association, national network of the Global Compact. Forbes Russia, one of the most renowned and respected financial and economics media. National Research University Higher School of Economics. Well, to them, to the international media and other GIC partners who have supported this event, we express our deepest gratitude. So, dear audience, we are going to welcome again our very special guests who still have insights to share with us. Amon Murvira, Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science and Technology Development of the Republic of Zimbabwe, who will discuss the role of education on a macro level for people, planet and prosperity, and Mr. Joshua Gabriel Oluvasei, storyteller, the Executive Director of LearnBlue, revolutionizing the educational systems on a personal level and promoting the power of all learning processes. Let's welcome our respectful speakers. So, dear audience, this morning has been very productive and informative, and I'm sure we all got inspired. So you can connect with all the winners, all the winning teams, all the speakers whom you saw on this stage, and our experts directly during the lunch break that will take an hour. Please feel free to pick their brains, share your opinion on the session, and engage in fruitful discussions about the future of education. Have a nice break, have a nice lunch.
How many of you went through school? All of you. Awesome. Now, how many of you actually paid attention in classes? Now, I want you to think about those classes you actually loved and paid attention in. What was it that drew you to them? I feel like chances are your lecturers or your tutors were very humorous and they were pretty good at storytelling. I'm a student of the University of Benin pursuing a degree in statistics, and I can categorically tell you that my favorite lecturers and the favorite classes I've ever had are with the tutors who can tell a story. The tutors who are able to take me out of the lecture theater with a story, the ones who often segue from the numbers and the statistics and focus on using a story as a vehicle to drive home why Poisson distribution is important to everyday life. By show of hands, how many of you have heard of TikTok? Well, if you haven't heard of TikTok, your Generation Z relative has failed in their duty. You see, at the height of the pandemic in 2020, I was one of a number of students in my country who had to stay home for months. Now, unlike my peers abroad, my university did not have a set structure to allow us to learn from home. And so most of us had little to no resources in accessing our lecturers or learning whatever we needed to learn whilst we were at home. The one thing the majority of us had, though, was smartphones and occasional internet access. During a period where TikTok garnered some 600 million plus downloads, that means that a large percentage of every young person on the planet were on apps like TikTok and YouTube. Most of us joined those applications as creators, and a larger number of us joined as audiences. With such an abundance of time away from school, I began learning stuff on YouTube and TikTok. I began trying to keep up with courses that we may take when we resume schools, and I learned new soft skills. I quickly realized that in a generation, my generation, with a constantly shortening attention span, I could sit through a 5-minute TikTok video or a 45-minute YouTube video. A rarity in my everyday physical classes. Now more than ever, I could understand and remember the content that I have watched or the skill that I acquired from a video without having to go back to that video or a book every single time. Through a survey conducted with a pool of students from my school and friends in schools abroad, I've learned that most creators are credited for about 60% of sources where students learn the most. Hence, creators are mostly regarded as educators. Which brings me to the single most important point or takeaway from my entire speech, and that is, for education to be a catalyst for the future, institutions need to learn and reimagine how we teach and how we educate. Knowing this, with influencers and creators becoming educators, and a shifted focus on psychological comfort for students in a generation that prioritizes mental health and comfort in learning more than most, it's a wonder what creators are doing right and how existing technologies and innovations are helping them make these learning processes more streamlined. Storytelling marks why a tale as old as time can continuously be retold with very little chance of it ever becoming mundane. From the recent surge in movie remakes and the content redundancy on YouTube, the one consistency amongst both creative media is that young people watch while paying attention to only the best of stories. In a landscape filled with options on who to watch what from, the most successful creators and educators are storytellers. Now more than ever, what we define as education and teaching methods needs to change. It needs to adapt to the psychologies of growing learners. An example of this would be Nigeria's TikTok creator Charity Ekezie, who has taken the TikTok social media platform by storm since the pandemic by interchangeably mixing humor, wit, and sometimes sarcasm to answer stereotypical questions using her personal experiences. One of those questions would be, do Africans live in huts, and do we have lions as pets? Yes and no. We do live in huts, some of us do, but we do not have lions as pets. In fact, we run from them. Charity makes short videos that answer questions about Africa, drawing from her personal experiences to answer simple questions like how many people have a smartphone in Africa and do we actually use smartphones, to much mundane ones like how do we get water to drink and, of course, do we have lions as pets. Having amassed an average of 1 million views per video and over 1 million followers on TikTok, Charity has successfully created a community and audience through storytelling and humor, which works. On the other end of social media, you have YouTube creator and former Vox Media investigative journalist Johnny Harris, a master storyteller and educator, breaking down convoluted and often complicated topics through storytelling, research, and proliferated curiosity. Johnny is one of select creators on the internet who have successfully hacked the art of retaining user attention through often lengthy and documentary-style videos. Johnny is the history teacher I never had. And for many around the world, he is a trusted educator and a source of information that does its best work by explaining and using visual aid and storytelling. Amassing over 3 million subscribers on YouTube, or more suitably, a community of 3 million learners, Johnny Harris is what a modern educator could look like. Now, at the beginning of this conversation, I asked you, what were your favorite courses or classes in university and what drew you to them? What the tutors of those classes and these creators have in common is their understanding of the audience. Knowing whom you're teaching is as important as, if not more so, than the subject or topic that is being taught. For creators, understanding our audience is even harder because we seldom know who we are creating for. We have to spend a lot of time researching and trying to understand who we are creating for so we can tailor our content to match their lived experiences, personal or otherwise. For conventional teachers, understanding your students and their shared experiences could be what makes your students invested in your class or disinterested. I have attempted teaching a number of times and oh, can I tell you, my peers were brutal. With my generation, there is only so much that we're willing to hear and remember. And so if your class isn't exactly memorable, your job as a teacher to impart knowledge is undone. So far, I've talked about some of the most recurring challenges that are affecting students and teachers alike. And this is from the perspective of a student teacher like myself. But in those challenges offer a unique opportunity for us to make education and learning that much more better. We can take inspiration from known and emerging student creators on social media, seeing how we've made peer-to-peer learning super accessible, to understanding how we can retain student attention within classes and outside of it. For parents and teachers, encourage self-discovery amongst your students and children. Understand that with social media and all of its flaws, it is still one of the best places to get educational content and to learn for both students and teachers alike. Now, by show of hands, how many of you have heard of TikTok? See, my work here is done.
The state of any nation in the world, or the state of the world, is a reflection of what the current state of knowledge is. It therefore means education is the foundation of any modern society. Education is important in that it is the provider of food and the means to produce food, provider of technology and the means to provide technology, provider of health and the means to provide the health. Education is the basis of any modern societal function. It therefore means the state of any country is a reflection of its education. No country can develop faster than the development of its education system. So basically, education is the basis of life of humans as we know it. It is the basis of the life of Homo sapiens as we know them. Basically, therefore, it is important to take education seriously, particularly education that is related to science, technology, and innovation, because it is the basis upon which we produce the machines, we produce the attitudes, and we produce all means that makes the basis of life possible. Zimbabwe should be an upper middle income economy, because in the meantime we're a lower middle income economy. We want to be an upper middle income economy. So that is our strategic intent. So with our strategic intent, we believe that if we configure our education, which we have done properly, into Education 5.0, we will be able to have necessary capabilities for the nation. Capability 1, capability 2, capability 3, capability 4, capability 5. With these capabilities, we are able to achieve our goal. But in order to have that capability, our education has to be configured properly underneath. So the configuration of our education is the Education 5.0, which is going to give us the capabilities. Yeah, Zimbabwe is a former colony of the United Kingdom. And during the time of the colonial education, it was teaching people how to go and work for someone, how to go and work for a colonial government. But after independence, the education is now to be used. The design is to be such that the education is to be used to produce goods and services. So we did an analysis in Zimbabwe, and we called it, the colonial education, we called it Education 3.0. It was just making people teach, do research, do workshops. So these are 3 pillars. So we called it Education 3.0 in our analysis. Because Zimbabwe is one of the most literate, it's actually the country with the highest literacy on the African continent. And in the world is one of the most literate countries. But what we discovered is that while we boosted our literacy, which is over 94%, our level of industrialization was either constant or going down, which means there was something which was lacking in that education system. It was innovation, it was industrialization. It was also the use of the resources that are in the country, using science on the resources that we have, using technology on the resources that we have, for the purposes of modernization and industrialization. But our education was stopping at 3. So we had to reconfigure our education in about 2018 to what we call heritage-based Education 5.0. Why 5.0? Because it has got 5 pillars. teaching, research, community service, innovation, industrialization, and it's heritage-based. Why heritage-based? We always say a real good person uses the resources that they have before they look to the North Pole or South Pole for solutions. Trees that they have, minerals that they have, the water that they have, the people that they have. So in terms of heritage-based education, it means it is education which is using the best science, the best technology, the best innovation on the resources that are present around before you can think about resources that are elsewhere. For Zimbabwe, for example, we have almost every mineral that you can think about in the world. We actually don't know which mineral we don't have. That's how the subsoil economy is. But our education was removed from those resources. It was talking about something else. So we had to turn it back to the heritage to say we have to develop an education that is used to develop resources that we have, that are present, not that are imagined. No imagination. So this society, which was the bubblegum society, which I'm calling the bubblegum society, doing things that are not relevant immediately, and all of a sudden there is poverty and you can't explain it. It's being explained by the fact that you are not focusing on things that matter. So the education that we are talking about and the transformation that we are talking about is the transformation of education so that it begins to talk to what you have. It uses the best science, the best technology, the best knowledge, the best innovation for modernization and industrialization. And once our youth begin to appreciate this, and once governments begin to know that education is not about reading and writing, they are very important. Reading and writing is very important. But reading what and writing what? To achieve what is more important, because writing and reading is a means to an end, because education is about knowledge, it's about skills, it's about deployment of the knowledge and skills for the purposes of industrialization and modernization. So this basically is the way I think governments should do, the youth should be looking at these things in order to be able to enjoy life. You can't enjoy life as a zombie. You enjoy life as a participant into the production, into the innovation, into the industrialization of any nation. It is life. When life is lived in service, it is life fulfilled. For example, right now, we are working with Rosatom. What we are working on Rosatom is human resources development in terms of the peaceful use of nuclear science and energy. That's capability that we are looking for. We are working with Roscosmos in terms of our capabilities in space and space science. We are working with the universities across the Russian Federation to have capabilities in different areas, textiles, technology, in terms of agriculture, in terms of subsoil economy and mining. These are the capabilities that we need to acquire in order for us to meet our strategic intent of becoming an upper middle income economy. So I repeat, our goal is to become an upper middle income economy or better. Our method is honing our capabilities. In order for us to hone our capabilities, we need to configure our education, which we have done in terms of the transformation, which has led us to move from Education 3.0, teaching, research, and community engagement, to teaching, research, community engagement, innovation, industrialization, which is heritage-based education 5.0. We believe that this is the means to an end, and that end is a dignified society that is at peace with itself, that has got enough income to be able to sustain a life and relate properly with the rest of the world. In the consumer society, one of the most, which I believe that a misdirected notion is to separate people, young and old. But yet the young are born by the old, and the young need the old in order to form a society. So I have this view that real life is like a rocket. A rocket has a strong structure, whom I call the old people. inside the rocket is rocket fuel and the engine, which is very explosive. But when that fuel is controlled in terms of its explosion, it will direct the rocket to space. So the rocket needs energy, but it needs stability. So the young people need the old people, and the old people need the young people. So society is complete with young and old people. So what I want to say to the young people is that old people are not their enemies. And what I say to the old people is that young people are not their enemies. They are not their nuisance. Young people are their energy. And to the young people, I said, the old people are their stability. So together, the old and young people make a strong and predictable and prosperous society. So, but the consumer society has been trying to make rebels out of the young people, thereby disrupting the way society functions. But at the same time, it is important for the older people to realize that this has been has been going on, and we need each other. So there is no war between young and old. There should be cooperation between young and old so that we can prosper the society. After all, everybody was young before, and everybody is getting old. Even a baby who has been born today is getting old. Every day, they are getting old. So it should never be a topic of friction. It should rather be a topic of cooperation, because together we can make a better world. I would actually want to say myself, science and technology, mathematics, engineering, technology, science is very important for the functioning of any society. We can do our culture, we can do our around knowledge of these, because they help us to produce goods and services. We are not saying that everybody should be a scientist, but the future belongs to science and those who believe in science. You might not be a scientist, but at least you must believe that science is providing the solutions that we are having today. So I say the future belongs to science and those ones who believe in science. It is very important as a characteristic of a society. You might not be scientifically gifted, but at least you must support scientists. But at the same time, once you do anything which is not science, it's also important, but you must know that the world is made up of knowledge and skills. When your mind is connected to your hands, things can happen. If your mind is disconnected to your hands, things don't happen. If your hands are not connected to what you think, then you are not able to handle life. So it's about the thinking that is connected to the action. So it is very important that whatever young people do, it's important to connect the mind to the hands, and connect what the hands do must be instructed by the mind. They cannot do actions that are not well thought. But at the same time, thinking without doing is not useful. So it's the combination of both in order to make a society a better society, a livable society. One of the most important issues is the delivery method in education. What do I mean? The example was in the year 2020 when COVID came, and we were used to our whiteboards and our pens, writing on the board and everything. All of a sudden, there was COVID, and everybody was going to stay at home. That was the biggest challenge to education. And the most important innovation was the introduction of online learning. We had to do it. And from that point onwards, education can never be the same again. It's now in hybrid format. However, it also had a problem in terms of the practical subjects, where you had to be in the lab and so forth. Of course, not everything can be done virtually. Sometimes you have to mix the chemicals. So this is one of the challenges. But one of the most important things is digital revolution. and the introduction of 5G, which has also made it even faster. So I believe this is one of the top most important innovations. Another one is basically the re-ask about what kind of education are we giving. There was disillusionment in terms of whether we were just accumulating books and accumulating certificates. Because somebody says, education is not a heap of certificates that you show to your friends. Education is what you can do. So education suffered a lot also in terms of the way it was done and its objectives. But the revolution that was made is the repurposing of education, especially within design thinking philosophy, that education has to have a purpose, it has to have a benefit. So repurposing of education from what we can call, I can call it, now it's a blue ocean strategy, whereby it's completely new that we are purposing education for industrialization and modernization. It used not to be the case. So there are a lot of things that happened. I'm not sure about the third one. What I can tell you is that the digital revolution is the one that really has driven the way education has gone. But also the reawakening of people, especially in former colonies like ourselves, whereby all of a sudden we discovered that our education, which was education 3.0, was not working for us. We have seen countries develop like the Russian Federation based on their education, Republic of China, everybody developing based on their education because it was of the right configuration. There's a tight link between industry and what happens in the institutions of higher learning. And this realization that there is that link between institutions of higher learning and industry and society is quite a revolution for me in the past decade. So, as we move forward, we believe that education is now beginning to be given in a different way, but its focus is also is different, and I believe that this is now the era where a transformed education is going to drive the world agenda in terms of what we can do. One of the most important issues was the teacher was used to stand in class with students around and drilling down. But now, because knowledge is ubiquitous, it's all over the Internet of Things, IoT, you discover that your notes are no longer the only source of information for the student. So the student has much more access to a wider range of information. So the teacher has now become more of a referee than a feeder who feeds knowledge. You can no longer feed knowledge. Knowledge is now ubiquitous. It's now about the umpire. You are like an umpire facilitating learning. And a non-digital teacher becomes completely useless. If you are non-digital, it means you have fired yourself. Because in the era where you have to teach online, there's no other way you can teach. So this is the way things have changed. But also, we have entered an era whereby it's not what the faculty wants to teach. It is what the students want to know. So there used to be a syllabus which is tick, top down, but now students are demanding a lot of what they want to know. So the teacher has to be more versatile. So it's a different era. I will talk specifically about a purposeful life. When we talk about a purposeful life, there must be a reason for doing something. It must be logical why people do things. In the society that we are living in, we have been promoting consumption with little production, or production being in very small, little hands, in very small numbers. They'll be doing production, and most of the times they want everybody else to consume. And our youth seem to have been absorbed in this consumption emotion, whereby they want to use an iPhone, but they don't know how it is made. They want to use a Samsung, they don't know how it is made. They want to use a satellite, but they don't know how it is made. They want to eat, but they don't know how the food is grown. They want to be in a comfortable bed, but they don't know how the bed is made. So the issue basically with the education that we are talking about is this consumption society, this consumptive youth who want to be happy, but they don't know who is providing their happiness, should just be turned into an education whereby they know that they are the participants in the production of that happiness, in the production of those goods and services that they so enjoy. We are basically saying we should move away from a society that is being provided to a society that provides. So, governments are responsible for transforming education so that the education begins to have a purpose and to have a benefit, and that the students that are involved in this must know that that's education. They cannot just be consuming things that are made by others. They have to be involved in the production of that happiness. Therefore, my advice to anyone who is growing up is to choose the right kind of education. Are you choosing your education in science, technology, and innovation, which provides goods? Are you getting the education that is looking at attitudes and everything so that you provide a service to that society? So basically, education is the basis upon which we begin to function as elements of a modern society. And the right kind of education is the one that gives you knowledge, that gives you skills for the purpose of providing either a good or a service, a product or a service to the society in which we live, locally, nationally, internationally, and globally. In terms of education, the main issue is what are the goals that a person has, and what is the goal of education? The goal of education is to produce goods and services for the functioning of a society. So for any educational career path, it is important that a young person chooses what they want to provide to the world, what they want as a service to the world. Education is not only about work, it is about what you enjoy to do when you are doing your work. So, first of all, it is very important as an advice to young people that as they move into life, as they begin to be providers of services in life, any education that they choose must be an education that enables them to provide goods and services for the society. Because I have to say this. First of all, at platform number one is what people need. People need shelter. People need health. People need connection. People need water. People need innovation, yeah? Because nobody wants the same thing all over again. And the education that we do must be the education whose curriculum is answering to those needs. Once your education begins to answer to people's needs, it becomes needed, and you become needed. It becomes purposeful. And that education that derives from what people need is therefore used to provide the means of production, the methods of production, which is the technology, which is the industry. And when we produce that industry, it therefore provides the human needs. So when one is choosing a pathway of education, it must be the one that is enjoyable, that a person is comfortable, that they will be able to provide for the human needs. They will be able to provide the production means, which is the industry that provides for those human needs. And they must enjoy the process. Education is about doing things that you like most, having the competent knowledge, having the competent skills for the purposes of innovation and for the purposes of industrialization and modernization of any society. Education is not a destination. It's a journey. It's continuous. It's a process. And to me, this is the very first most important thing to know. Some people say, I finished my degree. There's nothing like that. You cannot finish a degree. You can stop. You know, when I was doing my thesis, one of my professors said, a thesis is submitted. It's not finished. You can't finish a thesis. You can submit it at some point. So for it to be examined. Nobody can finish education. It therefore means lifelong learning is when you have finished or when you have reached a certain point in life, you have to continue going, because education is to learn how to learn and learn how to learn and learn how to learn. Therefore, lifelong learning becomes very important. What makes me happy about my job is that one of the most important things is that my president, His Excellency Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, is supportive of the transformation. So once you are well led, your work is much easier. It means the challenges that you are facing become surmountable. So, but the most important thing is that if you are leading a transformation that is leading to the dignity of a people, locally, nationally, internationally, and globally, you get a fulfillment. You believe you are on a mission to human dignity. Poverty doesn't dignify. So, in order to fight poverty, you fight it with education, which is completely transformed in such a way that we create a global community that is at peace with itself, that is just. But in order to do that, you have to do a transformation in the education, which says humans are equal. Humans can equally contribute. Humans can, when they are given equal opportunity, they can make a better world, where a world is made up of people who are partners, who respect each other, but they can only do that when they are educated enough. So we believe that the education trajectory that we are taking, the transformation that we are taking, which is called Heritage-Based Education 5.0, for modernization and industrialization of Zimbabwe, therefore, for the dignity and respect of the people of Zimbabwe, and therefore, for the dignity and respect of the people of Africa, and therefore, for the dignity and respect of the people of the world, can only be fulfilling because it is the right thing to do. You want to create participants in the world economy. You don't want to create spectators in the world economy. And in doing so, you can only do that through a correct education configuration, a correct education transformation that relies on innovation, that relies on industrialization, that relies on science, that relies on technology for the purposes of making sure that everybody lives in dignity. That gives me satisfaction. But I'm inspired by humanity. I'm inspired by the endurance of humanity, by the hope in humanity, by making sure that humanity lives to its fullest extent, by mutual respect, by co-creating, by creating together, by being multipolar, working together, doing more things. So to me, I'm inspired by a world that is inspired.
Dear audience, welcome back to the third Global Impact Conference, Education X Catalyst of the Future. Here we are talking about the trends, the challenges and opportunities of education in the years to come. We've explored the role of science, culture, entrepreneurship in the times of change and innovative trends that are influencing the global educational landscape. Educational transformation couldn't be complete if we only focused on schools and universities. We have to think about employees as well as lifelong learning is one of the key trends that have developed over the past few years. That's why I'm proud to announce our next session titled The Corporate Jedi, HR Trends in the Jedi World, where Jedi stands for justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. According to statistics, Jedi companies are better at attracting investment by 66% due to their reputation for offering a variety of solutions and ideas, which are a more viable company and a more stable economy. Our speakers from different parts of the world will explore the HR trends that currently influence the labor market as well as tools that we use to promote a fair business environment and attract and retain talent in the workplace. I'm turning the floor over to Ms. Laura Chkonia, researcher at the Institute for International Studies, MGIMO, and Ms. Olga Oreshnikova, CEO, Forbes Congress. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies. Thank you for the warm welcoming and your hard working during the day today. Hello to the online audience. Thank you very much for welcoming us here. So let's start. The after lunch session is always very difficult to start. So a diverse and inclusive culture in a workplace is a must today. It is a key to attracting and retaining talents. It is a driving force to achieving the SDG, catalyst for positive impact, and also a guarantee for the future the next generation deserves. We have gathered here today with the four worldly acknowledged professionals, HR experts, each specializing in different fields, from the state corporation with more than 290,000 employees, through the HR service network covering 300 cities in China, to the government authority developing tourism in one of the most sustainable destinations in the world.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will be co-moderating with Olga today, and I'm pleased to introduce our guests for today. First of all, Ms. Tatyana Terentьева, Deputy Director General for HR of Rosatom. Api Karapetyan, Chairman of the Armenian HR Association. Hilal Al-Jadidi, Chief Human Capital Officer at the Oman Tourism Development Company. Chan Zhenchun, CEO of the CIIC Shandong Human Resources Services Co. And Mehdi Azadvari, Director of the Eurasia Economic Research Center.
So the first question is to Mr. Azadvari. You lead the Eurasia Economic Research Center that is focused on exploring opportunities and challenges for the European market. Please tell us, from the economic point of view, how does the labor market look today? And according to the ILO monitor of the world of work, unemployment and inequality both look set to rise nowadays due to multiple economic and political crises. What strategies implemented by corporate Jedis could help boost the market economy? And what current HR trends could you highlight? And maybe you could pick one that is with us to stand for the next 5 years.
Thank you for your question. I would like to first thank the Rosatom company and all the colleagues from implementing this program. If I talk about Eurasia trade and challenges and opportunity we have in the future, we should talk about blind market. For example, if we have a good profit for the future, we should perspective and looking in the future profit, not for the short term. If we would like have a good plan for worker and companies that want to get profit for the future, we should attention to the some facilities and some situation we have in. For example, in political development is so important, because if we would like have a good situation for increase our activity in a worker and or the producer, we should have a balanced situation without any crisis, without any something that happen, all of the decision for producer or worker. And if we would like to attention to educational, for example, the educational should be changed in the with new perspective to the future economy, because in the new future economy change some activities and maybe should be focused on some field of every education. Digital marketing is improving all the years, and I think should be changed and increase our activity about digital marketing. And all the companies, big companies, should have a good strategy about the digital marketing also. In Eurasia market, I'm talking about Eurasian market, but all the market related and dependent to Eurasia market, not just Eurasia market. Should attention to how can I say, calm market, not a very crazy market. I think all of the for example, a lot of things related to have a good future for worker, producer, that we should attention to it. If it's not enough. If you have any question, I have.
Maybe you can name the HR trend today, one of the trends that helps to retain the talent. What do you use there?
About talent of?
Talent? Employees?
Mm-hmm. Now we should looking forward the new market, and some of the producer, if thinking with new talent, they should looking the long-term profit, not short-term profit. Short-term profit may be increased during a short time, but it's not sustainable. It's not, we cannot keep it for a long time. We should thinking for a long term. If we thinking as a talent producer or organization, we should have a long strategy about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And let's move on to the next speaker, Ms. Terentьeva. You have 18 years of experience in human resources, and a very large and important part of that experience was the development and the implementation of Rosatom's HR strategy. And as we know, Rosatom is one of the biggest corporations that is really spearheading a lot of wonderful initiatives about bringing sustainability to daily operations and to talent management in general. From this perspective, which tools, frameworks, just ideas in general, do you think you are successfully implementing when it comes to retaining talent, first and foremost within the context of Jedi? So as we already said, justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And how do you think some of your successful best practices within such a large corporation can be used for smaller companies, which obviously have less resources?
Thank you very much, Laura, for your questions. And I continue in Russian. It's more comfortable for me.
Well, indeed, Rosatom today is the best employer in Russia on the domestic market, and it's the biggest leader in the international nuclear market as well. And this is where, in a way, we reflect all the challenges that any corporation at some point comes across. Our company employs all the 5 generations of people available on the markets. And indeed, like elsewhere in the world, we have among our employees the generation born in 1945, the X generation, the Y generation, the Z generation, and the Alpha generation. So it's a very diverse world. It's diverse in terms of age and values and vision. And we're truly a melting pot of all of them. And naturally, another trend we are witnessing today is the growing Z generation. And these are young people with a completely different set of values, with completely different attitudes and vision. And us as a corporation are there to understand how we bring them together in a productive way, how we get together several generations in one company and ensure they work effectively. Well, the Z generation certainly is quite different. In fact, I was quite amazed to hear this figure from Princess when she said in Africa they have 70% of young people out in the market that is aged under 30. That's a shocking number, truly. And of course, this is going to bring along quite special and quite different tools that can be used with them. But our future is with the Z generation, and as all of us present here are certainly different from them. I mean, to you, work is not only about work, it's about finding the value, identifying the value you are sharing with the community, you're transmitting to the world. And in fact, this transpires in your report because you're giving a lot of importance to environmental protection, to climate change. In fact, climate change is indeed one of the driving forces in the thinking of the Z generation. And of course, when it comes to the employers, when they are out there hunting for the talents, what's going to truly matter when they hire the youth is to understand what their missions are, to what extent the Z generation employees are going to share the values of the company. As the company is gaining influence, it's thinking a lot about how exactly it can contribute to the societal development, to building the community, to exploring and developing the territories we're working in. And naturally, this resonates tremendously with Rosatom, because whenever we find ourselves in a new country, we always discover a whole different level of education, a different set of values. It's additional jobs, it's a high level of localization. We're there to build the new production sites, new energy power facilities are built there. So our mission and our vision is to make the world better, and we need to understand whether or not it's consonant with youth, whether it resonates with them. Now, another trend that's underway is that this generation is expanding, the Z generation, but at the same time, we badly lack staff these days, and retaining the staff becomes a critical goal for us. I mean, the change of technologies and the current turmoil and turbulence makes it inevitable to create a community where we will provide continuous learning opportunities. So it's about whether a human being can find a way and a setting where they can continuously develop, where they can acquire new skills and competences if these are in demand. And this is what we seek to offer, because effectively this is truly the core of our developmental strategy. In fact, one of the key challenges in education these days, I believe, is as follows. In the first place, you've got to learn to understand how you readjust all your operations to a new setting. At the same time, how you make sure you transmit the skills and competences necessary for your business development to the younger staff. I mean, the higher ed degree usually takes 5 years to get on the average. But in our field in particular, in any high-tech area, actually, that's is built on fundamental science and research, there is just no way you can grasp it all in no time, in a couple of years. I mean, because we're working with high risks, high exposures, because whatever is about nuclear technologies is at all times about a great responsibility and liability. And this affects the way we think, our philosophy, the way we treat education. So how we go about overcoming this challenge is not clear for the time being, and it will take us longer to understand this. But what we are doing already is certainly being quite productive. We're seeing some fruit of it already. I mean, we want to see how exactly what people know, their competence and expertise, how this is going to be used in practice. And that's exactly the aspiration of the younger people joining us. I mean, we work with the students in the second year. That's when we announce our contests for our high-tech projects. We tend to recruit them, saying, guys, there is an opportunity for you to show what you're capable of and to show your interest and enthusiasm. And if they're truly passionate about this, and if they have this intellectual curiosity, they come and join us in the second year of the university already. And that's a great incentive for them to carry on exploring fundamental science and theory, because we see kids tend to opt less frequently for mathematics and physics in their final exams in school, which is quite alarming, because we need to understand how we keep them interested in maths and physics, because these are, in fact, the foundation core disciplines that are indispensable for going on in our field. And in fact, without this foundation, maths and physics, you will not be able to progress. I mean, certainly you've got to acquire soft skills and general skills to succeed, but you cannot do without these two fundamental disciplines. Now, another important priority for us is the equilibrium of our staff. We have about 30% of youth employees, then about 40% of employees aged 30 to 45. And in fact, thanks to this age equilibrium, we have a higher degree of productivity, and the efficacy of our operations seems to be quite successful. We also give a lot of attention to feedback from our staff, and we make a special focus on improving our strategy, on developing our staffing policy, because in this fashion we really encourage our staff to become the co-creators of what's going on in the company, to share the ownership of what's going on. That's how we empower them. Now, mental health has been covered today, and it certainly is really a great value. I mean, the emotional states, the mental condition of employees is certainly going to be important for the healthier environments in the workplace. In fact, jointly with our staff, we are working hard to understand what tools are available to manage this challenge, the challenge of a poor mental condition at a time of great turmoil and insecurity. And this comes with feedback and is done through feedback, because when we involve our staff into developing our tools, into devising our strategy, we certainly get far more feedback and interest from them. And also they share to a much greater extent the understanding of why the company does certain things and what exactly it's doing. Now, next, there is this challenge of continuous lifelong development, right? We are a huge corporate entity. In fact, altogether, we total over 300,000 people. We have lots of new business domains, and we've got to stay tuned. I mean, we really have to be on the cutting edge in terms of our skills and competences. We have plenty of very talented people, and they actually are capable of teaching. In fact, this is one of our major strategies. We already have our own research schools. In fact, just take any one of our institutions, and you'll see that our staff members get involved with the research schools. They apply for PhD courses. Also, we work a lot with the students. In fact, we do IT schools, whereby we work with the school children and students, higher ed students, so that everyone has an opportunity to upgrade their qualifications and to learn additional professional skills from the expert working just next to them. And in fact, experts, technical professional experts in their respective areas really feel so much fulfilled and so rewarded, because they see what they know is worth sharing, and there is a wish to learn from them. So we have the Chief Engineer School, we have the Designer School, and this makes it possible to merge everyone together. Altogether, we have over 400 institutions working under our organization, and in this way we work to get them to speak the same language and to exchange things in this shared corporate language. Now, last and not the least thing here is that we have outgrown the corporate entity. We're working in 27 cities to preserve the interest among the children and students in what we do and in our core disciplines. We seek to engage their teachers and their parents alike. In fact, I believe we are the first ones in Russia to talk about that. We talk to parents. We do the parents' universities, or we work with the parental elites, as we call it. We encourage parents to come and join us so they untap the potential of their children, so that they can advise their children regarding their career choices, because they all ask themselves this question: what's the profession of the future? What's a good job for the future? And secondly, we continuously work with the teachers, because teachers are those who are at all times in touch with the children, and they play a special role in identifying the interests, the inclinations of their students. Diversity matters a lot to us. I see the leaders of our female nuclear community here, and I can't but reiterate that that is a very important focal area for us. In fact, the projects our female colleagues launch, where they take the lead both domestically and globally, are an inseparable constituent of what we do and of our policy across the world. In fact, the rate of our female employees is about 30%, which is actually higher than elsewhere in the energy sector, although again, we're far beyond being just an energy sector company. And again, this female leadership is an important contribution to our staffing policy.
Ms. Karapetyan, you are a renowned HR professional, coaching expert, and a consultant. And over the years, you have built a carefully curated and highly impactful HR network in Armenia. Could you please tell us what strategy could one use to replicate your achievements? And probably you can tell us what is your opinion on the role of an HR specialist in the corporate world today? And we would be thankful if you name some trends in talent acquisition and management.
Thank you for the question, and really enjoy being here in good company. And I will switch to Russian too, just to be together. I mean, when you are in Russia, you have to speak Russian.
Well, effectively, the HR community of Armenia, I believe, is a story about friendship. It's about professional friendship, naturally. Our network was established back in 2008. There were 8 of us in the entire country of Armenia working on HR, 3 of which came over to say this was all confidential stuff, so they were not going to share anything with anyone. Right now, we have 700 professionals working with us. We have 600 active members. And everyone is extremely proactive in sharing. Now, how did this work out this way? Well, there are subjective and objective reasons for this. You see, the Armenian nation as such are extremely friendly and inclusive, and they have a lot of warmth to share. That's why friendships work out fine in Armenia. But also there are some objective things. There are some particular things that have helped us. Maybe we've served as good role models because we shared, we talked about it, we raised public awareness, we did mastery classes, we did conferences, we did activities, we demonstrated all kinds of tools we were using, and gradually our colleagues learned to share as well, just the way we did. I believe people need to rely on some kind of vision, a concept, and it has to be a powerful one. Like, let's get united, let's develop business, let's develop the country, let's develop together. Also, there is a thing called habit. We just have this habit of being friends. We're just used to being friends, We're not doing and have never done anything supernatural or extraordinary. But our network, the HR Association of Armenia, is indeed one of the strongest professional unions in the country. I mean, I certainly don't want to hurt the feelings of any other association or professional community, but we are doing a lot. In fact, we're running lots of social programs. In particular, after 2020, we have set up a program to provide aid and assistance to war veterans. Over 1,500 soldiers are in professional and technical retraining programs we run, so we get them back to the labor market. Also, we do programs for teenagers whom we had after the war as refugees. So we help them find their professional way and define their professional choice. So come and see us. So you see how it works. In fact, in May, we're going to host a conference. So please do come and join us there. As to the trends now, well, I certainly wouldn't like to just reiterate what's been said before, but what I say is certainly going to echo your words. I mean, there are several trends ongoing. It's being quite stormy these days. It's like being in the volcano world, so you can either be buried under the lava or you can find some true precious gems in it if you have this inner awareness of that what's going on still offers you an opportunity if you wish to see it in this way. I mean, naturally, there is this mass migration online and offline. We're witnessing this, and the HR profession is undergoing some major changes. This is quite visible and obvious. Communication technologies are also changing because the information communication channels we used to use before are no longer all that helpful. We see plenty of changes in the daily operations in HR processes because artificial intelligence is developing at an amazing pace. And in fact, it makes it possible for us to take our HR decisions using big data while overcoming the bias inherent to the decisions we take and to the solutions we find. Also, we see lots of changes as to how we retain people in corporations, how we provide our staff with training and education. Well, in a nutshell, it's HR processes that are not any longer going top-down. These days, these processes are bottom to top. In fact, the promotion programs are changing a lot these days. And if we want to do some good for the staff, we ought to ask them, what exactly do you want? How do you see your future? And we need to refocus people's mind as well so that they keep pace with the changes ongoing. Superior technologies, innovations, innovative training, upskilling, reskilling trainings, whatever is available, whatever can be done in no time. All kinds of rapid courses and solutions are certainly used in HR. Now, health programs, and I'm not only referring to physical health, we're paying a lot of attention to mental health, to social health and well-being, and to the financial health and well-being, because, managing your own budget also takes quite a lot of skills. What I can see is how my colleagues in HR gather information and data from all kinds of other professional domains or disciplines. We learn SMM, we learn anthropology, sociology, psychology, coaching. We do TOT, project management, task management. Whatever comes our way, we ought to do, because we ought to learn whatever is available to be able to perform better. Now, how do we see our role? Well, everybody asks us this question. Who are we? What are we? We are intermediaries, we're partners, we're counselors, we're consultants. God knows who we are. In fact, take a family. I mean, who does the HR work in your household? Is it a nanny, a granny, a mom, a dad, a child, a partner? Well, naturally, it depends on the company, on where they work, the area they work in, and the number of staff in this company. Of course, the distribution of these roles can be different. If you ask me, mine is going to be a very subjective answer. Because, not only I am a woman, but naturally I have a bias because everyone is quite subjective. So I think the best promoting role is the role of a friend. I mean, a friend is someone you can come and share things with. It's someone you can turn to for assistance, for help. It's someone who will tell you the bitter truth, but it's going to be honest. A friend is someone who is always there for you. It's someone you can vent to. It's someone you listen to, and it's someone you can always respond to at all times. I mean, it's up to you. Choose your role. I've made my choice, and I wish you did the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that the
Большое спасибо. Да, идея.
I liked it a lot. Let's move on to our next speaker who's joining us online, Mr. Al-Jadidi. Welcome We are very excited to hear your opinion, and let's jump right into the first question. The Oman Tourism Development Company was established as an executive arm of the Sultanate, responsible for delivering the 2040 National Tourism Strategy objectives. Needless to say, I think everyone in this hall knows how difficult the past couple of years have been for the tourism industry, for obvious reasons, and I guess it's really crucial that there are some important takeaways and lessons learned as we move forward. Please share your opinion on what you think some of the big current shifts in the sector have been. What are the steps that you've taken to retain talent? And what are some initiatives that you've led to really unleash the potential of the Sultanate's tourism sector and just ensure the maximum level of tolerance, multiculturalism, and diversity in the workplace?
Thank you very much, Olga. And I'm really delighted to be joining with you online for this important conference. And I wish I was there with you guys, but I think we have always a chance to be there, definitely. I think a fantastic discussion so far from my colleagues in the panel. And I would join my voice about that this is really an important time for us as a humanity globally, and also for us as an HR professionals, because currently within this current period, we are really witnessing the difficulty, or the most difficult and unprecedented type of challenges in facing HR professionals. So to answer your question in pieces, I would like to probably start with the context, what's happening with the global tourism as an industry. And then I will delve into what's happening regionally with us in the Middle East, just to bring a fantastic picture to what's happening. And then I will zoom in into Umran and Oman in particular. And we will talk about that in details. I think the tourism industry, the good news is recovering after, as you mentioned, Olga, that we are now lifting up all of the pre-COVID precautions, limitations, travel restrictions, and I think that's good news for all of us. Now we are witnessing at an industry level that there is a fantastic recovery. There is a hunger for travel, to visit destinations, to try new experiences, which is a good thing for the tourism industry. And I think this also is leading that probably there would be around 120 million jobs would need to be filled, will need to be created within the tourism industry globally. And I think that's a fantastic news for the global HR community, for the global job seekers, as the tourism industry is also recovering, is probably getting back to normal. And I think we learned really fantastic lessons from COVID time, that domestic tourism is really important as well as international. Hence, there were new trends in industries, in tourism industry in particular globally, to really focus on the internal tourism, to focus on creating an experiences that people can go to, can experience, while there were some challenges with international travels between a place to place. So employment is picking up. There are few opportunities will be coming to create fantastic job opportunities. If we look at the jobs in general, every 3 jobs that would be created globally, there will be one specified for tourism industry. And I think this is fantastic news. The tourism is really affecting everywhere, and that spillover effect is getting in all of the industries, as we are supporting in tourism all of other industries. Definitely with that would come the need for capacity building, upskilling, reskilling, the different type of jobs are also changing, and we are moving to automation, digitization. This digitization is also of some process and procedures within the tourism industry in general, probably hospitality in particular. And I think we are also witnessing very soon that there would be a growth in the tourism industry at about, is expected in the next probably 3 years, at a global level, 6% growth on the contribution for the GDP, which is almost doubling any other normal or conventional type of growth when it comes to GDP. And I think all what I'm trying to say at a global level, tourism is recovering, and I think we are getting into a positive solution in a positive period as we learn to be agile to deal with those type of crises. Now, zooming down a bit into the region, I'm talking in particular about the Middle East and specific about the Gulf region. As all of you know that this year in specific, probably late last year, we are also witnessing good type of traffic is coming into the region. I'm sure that all of you guys are witnessing now or seeing the World Cup and the fantastic, enthusiasm and type of energy for all of the world is looking at Qatar now as a place when it comes to seeing the World Cup. It's a fantastic vibe, what's happening here in the region. It's also good for the tourism industry, the traffic with the airlines. Oman is benefiting from this, UAE, Riyadh is benefiting also from this, at Saudi. I think the whole GCC, Gulf Country Council, is benefiting from the traffic coming to Qatar. Early this year also there was an expo in UAE, and I think you know also what's happening here. And I'm currently in Riyadh, but also Riyadh is booming when it comes to tourism and the type of experiences that you know. And of course, we are also blessed in Oman with a fantastic growth happening in tourism. It's either externally or generally the fantastic also kind of connections we have from an airlines perspective to other cities within the world. So a lot is happening at the Gulf level. I think also from a demographics point of view, we have probably the youngest segment of nations of youth, with almost 60 to 65% of all of our population are young and hungry to learn and contribute to the workforce. With that definitely come the pressure to really create some jobs, not only jobs, it's a meaningful jobs to this youth, so they can really contribute to the nation, contribute to the whole economy boom, what's happening. So talking about globally, talking about regionally, now focusing in Oman in itself and being also I'm part of Oman Tourism Development Company, where we are responsible to lead the tourism industry as a government-owned company. There are some priorities that we are currently handling, aligned again with what's happening at the regional, at the global level. And we have what we call the Oman 2040 vision, where we are trying to diversify our economy and move away from depending on oil alone. And tourism as an industry is one of those identified opportunities with all what we are blessed with in Oman in terms of different seasons, different topographies, different locations and places that we would expect to double our contribution when it comes to the GDP contribution as a tourism. There is also that within the Oman 2040 vision, led by our Sultan, there is the need to create an industry and create around 250,000 jobs until we reach 230. So when we talk about 230 jobs, either they are an direct kind of jobs or indirect jobs that comes after the development of the whole industry, besides also creating the small and medium enterprises, the SME communities within Oman, in particular in the tourism economy. There is also this priority of job creation, as I said, employment, besides also creating type of capacity building programs where we train, where we develop people to grow within the tourism industry. We have fantastic stories when it comes to oil and gas as an industry. It has been established over 60 years in the Sultanate, in the country. Similarly, when it comes with the telecom, with the banking, it's the time now to really develop the tourism industry and also create it as a hub, as an employer of choice when it comes to the young, talented students, I would say, studying at the school chairs now, and think about tourism as a go-to type of an industry is in the near future. Part of also the current challenges is really having this young population of motivated youth, motivated, I would say, talented individuals who would be joining the workforce community in the next 3 to 5 years. So really looking into the strategies, how we can attract them, how can we prepare them, what are the important competencies, skills, interventions that we needed really to equip ourselves with. So we have really a tight agenda, and I think it's an ambitious plan where we will need to create a pipeline of talented locals joining the tourism industry. With that, answering your last part, Olga, the type of initiatives that we are dealing. So when it comes to the hospitality sector, talking about hotels, talking about resorts and type of hospitality assets, I think we are mature there in terms of employability in particular. So at least within Omran portfolio, as we own around 25 different hotels in the hospitality section alone, we are close to almost 50% of most of our workforce talent are locals, are Omanis. However, that doesn't stop us, as we have an ambitious localization agenda. We call it Omanization in the country. To really localize our workforce, we are aiming to improve this percentage by probably 30% more in the coming 3 years and inject more talented people into our portfolio. With that, we are focusing not only into the quantity, rather we are trying to build some capacity when it comes to the leadership of those hospitality sectors. And we are now building a leadership development programs aiming to prepare Omanis to take leading roles when it comes at a hotel manager, hotel executive roles, or even managing and experiences or different assets within the hospitality. And also we are targeting to really get more graduates and equip them with some vocational type of training and capacity building programs, so they are prepared to handle a hands-on experience opportunities that all of those assets will depend on, and then we would create definitely a career perspective for the pipeline of employees that would be joining the industry. We are also, as Amran Group, we are also controlling to some extent the supply of this talented people through providing a good educational programs, as we own a tourism college. We call it Oman Tourism College. And this is where we try to prepare, we try to educate, upskill, and build the capacity for the employees of the group as well as for the country. So we are really working hard to collaborate with different industry leaders, with different academia partners also, to provide fantastic or relevant training programs that is in need with what's happening in the industry. Having said that, we are also focusing into building a collaboration forum where we, as an industry leader, when it comes to tourism, we talk to the academia, and in a constant type of forums, So we don't work in silos, we don't work in an isolation. Rather, they know what our requirements when it comes to the skill set, competencies, the type of skills that we require in the country. And also we listen to them what type of challenges that they have in the academia. We can provide them when it comes to the hands-on experience, or also the type of on-job training happening at the country level. So a lot is happening. We are ambitious. We are also hopeful that we would create the footprint for the country, for the region. And before I close my contribution, this is an open invitation to all of you guys, to the panelists, to the esteemed attendees of this conference, to visit Oman, to experience Oman, to also learn from us, and also we learn from you. We are very open-minded, and we love to see you all guys in Oman very soon.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Jadidi. It's so nice to know that employees of the tourism organization found enough stamina to survive the pandemic era, and now when the tourism in the Gulf region is recovering, they're enjoying working in such a meaningful sphere for the country. Thank you very much. So now we are going to China. Mr. Zhang is joining us from China today, where he leads CIIC, a major backbone enterprise administered by central government and specializing in human resources, providing services for more than 50,000 companies covering 388 cities in China and reaching 7 million employees worldwide. CIIC has been rated as one of the top 500 Chinese companies and top 100 Chinese service enterprises. Mr. Zhang, the floor is yours. Please tell us more about your company journey, goals, and vision. And probably you could share also some ideas about HR trends in China. And probably you could give us some tips for both the company aiming to join the Chinese market and a young specialist interested in developing his or her career in China.
Distinguished guests of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. If people have common aspirations, they wouldn't feel too far from each other, even if they're divided by thousands of kilometers. Even though pandemic can separate us in space, but it cannot separate me from my friends, from the hope for mutual cooperation. I'm very happy. It's a great pleasure for me to meet my friends from around the world and together with you to participate in this International Global Impact Conference 2022. On behalf of the CIIC company, I congratulate you on the successful conducting of the conference. The topic of my presentation is innovation, integration, and technology as the new moving force of developing international labor resource. Innovation is a key driving force that contributes to a quick development of goods and services. A key element that brings together innovation, technology, cooperation, and development. The labor resources are an important foundation to create value and develop new development models. Being an important element for strengthening of China through developing of labor resources and a priority strategy of promoting the employment of the population, the HR industry plays an increasingly important role in contributing employment and unlocking China's potential in HR and socio-economic developments. In terms of policy, a number of measures were taken to develop the HR services industry. In recent years, the Ministry of Labor and Social Measures of the People's Republic of China developed a number of measures to expand the HR industry by pursuing a priority strategy of employing the population, which contributed to the high rate of development of the HR industry in the country. In terms of the size of the industry, the number of people employed there grows. At the end of 2021, China had 59,100 in HR, which is 29% higher versus the same period last year in 2020. The number of people employed was over 1 million people, That's 11% higher versus the same period last year in 2020. This data demonstrates a trend for growth. On the one hand, the opportunity to expand services expands. In 2021, the 59,000 organizations provided their labor resources to more than 50 million employees. That's more than in the same period in 2020. In terms of demographics, the changing structure of the population led to more opportunities for the HR industry. The aging of the population is becoming ever more evident. The number of preferential features for employees goes down. According to the China Research Foundation, in 2022, the share of the population aged 65 and above will reach 14%. The transition to an aging society will be completed. That will be accompanied by a smaller number of active population that would be reduced to 57%. In general, the level of education of the population grows, and the supply of highly qualified personnel grows as well. And this, for example, accelerates the development of the industrial cluster. Since the time that the Labor Ministry opened the first labor park in Shanghai in 2010, this accelerated the supply of the provision of labor services in China. According to statistics, in 2016, the amount of funds raised peaked at 12 billion yuan. And in 2015, the number of undertakings to raise money peaked. The capital is used in a rational way, and investments mostly go to headquarters and industry companies. Currently, the world has entered the digital economy world. The pandemic accelerated this transition. The pace of innovation change in HR industry is getting quicker. The digital intelligence and the green agenda are the key trends in the modernization of the industry. In the future, we will focus on three aspects to actively promote the innovative developments of the industry. First, labor resources develop quickly, are transformed and modernized. There will be an inter-industry integration of labor resources. Relying on an online platform and on high-level offline services, we can provide a full scale of HR services, recruitment, retention, and releasing those employees who do not meet customer needs. To help transition to a model, a platform plus individual, to develop a high-level corporate culture. Second aspect, radical change in labor relations, developing of HR platform based on new technology will bring its benefits. In the future, employees will have much more personal traits and experience, and they will be able to overcome various limitations. I believe that this new HR environment will become much more resilient. Thirdly, CIIC pays a lot of attention to a combination between the HR business with a new level of technology. The spread of more traditional offline services to online, and also developing of HR systems based on big data, following people's life cycle. Strong youth means a strong country. Young individuals have been born at the right time, and they have a huge responsibility. They have a lot of opportunity to unlock their talents. The all-encompassing market and quick development of China, growing international influence and better career opportunities attract more and more foreigners to come and work in China. And today I would like to use the opportunity and give some advice to the foreigners who are looking to find a job in China. First, being rational and believing in themselves, applying themselves to a certain trade, to a particular trade. If previously foreigners came to China to get a glimpse of the country, now many of them come to find career or personal growth. The stability of employment in China continues to grow, and foreigners are more and more increasingly being welcomed by our local companies. Second, you want to learn Chinese well and integrate in the cultural environment. It is always good to be fluent in Chinese to find employment. Often nationals who are fluent in the Chinese understand the culture better integrate in the office environment, and better get to terms with their Chinese colleagues. Third, you've got to have some skills. The areas that employ foreigners are teaching of foreign languages, IT, finance, PR, marketing, etc. A key to success in finding a job is the availability of past relevant experience. But of course, there are certain specialized areas where highly qualified experts are required, such as international actuaries, engineers, and other highly specialized areas. Fourth, you want to value your friends. In China, we say that when you're at home, you rely on your parents, but once you're out in the street, you rely on your friends. In China, we make many friends and develop our social networks by developing our social connections to find valuable resources and exchange information that could help us take better decisions. 5. You want to be able to combine the Chinese and international way of thinking. When we combine traditional and innovative ways of thinking with the Chinese ones, when we innovate and adapt some models, we get better results and we arrive at better work models. 6. Choose the right city to live. Often foreigners want to live in the first-tier cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Although the first-tier cities have more opportunities for work and more resources, you can find a much higher cost of living and a high level of stress, higher versus the cities of the second tier. Even though second and third tier cities are developing and there is not so much competition there, so foreigners would have more opportunities to develop. In the traditional Chinese culture, there is a proverb that expresses our attitude to talent. Every 10 steps you will find a blooming flower. That means that you can find talent everywhere, and preserving talent is a good tradition of the Chinese nation. Currently, China believes that talent is the most important resource, and our strategic development is defined through talent, and by creating an atmosphere to invite talents, we become more open and more pragmatic. We tend to establish conditions for talent to come to China, to innovate and be entrepreneurial, and to carry out their investment ideas. We are separated by distance, but we have shared dreams and ideals. Dear guests, dear friends, let's work together to share the development of opportunities and to create a brighter future, to further strengthen cooperation, to develop an HR ecosystem and to make a contribution to the global developments. In conclusion, I once again wish very fruitful work to the participants of the conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, and on that...
Дамы и господа, и на этом выступление господина Шунга завершило нашу встречу, и я позволю себе объединить некоторые основные тезисы наших обсуждений сегодня. Надеюсь, что это вдохновит вас на некоторые размышления. Итак, каковы основные вызовы, стоящие перед нами сегодня? Стремительно меняющийся рынок труда. Мы работаем с очень разными поколениями по возрасту. От теории надо стремительно переходить к практике. Далее надо обеспечить равновесие гендерное и возрастное. Очень важен обмен знаниями и опытом, адаптация к ситуации кризиса и адаптация к новым технологиям. А также высокие ожидания, которые сегодня есть у работников от работодателей, и необходимы новые формы и типы работы, которые сегодня возникает понимать и развивать, а также новые навыки. Сегодня они необходимы для того, чтобы адаптироваться к этим новым типам труда. И на этом передаю слово моему со-модератору. Может быть, последнее мы упустили, а именно чувствовать ограничение времени. Благодарим аудиторию за ваше внимание и выступающих за ваши глубокие мысли. Спасибо нашим великолепным модераторам и спасибо за эти выводы.
Thank you to our experts. And there was another saying that could be a slogan to today's event. Youth is the strength of the country. Strong youth, strong country. We could not agree more. So thank you for your thoughtful insights. And let me give you some numbers showing that we sitting here in this workspace are not the only ones following the discussions here in Mayak Academy. Numbers. 414,000 viewers in VK, it's the most popular Russian social medium. Over 30,000 online views on the GIC web page. And this is for now. I think there will be more, I'm sure about that. And to be more precise, well, this number in total, it's almost 1/3 of the population of Nizhny Novgorod, the city where we are now. So thank you, our online, our offline participants, for your interest and for your attention. And we are ready to explore new technologies that 10 years ago seemed like a dream, like a science fiction. We are going to listen to this showcase from AR to Web3, shaping the future of education. According to some estimates, here will be some more numbers, more than $400 billion will be invested in educational technology projects by 2025, including AR and VR. It's augmented reality and virtual reality, inclusive educational software, smart boards, immersive technology, and decentralization. So, in this session, experts will look at the major groundbreaking innovations in EdTech, which have already been implemented in some countries, and discuss their likely evolution in the future. So let me introduce the moderator of this session. It's Mr. Gagi Kharutyunyan. He's leading green initiatives with international outreach in Armenia, working at Yegvart Youth Ecological. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, can you hear me? Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this panel session. My name is Gagi Kharutyunyan. I'm from Armenia. I'm an international relations specialist, youth worker, climate activist, and also part of Impact Team 2050. I'm very happy to be on this stage with these amazing speakers, and we are going to talk about a very interesting topic about educational technologies, about the future of educational technologies and how it's going to be more accessible and inclusive. And we are going to talk about the evolution of education technologies in the future. So let me introduce our amazing speakers. First of all, His Excellency Dr. Abdul Latif Al-Shamsi, former President and CEO, Higher Colleagues of Technology and founder of Metaversity. Please welcome. Our second speaker is Raman Talwar. He was going to join us online. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it offline. He is CEO and founding director Simulanis from India. I hope you can hear us clapping. Timur Bergaliev, CEO of Biotronics Lab, head of the Laboratory of Applied Cybernetics System. Please welcome. Magjan Kistaubayev, R&D Director, STEM Academia. And And also, we have one more speaker from Turkey, Erkan Altuk Yilmaz, a gamification expert. Please welcome. Okay, perfect. So let's start. Your Excellency, I'm honored to welcome you at Global Impact Conference, named as one of the most influential Arabs of both 2021 and 2022 by the Arabian Business. Ranked as one of the top presidents of Global Executive of the Year, you are the face of educational leadership that the world is striving for right now. Please tell us more about your initiative, the Metaversity, that, as you once said, I'm citing, will allow our imaginations lead the way to design environments that are unique and custom built for individual learning experience. Please tell us more about Metaversity.
Thank you, Gaki. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashraf al-mursaleen. Good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to extend my sincere thanks to GIC for inviting me and to be part of this group, elite group, talking about the future of education and how exciting to talk about the future of education. I'm from the United Arab Emirates. I came from Dubai, where is the maximum temperature in the winter, it's about 20 degrees. But coming here with minus 11, showing you how human can survive that change of a temperature in a very short time. So I have a little presentation to you. I want to talk about how do we move from university to metaversity. It's a concept that we have learned a lot during the COVID-19 and the impact that made on us to do a transformation of education from face-to-face to online in a very short period of time. We have learned so much from that experience, but also on the other hand, it has challenged us, and we have seen a lot of gaps. And that's why I start with the slide saying that I called it the Great Reset. It's not economically, but it's a reset button for all universities in the world to rethink education. The advantages of many academic institutions that has, because of the legacy, the experience, the hundreds of years history, it is no longer applicable with the Gen Z. Why? Because the way we deliver education today to our youth is very different. It has to be different. We cannot teach our kids the way we were taught. We have to bring technology more alive and more engaging and more exciting for our students to be on board, to be more engaged. So it's time to move from university to metaversity. It's a reset button. It's an open to all institutions and to learn from what we had. But many of you will say that, well, technology has been there, even prior COVID-19. We use MOOCs, we use blended learning, flipped classroom, so it was part of it. So what difference did it make? But when the transition happened, and during COVID-19, it has accelerated many of those technology to be implemented immediately, so we don't discontinue education. And we were so excited about it. Many countries brag that education did not discontinue. But wait a second, there was a lot of gaps. Do we seriously believe that our kids have learned 100% during COVID-19, during the online? Of course not. We've seen it. Maybe it's, yes, it did not discontinue education, but maybe it's about 50 to 60%, I would say, they have gained from the learning experience. But there was a lot of gaps. It have accelerated many of the technology implementation. It had made our faculty and teachers more experienced in using the technology, because when you teach through online, it's different than when you teach face-to-face. You have to engage with the students. How do you engage them? With face-to-face communication, you see the eyes of the students who looking at you, they are paying attention. Well, online through a 2D screen, you don't know what's happening on the other side. You don't know how much of the students are really benefiting or learning from what you are saying. So you have to use different pedagogical tools educationally to be able, and we've seen our faculty have significantly improved, but it's still, there was a gap. Now with the COVID-19 is over, students back to school, we thought, oh, look how students are excited to go back to learning. No, they are going back to see their friends more than learning. And this is why it's time where we need to think post-COVID-19 into more of a hybrid learning model, where we bring our students, yes, on a campus, because this is the human face-to-face is important, but how do you maintain that engagement through online with more efficient and more active? And that makes us really rethink, do we need our campuses and schools 70–80% made of physical classrooms, where we know today we can deliver a good quality education, maybe online, and more better, of course, through the metaverse. So that gives a lot of thinking and questions to be addressed for the post-COVID-19. Well, what is metaverse? What's different from online? We've seen online have caused fatigue. We call it Zoom fatigue. A 2D screen is very boring to sit and listen. Well, metaverse gives you a headset. It's a virtual 3D. It challenges the human imagination. It becomes more creativity, because you live in a virtual world where you can deliver things in a more interactive way and more engaging from every learner point of view. And we've seen how NFT, for example, it's becoming an interest of many of this young generation, because it's unique. It maintains the originality of that work. And it's more important about interaction. And one thing we've seen from the online through the metaverse allows socialize among students, because they're more acting as an avatars in that metaverse world. And they can sit together and talk, not necessarily in education, in classroom, but together, chatting aside and having that kind of social engagement. So let's build a dream campus. Campuses, to build it, it requires physical space, money, budget, finance, time. But with a dream campus, you imagine the best learning environment, and you just design it and build it for both, for the learners as students and for teachers and faculty. So moving from a traditional university to a Metaversity, it allows you to create all those graphics, and that is more lab simulations, more of a meta class. And what will happen to our existing campus? It become more of an open lab space for students to come there, have a cup of coffee, chat with their peers about a project, about an entrepreneurial idea that they want to promote, about talking to their faculty for how to build a prototype, for example. So it's become more of an open lab space rather than a traditional education. This is why it becomes more exciting for this youth. Now, definitely it provokes, it inspires students, and it sensitizes ideas. And this is more exciting for the Gen Z. It's more receptive to the learners. We've seen the Gen Z, how the excitement happens when something has to do with the technology, and how happy they are with it. And it's a representation of an avatar for both, for the learner and for the teachers as well. And it's a social experience. So it's bring everything together into this metaverse world, that it can really bring learners to a different level and ensure that the students are learning. We will hear from the other speakers later on about how do we bring games into a learning, how do we bring simulation into a learning environment that makes it more exciting. So one thing I want to throw here extra is that why not at some point we have an NFT meta class? What do I mean by that? Today you can design your contents, create it, and have it on a Web3, and you have the ownership of this material to be available on a Web3, where students can log in and they can engage with those classes. But what's important, the contribution of all the stakeholders, whether as a teacher, faculty, or even students, is counted, and it is already recognized in the Web3. And this is the advantage of having a cryptography on a blockchain, where it is the ownership of every contribution is maintained. And this is what will bring the value of NFT meta class higher, based on the review of students. If students are really excited about that class and they're learning a lot about it, they will have a higher review. It will bring the value is higher. So imagine our faculty, our teachers in the future, they will become more like movie stars. rather than traditional teachers who are, or a boring teacher that nobody want to go to their class. Everybody will go into that class because that teachers, they have more interactive sessions and more engagement. And that will build the micro-credential concept. So it become more of a platform where the contribution of many of the leading organizations from Acidity, for example, Coursera, and many of those who offer online courses that can have a part in that Metaversity where students can access it. And then with those micro-credentials, it will add up to a bigger credential or a degree as the time they graduate. So a Metaversity, it's like a mall-like campus. Our kids, they are so excited when they want to go to a mall. It's so much fun, so much excitement. But when you tell them to go to school, they're kind of switched off. They want to have a break. They want to have a vacation. And the reason is that because our school model is still boring. And there's no engagement, there's no social interaction. It's a one-way communication from a teacher to the poor student. So imagine this generation especially, and we heard it before, how boring is it for them to go to and to listen to students. So let's have a campus that's more of a mall-like campus. I don't need to go to school to attend the class. I can go to school to have a cup of coffee with my friends, to chat with them, maybe to go to a movie, or enjoy the time that I want to spend on that campus instead of going to a mall. But the advantage, I will have the same peers of my age in that campus. I will be able to meet with my faculty, my teachers, if I have something to talk about. So it's an element of the three things. And this is why I have to bring your attention that the Metaversity is not only a virtual, it's also an on-campus component, is an essential component. It's an essential component. So it's made of the metaverse, the on-campus, and of course, the social entertainment part that makes that ecosystem a complete excitement for the Generation Z. So I don't want to make it long, but in summary, let's imagine that you walk in an ideal campus where the environment is designed to excite learners, to cater for their needs, bring their appetites about learning. Let's imagine it's a venue to collaborate, connect with the friends, meet and socialize. Let's imagine a campus around the notion that inspire, provoke those ideas. And let's talk about those ideas and let's make it happen because we believe the Generation Z are very smart kids. They have all these great, wonderful ideas. Let's bring it to that campus. Let's imagine a campus that provides all these opportunities to culture and erase the boundaries and fuel collaboration. So welcome to the Metaversity, where ambitions meets fruitations, imagination meets creation, and learning comes to life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for the presentation. I completely agree with all the points that you've mentioned, that we need to change the educational system into more interactive. So thank you so much for that. And let's move to our next speaker, Erkan Altuğ Yılmaz, gamification expert from Turkey. In recent years, the concept of EdTech has transformed completely, with gamification being one of the key trends driving the industry development. It's more than a buzzword now. Experts project that by 2025, the global gamification market will reach $30.7 billion US, with the estimate of increasing company productivity by up to 50% and employee engagement by 60%. Mr. Yılmaz, you are a true expert in the field. What is the difference between good game-based project and the one that fails to engage the audience? And what skills are key for gamification experts, and what are the top 3 projects and practices in your industry now?
Thank you very much. That's a great panel, and thanks for everyone who attended already. And it will be a great honor to share my gamification knowledge about educational technologies. We always think about in educational technologies, actually, people who likes to be gamify is coming to be children, but the gamify educational process going to be norm. I'm from Turkey. I'm actually half-time game design lecturer in Bahçeşehir University, and then also I'm a proudly GameFed Turkey International Gamification Federation representative of Turkey. And today I am going to share my knowledge with you about game design and how that could be affect our future of learning. That's a good quote from Plato. What plays makes us very transformation and became a learning machine of ourselves, actually. It's called, if you play 1 hour with someone, you better know him from a year of talking. Think about your friends, think about your kids. You know, when they in the flow zone, actually, they became actually more learning experience. So start with what games are doing to us. Let me show you some game design techniques. It's not going to be too much theories. Don't scare about it. Yes, I'm a lecturer guy, but let's start with the game thinking. Game thinking about gamification and serious game and playful design and games. Actually, if you think about educational purpose, you always try to be focused on gamification and serious game part. And we separate them, my friends, about if you focus on playing time in a purpose like simulation, we call that serious game. You can see from flight simulator, especially the armies and many marketing simulations or virtual reality and augmented reality simulations. They are all not gamification, actually. They are serious games, games with the purpose of serious. But gamification is continue with the behavior, like employee of the month or great star of the sales kind of status and behaviors following up. So these are all games, but with the purpose, we call that. So how we can understand that the future and learning is best for our audience? We start to think about persona and we start to think about their motivational quotas. These are very popular user type tests in game domain. So games are designing with these skills. For example, if you try to be motivate and doing a game for a philanthropist kind of people, you have to be answer this question in your game. How can I help the others? How can I share with the others? How can I, like doing ourselves right now, doing a showing our skills to others? So not every game are competitive. Sometimes it could be cooperation. So what games are motivate us, like they can divide us to this kind of user types, include achiever, include free spirit, include player, you know, just doing for points or badges, or social games. So it's like a food, actually. It's like a car, you know. You choose, you have your own style in your game. That's the reason why one game is very fun for one people or one game is not fun for other people. So this is a very academical user type test. If you know about that, when we are trying to design a game, we try to understand the target audience, and target audience motivation is related with these game elements. We call game elements like a physical rewards or social networks or guilds or avatar or collect. This kind of game elements always try to be motivate us what we are. So as you can see, when you think about gamification and try to be gamified, you should put people in the first. Try to be understand their psychology background. And this is an American guy, very popular in the gamification area, actually. Gabe Zuckerman called, I think gamification is probably more like 75% of psychology. Try to understand the target audience psychologies, why they are playing, how can they motivate, helping or competing or cooperation, challenging. The rest of them is technology, like development and the mobile app or website or other things. So today, actually, I'm going to share with you how we design a good game for the purpose. It's called gamification, and we say it's a player journey. So we always think about player journey first. How the game start with easily, how became it's like angry, you know, you make you angry. So we call that is a player journey. You can see some people in here. We always think about, we are feeling very happy about why we are playing actually games, which is not. In game domain, we always shock you. We always make you think about it, make you angry about it, make you very insist about it. You know, this is the secret sauce of games, my friends. We are not just always positive psychology. Sometimes we are always try to push your limits. Then if you win the games, you will be very, very happy and enjoy. Right after that, when you leave this shock moment and think about it and make a challenge, and then you achieve a success in this scenario, then you motivate more than that. This is the 8 core drive. This is very important, actually. At the bottom, you can see what the games are doing us: scarcity, avoidance, and unpredictability. This is the 3 common things that actually not only positive things like target, accomplishment, reward, creativity, also need to support with the scarcity, with the avoidance, and with the unpredictability, shock you and surprise you. So in this journey, we are always push people to about this emotional, my friend. Not only the psychology things. If you do this, if you don't do this, you will lose this. The games are domain like this, positive and negative. And it's always start with the discovery part. Think about the FIFA game, you choose the teams and you just try to shoot with this player. And even you can think about buying a car, buying a house. You always start with the discovery. What is the car for me? Who else that? Let's try to drive a little. Then we have an onboarding part. This is very important. Small success journeys. This is a game design techniques, my friend. This is easy to hard things. Then habit building, hard things, do it 3 days straight, or make it faster, make it bigger, collect everything. This kind of long-term targets coming at 3 phases. And less phases, you have a status, build a team, and helping each other. We call mastery. This is the player journey. This is the secret sauce of game design, and we use it in the gamification. I'm going to show a small example from actually an insurance company from Japan, Sompo Japan's insurance company. I helped them to create their gamified CRM portal, actually, which has very good player journey. Masters of Claims. It starts with probably you heard about Dragon Boat theme, and we put the design to first wireframes. We put every team in one Dragon Boat team. Also, we draw this too. As you can see, this Dragon Boat not continue. This is a gamified screen feeding from the KPIs, feeding from the files, feeding from the complaint of the customers. Okay, it's game, but continue with the real targets, real life objectives. We call KPI. You can put 1 KPI, 3 KPI, team KPI, personal KPI. Then we make it design with the good game design techniques, include these progress bar, avatars. These are game design techniques. We support these business techniques. This is not for kids. Gamification is popular right now with Duolingo, Khan Academy, but let me give you a secret sauce, my friends. In 2025, with the Metaverse, we are all gamified in the sales, in the educational, in every experience going to be gamified. It's not for kids, it's for human. We love games, we love these screens. And you start with the team, and when you go to the target is an island. You can choose your title, and you can choose who got to first. They can take their reward, like in Turkish, kral. Kral means kingdom. We love to be like this kind of rewards. So I am going to share at my last slides, actually very popular woman, game designer. Games and gamification going to fix our educational process, a missing part, which is try to understand the target audience and our students and our attendees, our customers, employees, motivational target. So if you don't put this, as you can see, Jane McGonigal in her TED Talks, she says, if you not put playing motivation to the work, you put people to depression. The opposite of playing isn't work. We need to play. We need to motivate us to keep away from depression. So please watch her TED Talks. And if you learn about more, actually, I design a gamification cards. So you can download, it's right now in Turkish, but I have an English edition too. So it has got more than 50 game elements and more than 170 cards actually in there. So it helps you to the game design and gamification design for the business purpose. and that will be great for to start actually think about how we can gamify our future of education. So that was great experience for me to share my knowledge with this great conference. Thank you for inviting me, my friends, and keep in touch and see you soon.
Thank you, Mr. Yilmaz.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That was a great presentation. Thank you so much. And yeah, I totally agree that games are a very good way to keep people learning. We've talked about attention span earlier. So I think games are one of the best ways to keep the attention of especially when it comes to like younger people, etc. Okay, thank you so much. Let's move on to our next speaker, Timur Bergaliev, CEO of Biotronics Lab. Yeah, please. So, Mr. Bergaliev, it feels like your company is the embodiment of all curious mind streams. I can't believe that the VR labs and DIY kits for studying the basics of Neurotech are now a reality. So, digital inclusion still remains out of reach over 1 billion people globally. Though, through your work, how do you plan to make tech accessible to those who are usually left behind, and where to next? Please.
Thank you very much for introducing me. Before I will go further, let me please say a few words about the problem we're focusing on. And first of all, I want to say that my presentation today will be absolutely in line with speakers before me and after me, I believe. And how we will react if I will tell you that in 2030 we can face most probably an apocalypse. And actually it's not just a figure of speech, because there is no one able to maintain deep tech processes. And we see it for today very interesting tendency, if we will not take an action, of course. What I'm talking about, for example, if we will understand, if we will go through the, for example, states of unified state exams on physics or natural sciences, we can see that there is a huge amount decrease among students who are choosing physics, but not only physics, but also natural science. And of course, for me, and I suppose that for all of us, it's clear that physics and natural sciences today is fundamental and crucial for modern deep tech. And we see that based on different kind of estimations, up to 2026, we will need approximately 2 million engineers. And speaking about engineers, I'm telling about electricity, energy, nuclear, medical engineers, and so on. We've discussed a lot of about this problem, and one of the factors that plays a huge role is that schools today are losing the cutthroat competition and the cutthroat race for attention among students. And it's very important that we have to create tools that will attract and involve students. In that point, I completely agree with speakers before and after me. And the most important part here, we've done a huge analysis. We gained very impactful, I think, the teacher insights that can be divided in two blocks. The first one, they feel uncertainty about the market prospects and market demand of physics graduates. So they don't understand what for they're explaining and what for they're teaching physics and natural science. And the second point is that it's too abstract and hard to explain to modern students. The key word here is modern. And it's very important that we, with our partners, for the last 7 years, we've done a huge research. We've tried different kinds of approach, instruments, different kind of methods, what to do with that. And we found the solution. Let me please present the new age educational platform. We call it Syncvoya. And it works on a concept Internet of Educational Things. It means actually that we can combine all of our equipment, all of our new age interaction educational models, personal and team tracks, AI-based and AI-boosted, and also a lot of other things. Here are some examples how it can be worked. For example, we can combine science concepts, theoretical science concepts, with integrated VR tools and programming tools. I think it's clear how it works, and we will gain a new age and new quality educational outputs. The second is, for example, when we are focused on physiology, also we can integrate that, of course, we are in different kind of interactive pictures, but also we can integrate it here, the work with different kind of sensors and the analysis tools for interpretation. And this is also gives us a new line and a new target on increasing the quality of educational outputs. And another example how it can be used, for example, you have a very complex agricultural laboratory, for example, in Dubai, and the students from all over the world can take part in the, for example, new age educational events or maybe technological competition, just interacting with this laboratory using the platform. They can gather data, they can analyze it, they can make own solutions, conclusions, and they finally work on own project, and it's very important. Of course, and I'm talking about, of course, here it's very important to talk about the data-driven solutions, and data-driven solution decision making, but here also should be included standard functionality of learning management systems. And for example, if we're talking about the Rosatom case, there is 23 cities of Rosatom, more than 200 schools, and more than 100,000 students per moment. And it's very interesting how it can be implemented, working, let this huge network, educational network work on target and realize the clear data-driven approach, focusing on special subject field. One of the effective cases that we have gained, this is a case of implementing the new subject field of neurotechnologies and the human-machine interaction in the educational system. From one point of view, it's very hard, but from the other point of view, it's very well effectful for students. And this is a way how we can involve it of students to teach biology, physics, and so on. Our team consists of a lot of bright and stellar specialists in team. They are PhDs in physics, math, and biology, informatics. And to sum up, I want just to say that a few things finally. We believe that platforms like this should be plug and play, that this solution should be platform-based because it's easy to involve new educational organizations and new students. And it should be worked on the concept of Internet of Educational Things, again, that combines together and mixing together content, tools, equipment, teams, in order to scale and gain very quality educational outputs. Thank you for attention. If you will interested in it, just message me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Timur. Oh, that was very, actually, punctual, very time efficient. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think many people will be interested in this project, and me personally, I believe in that, so keep doing it. And let's move to our next speaker, Raman Talwar, CEO and founding director of Simulanis. Mr. Talwar, we are so pleased to greet you today in Global Impact Conference. And needless to say that we are very excited about learning more about your project, Simulanis. It is a multi-award-winning XR company that has created some of the most engaging, interactive, and immersive AR/VR applications. Some of the most fascinating and impactful projects in your portfolio are the fire safety simulators and XR safety training modules. Please tell us more about them and share your take on the way the XR field will develop in the upcoming year. Thank you.
Sure. So very warm welcome to everyone. My name is Raman Talwar. I'm the CEO at Simulanis. We at Simulanis are creating an impact in the skill development ecosystem by building the world's largest XR-powered skilling metaverse. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone to invite me over to this great stage. And it's a real honor for me to represent India at this stage currently, and it was an absolute privilege to be a part of the panel with some esteemed guests on it. So starting with my presentation today, I'll talk more about the pressures which the industrial markets are facing. Our theme of building extended reality technologies centers around how we can actually enable workers to get trained better because we believe that the skills gap is one issue which is growing not only in India, of course, but of course around the globe. The processes and products are increasing, the complexity is increasing, and the customer demands are also evolving as we go along. There are about 75% of the workers are frontline and they demand attention today. They do not have enough tools and technologies to actually get trained in a better manner, and the productivity is also a major challenge. So the challenges which are faced by the workers on the shop floors, and this is something which of course is a universal challenge. It is not only with the workers, but it is a challenge which students also face in terms of learning. And that is the fact that everybody gets access to paper-based SOPs on when they're on the shop floor. And that becomes a major challenge for people to understand and retain knowledge for longer. It's also very difficult to free up machines for training and equipment for training. That is one of the biggest challenges why hands-on learning is a big challenge. And more importantly, it also becomes a major challenge to transfer the knowledge and share it. The tasks are also fairly dangerous in nature, though that means is that most of the shop floor activities are very much dangerous, and they pose a risk to human life. As a consequence, what happens at the worker level is that they are not able to fulfill their potential because they lack hands-on experience, and as a result, they are not engaged enough, and it leads to productivity losses. They also struggle to learn new skills. When you talk about the enterprises, they lose a lot of money due to the downtime, and a lot of deaths happen and accidents happen on sites, which of course can be avoided. And there's an acute skill shortage across the globe and in India, of course, and that's something which we are solving as a problem. And this is how we are actually building our entire stack of XR technologies. We've got our XR learning suite, which is complemented by 4D simulators, which leverage extended reality technology in a very effective manner. We've got our assessment suite, which actually assesses and measures the performance of learners as they go along. And that is the USP of what we have built, along with the Metaverse suite, which actually enables multiple users to come together and then perform the learning. So we are on a mission to actually empower individuals to safely enhance their skills and drive organizations to increase operational efficiency by leveraging cutting-edge XR technologies. We are working in hazardous manufacturing-based industries because we believe that is a big pain point which we're trying to address by our solution. As a company, we are one of the most experienced ones worldwide. We have developed a lot of systems, a lot of modules, a lot of content using AR and VR technologies. And we have observed more than 600 site operations, which has given us a lot of confidence to deliver value to workers. We have trained close to 12,000 workers, and we have done more than 200 plus deployments of extended reality across shop floors. We work with some of the top names across in the industries, and this is the fact here is that most of the companies have started their XR journey with us, and that is something which we're really proud about. We are also one of the most credible companies across in India right now, having won the national award from the Ministry of Skill Development in 2017. So talking more about the product itself, so the product, it's essentially a platform which allows enterprises to be onboarded, where a learning path can be chosen, the content is distributed, and the students or the workers get access to the content on the platform itself, which is followed by an analytic report, which actually gets delivered to the users and workers at the same time. In terms of our solution, the clear USP is the fact that it is applicable and available across all device platforms, which makes it truly XR. What basically that means is that you can access the content on a desktop or online or on a VR headset or on a mobile platform, and the content, the actual learning is attained across all device platforms. Then comes our simulator suite, which is one of our most innovative offerings, which basically means that we're able to convert any physical tool into a virtual reality based equipment. For example, here you see that there's a painting shop which has been recreated. We actually create, we fit in sensors and trackers on real world equipment, which could actually be then brought into VR, whereby you can learn the skills and practice them endlessly before you get perfect at it. So this is on the painting side. Then we've got our fire safety simulator. This is one of our flagship products, which actually allows learners to practice dangerous tasks like handling a fire by actually holding a real fire extinguisher and then learning their technologies, learning the way the fire has to be dealt with in real life. The obvious benefit and the sustainable impact of these products is the fact that you do not have to consume real resources to deliver the training on such dangerous topics. Similarly, we've got technologies which deliver the learning on the welding techniques. And this is something which is one of the most used technology in industry right now. Similarly, on the driving front, a lot of equipment, a lot of use cases require people to understand and know how to drive in certain situations, and this is how we deliver that through our XR suite. We've got a very interesting and innovative delivery mechanism as well, where we deliver everything using a station approach, and which comes with a lot of innovative material as well as technologies, where you can see haptic helmet and a virtual reality haptic glove as being part of the offering as well. And finally, of course, just to complete the lineup, the analytics suite of what we build allows us to measure the effectiveness of learning of what we deliver. This is an iterative approach, which tells us that in how many iterations the worker is actually getting trained. Every movement of the worker is tracked, personality profiling is tracked, we track the gaze of the user, and we're able to deliver this knowledge and this information across in a 3-tiered dashboard. We are able to measure the effectiveness of how the workers are getting trained, and this is the USP again of what we have delivered. And finally, wrapping it up, because Metaverse is a buzzword these days, of course, and it's all about collaboratively bringing together people. And we've created this entire concept of the virtual learning factory, or the VLF, which allows us to deliver this learning to multiple users at the same time and make sure that they are collaborating in the same environment. So the impact is very clear for what we have done. We have actually ensured reduction in training time. We have reduced safety violations. We have reduced the errors which people commit. We've reduced carbon footprint for enterprises. We have helped them to get a lot of cost benefits. And most importantly, we've helped them to ensure that their workforce is more reliable. All of this work, all of these data points are validated by third-party auditors, and it has also made into a case study at India's most prestigious management institutions. So in terms of pictures of how the change happens, you can clearly see earlier, of course, and this is the conventional way, it's a show and tell methodology which is practiced on plants. But using our solution now, people are able to learn in a more immersive in manner using VR headsets. It's very difficult to, of course, make sure everybody is attentive in a class. But with our analytics suite, everybody is on their toes when they learn within the VR environment. And that's the real advantage. Plus, the obvious advantage which you get is the time advantage. We are actually saving time on the shop floors by training people quicker, and they're able to do their tasks in a quicker manner, which eventually leads to better efficiency of workforce, reduces the operational costs, and that is the ultimate advantage of what we are doing. So we are backed by a young team, which is super skilled, and all of our success goes to them. And overall, we've done some great work. I'll be very happy to, of course, share more offline. And that brings to an end to our presentation. Happy to take questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Talwar. Thank you for your presentation. Perfect. Let's move on to our last speaker, Magjan Kistaobayev, R&D Director, STEM Academia. So the pandemic, without a doubt, changed the educational landscape significantly. What other factors inspired you to develop the EdTech field in Kazakhstan? Please tell us more about your recent project, NurLab, the VR and AR laboratory opened in one of the city's lyceums. And what is the role of EdTech in revolutionizing school education? And why do you think schools should be focus area and the starting point for EdTech innovations?
Thanks. Thank you all for coming and joining today. Each point of your question, I think, should be discussed separately, but I'll try to answer them during my presentation. And before we jump deeply into the discussion, I'd like to start maybe with discussion with the people who are participating, how things are changing and how things are not changing. Because today we are discussing how education should be transformed. And before going deeply into that topic, let's consider how culture of the breakfast changed throughout these 50 years. 50 years ago, it was okay to have that amount of bread or gluten on the table. Nowadays, you'd prefer something like a freshly made orange juice, some antioxidants, some fresh vegetables, and so forth, right? So obviously, how people start their day is changed. Now talking about computers, gadgets, and so forth, with the development of transistors, we made a huge progress in bringing those technology from labs into our hands. And similarly, not only to our hands, but also any type of industry, whether it's for entertainment, for rocket science, or for whatsoever. Talking about medicine, it's a different topic at all, how drug industry changed, how instruments of gaining and diagnosing different type of disease also changed. And request for the cars, car safety, their durability and so forth. Now talking back to the education, if we see at these two pictures, yeah, we see that the picture is colorful, right? Then on the left. And but if you turn that off, obviously we're seeing that, I'm of course generalizing, but nevertheless, the methods of how knowledge is transferred is the same as it was just like 30 years ago. And that is unfortunate situation, because now kids, they require more. Now people, when they're training in whether it's a corporate sector or whether it's a medical field, whether it's a general school, people require more. Why? Because everything is available on the internet. If you ask anything like a half-life of uranium or Bernoulli's law, it's not necessary to know it by heart, but you can Google it anytime, and kids know it. So they don't have a motivation to learn it, to seek for the answer, and so forth. So what we do here, usually we're trying to solve with implementing different type of technology, including VR, including interactive flat panels, including different type of games and so forth. But it's really important at this point to realize that it is the teacher who actually should be the changing person in the classroom, because he or she needs to change how knowledge is delivered. It's not about placing the knowledge into kids' head, but rather facilitate. So what I mean by facilitating is not just asking, do you know the Bernoulli's law? No, it's more about discussing questions like, oh, by the way, let me discuss it with you. Do you know why when we do the air coming from a mouth is hot, and when I do it's cold? Body temperature is 36.6 degrees Celsius, but for some reason I'm changing the air's temperature coming from out of my mouth. It's all about the cross-section area of my lips, which is, now I can open the topics about Bernoulli's law. Or there are lots of these type of questions to discuss. But you see, if I were teaching the physics, I'd be starting from like these questions. I'm trying to facilitate kids to think about it, not about using this type of technology. And we need to understand that this is needed technology to replace the blackboards with the interactive tools. But without right software, they're just piece of electronics, just like old Nokia. Why iPhone is so expensive? It's because I have my bank account there, I have WhatsApp and so forth. It's the application that ensures the value of the hardware inside the classroom. Without that, it's just pointless. But of course, to this statement, I didn't kind of know this statement 4 years ago. Now coming back to your question, when we were bringing cool, wow technologies to Kazakhstan, that extended reality laptops, immersive educational environments. We've been showing it to the kids, even the Prime Minister, Minister of Education, Mayor of Astana, daughter of first president, everyone saw this technology and had that wow effect. It was cool, but after 2 weeks or 2 months, teachers were not able to use it because there was no value in terms of teaching. They didn't find required material to teach biology. They didn't find required material to deliver physics in the level that they want. Yes, they could dissect the heart, they could see the molecule, but biology is not only about dissection, it's also about differentiating the topic. It's also about interacting with kids and so forth. So we were seeking for the right answer, and unfortunately at that time we couldn't find the solution that would satisfy our need to bring kids into that interactive and immersive world. That's why we decided to develop our own software, which is called Rocket Science. It's a huge software which contains lots of content in biology, chemistry, and physics, and has way great potential rather than showing stationary pictures or rather than just standing still and assigning different assessment to kids. Here we digitalized completely whole high and middle school content. Teachers are able to use it whether on their smartphones, whether on the IFPs or whatsoever, device-free software which can be installed. And the most important part here, it's not the content only. It also what can teacher do with that content, functionality, plays a key role in this matter. Filtration, I need to be able to find exactly what I'm looking for, because dissecting is one thing, or playing with 3D model is one thing, but when I'm explaining electric current, it's a different story. When I'm explaining Kirchhoff's second law, or maybe how electron changes its path in the magnetic field, since it's a process, and it's not, you cannot visualize it in the classroom. Meanwhile, here in this type of technologies, you're able to to deliver your information in the way that kids are able to digest. And that's actually very important when playing. And functionality plays a key factor here. And we try to make it as interactive as it could be inside the classroom, where teacher can dissect the molecule, understand the organic and explain non-organic chemistry, see all organs of a human body, not only human body, from the inside, and play with different type of electronics in physics. So besides that, there is also demonstrational labs, because we understand that in most of the CIS countries, there is a problem with the lab equipment, and not all schools have that. So that's why I developed specifically virtual demonstrational lab tools to demonstrate the phenomena for that. And as I mentioned before, it works on all of the devices, whether it's HoloLenses, not HoloLens, with Oculus or interactive flat panels or smartphones and so on. So at this point, we delivered this content to 1,200 kids all around the world. More than 30 countries implemented, including Russia. Just this year, with Просвещение, we delivered this content for 30 pedagogical universities in Russia, and also trained more than 4,000 teachers around the world. But this is not the only way of using the application in the kid, for the school, because instead of, for example, dissecting the biological parts of a human body, we thought, why not to use this approach to train people in industry? And that's how another application were developed. Instead of dissecting the lungs, now we're able to train people inside their training center without sending them to the repair site or anywhere abroad to service different type of techniques, machinery, oil and gas sector, mining, and so forth. So there are way different implementation cases with Hitachi, with Eurasian Resource Group, with Evras, and particularly talking about Russia, we've been working with Lakatech for 3 years and saved them $1,400,000 USD dollars per year in training. And not only that approach, we could also apply this to medicine, because in medical field, visual tools are also very important, because students need to see different outcomes and able to have access to all these internal libraries that they're going in the universities without leaving their classroom as well, without going to the medical institutions and so forth. And we developed a virtual clinic where we teach how were they able to work with virtual patient and simulate different environment and assigning treatment and eventually treat their patients. And this also project has been very popular around the world, which actually led us now to work in more than 23 countries worldwide, including Australia, South Africa, Mexico, Colombia, Russia, Kazakhstan, Lithuania, Estonia, Turkey, UAE, and so forth. So we see that kids, not only in CIS or Kazakhstan, looking for the interactive approach, but all around the world. And that's why it is really important to take that step and deliver the right instruments for the teachers so they can turn from that image into another. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Kistabaev. That's very great, and I'm very happy that you are very passionate about it, because it infects other people as well. So thank you for your contribution. So we have a little bit more than 2 minutes left. So I'm not sure if it's a good idea to open the floor for questions. What do you think? Maybe one question? Okay. So if you have any questions, please feel free. Yep.
Hello. Okay, I am Kayatir. I am representing the Russian Nuclear Education Ambassadors. And I have a question specifically for Dr. Shamsi. And also, I remember there is one more person in this roundtable that was representing AR and VR education. I think it was Mr. Talva, but please apologies if I butchered your name. My question is regarding the online education, because I really like the presentations and the topics about this, but one thing that struck me was that during COVID, one thing we haven't covered here is the fact that cheating in exams has massively increased. For example, University of Ohio has reported over 50% increase in cheating. And cheating is not only a problem for university students, it's also a problem for universities themselves. Because if students of universities get worse result in future, university rankings will fall, which is a problem for the university itself. So my question is, how can we make sure that if we transfer to online environment, be it hybrid, online or metaverse, how can we make sure that cheating won't become even bigger problem than it currently is?
That's an excellent question. Well, education is two things: delivering instructions and assessment. Now, we deliver instructions in a more of a modern way, and we have seen how simulations, engagement, different pedagogy we talked about, it's becoming more and more effective. Yet, assessment has not improved. How do we deliver assessment? How do we exams? You have to have a piece of paper and to have to answer, select multiple choice, or write a paragraph, or solve a problem. So the assessment method was not resolved. That's why during COVID-19, yes, maybe 50%, even more, in my institutions, we have cheating cases. And dealing with the Generation Z, they are so smart in hacking the system. We put the most clever system you can think of. If a student changes his eye movement, it will catch him that he's cheating. If a student cannot go back in the browser, it's catching him in his cheating. But we found the students, they have access through routers during the exam from online, where somebody else is doing their exams. I'll give you a very good example, maybe if you allow me, just for 30 seconds. We opened a black market for cheating during COVID-19. There was a black market, instant, in China. Students, as they sit in the exam, they take photo, they send it to China. China, they do a bidding, who do quickly an answer. They send money by PayPal, send the answer, in 10 minutes, you get the answers. And students like doing all the exams online while they're doing the cheating. So there were so many different tricks, and we were shocked. The reason is we have not changed the method of assessment. And that needs to be in line with the way we deliver instruction. So assessment becomes more embedded into the instruction. It need to be more interactive ways. It's not the traditional exams. And we have to be careful with that, because the traditional exams based on memories. Students memorizing things more. So I think the answer to that is not how clever we as educators in trying to come up with different ways of exams. It will never work. We tried it so hard, it did not work. I think it's more important how do we become more clever about how do we carry out assessment that students comprehend instructions in a more interactive, engagement way rather than the traditional method.
Thank you so much for your answer. Okay, thank you so much for being here. I'm being told that we need to wrap up. First of all, thank you so much for sharing this stage with me. It was an honor for me, and I'm very happy. If you guys have any questions, I'm sure our speakers will be happy to answer your questions in an open area after the panel. So, yeah, for now, thank you for your for investing your time, joining us, and we see that the future of our education is in safe hands. so yeah, thank you so much, and yep, this is it.
Big thanks to our experts. If I dare to sum it up a little bit, the future doesn't seem to be out there anymore. It's here and now and all around us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So Events like ours, like GIC, contribute greatly to the promotion of sustainable development. And our conference wouldn't be possible without our key partners. Let me name them once again. Rosatom State Corporations. To your applause, please. United Nations Global Compact, the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative and association. National Network of the Global Compact. Forbes Russia, one of the most renowned and influential media in economy and finance. National Research University Higher School of Economics. Well, to them and to international media and to other GIC partners, we are very grateful. We express our deepest gratitude. Our experts still have a lot to share. And we're now moving to inspiring stories of women's leadership. Communities that have experienced marginalization have been having discussions about equity long before it became a trend in the social sector. However, these communities are given center stage not often enough. It's time to change it, and it's time to change it right now. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Meena Singh, Managing Director of Nuvia India Private Limited. Gül Bahire Göktepe, Director of Neurotech, Energy Consulting, Technology and Industry Incorporation, President of Women in Nuclear, and Tokjan Seyfulina, Director of Kazakhstan Nuclear Society Association, and prepare to be blown away by their highly inspirational speeches.
In India, if I specifically talk about, there are already hundreds of examples of women leadership from way back, long time back, where the women were in the battleship also and being the prime minister or on the space station. But when I talk about a technical leadership, when we talk about the technical leadership, there has been leadership changes I am seeing now more in the space organization, the defense, but not on the core engineering, core mechanical, fabrication, manufacturing, and in the construction. So what I believe is that we have to find a way to how to encourage, and not only the girls, but the society as a whole, the men, to accept that women can do all this work also equally well, because it's not about a masculine or feminine, it's about the will and the ability to do it. So if a lady has a capability to be a mechanical engineer and do the fabrication or carry the project engineering, she should be able to do. So I see a lot of leadership in India as far as the finance sector is there, banking is there, IT is there, design engineering is there, and also the space and defense where you have more of a design engineering work. But as far as the core engineering, when you talk about mechanical engineering, fabrication and project engineering, there is still a way to go forward, and we have to make the way easy for them. When the girls, when they're in the high school, do they take medicine as a subject? They do engineering, and even if they go to the engineering, whether to the IT or the electronics branch or the mechanical engineering or the civil, you hardly see girls in the civil and the mechanical engineering. So this process starts from there, and then yes, even when they are in the, there are mechanical engineers, there are civil engineers, electrical engineers who are there in the company. There also there is a stereotype among the male leaders whether they want to send these girls to the site for the construction or not. And also I think equally there is some resistance from the girls itself, from the family itself. I have one example wherein I was supposed to go to a training to attend in Korea when I was a very young engineer, and there were 3 people who were selected, 2 male and 1 female, me, and I was asked a specific question to check with the family if they allow me to go there or not. When there is a leader in the leadership position, the woman is there, I believe she understands the situation. So it is the responsibility of the woman to handhold the woman together and come out of this gender bias questions like, ask your family whether you want to be there or not. Will you be comfortable to take up a project or not? So that's why more important that you have a woman at a leadership position in the technical companies, so that they understand it, and it is more responsibility of the woman to take care of their woman employee and not come up with this gender specific questions where you make the young girls uncomfortable with such thing along with your male colleagues. Say it's like, when you are one is like saying you have one stick, you can break it together, but when you have 5 sticks together and you make it like this, that's the power you bring in. So one woman herself in her own is very powerful, but when you come all together, you can definitely beat the world. Yeah. I think it's very important for the girls to take their own decisions. Don't wait for someone else to tell you what to do. Take your own decisions. You are very powerful. You have the more courageous. The most important thing about the girls or the women is that the God has gifted us with the instinct, which is very, very powerful. Follow your instinct, believe in self, and take your own step. Don't wait someone to put a red carpet for you. You drive your own life.
And for me, women are so beautiful and human beings, creative, after all. And they are mothers, like the flower buds. I've been admiring the flowers in this room. We are like flowers. But being a leader is something different, something very hard. You cannot born as a leader. You become a leader within time, with some of the qualification you have, with some of the work you do, and how you inspire people around you, and girls, in fact. And without realizing, you become a leader. This is what has happened in my life. I was just a research scientist working for many years, but I was always interested with different areas and women and young girls, talented young girls in schools or in my area. So being a leader, woman leader, is something not so easy. It's a difficult task. Once you are recognized as a leader, one of the women leaders, people become they have expectations from you. They expect you to be a perfect model, role model, which is, again, it comes through the time. It develops women leadership. And you'll have to have a vision. And like Muni said, you'll have to share this vision. You'll have to be a good communicator. You have to communicate. How we are doing now, we are communicating among our members in Turkey, and we are communicating with international ladies and women in Russia, women in nuclear in Russia. And you'll have to be cooperative. You must cooperate in many issues, not only related to your career. You must cooperate to be a good leader. And also, you must be a reliable person. People must rely on you, with your acts, with your talks, with your lifestyle. They must rely on you. However, it happens. It's not a compulsory. It is how people think about leaders. And you must be accountable. And these are some of the specifications of safety leadership as well. So over the years, when I felt that people were recognizing me as one of the women leaders in the field, so I started doing more and more and more work. So I also started doing some training and consultancy on leadership and safety leadership in particular. This is the area that I love. If you are in the nuclear field, you'll have to be a safety person naturally. And being a safety person means that you'll have to have a very large angle and very large spectrum in life. You'll have to approach every problem or every issue in a probabilistic way. you'll have to always think about the probabilities and consequences. So it gives you very large insights and in-depth thinking. So in this way, you become, more and more active with the people around you. As I said, you cannot born as a leader. Some people think that people born as a leader, but I don't think it. You become a leader with your lifestyle in what you do, what you achieve in a lifetime. So I think in each country, people have different social environment. They have different cultures, different beliefs. So again, leadership issues also depend on the society itself. I think in each country, we can try to introduce some leadership models. And role models are very important. I mean, in my life, for example, when I was a student, I said my first love was not a handsome guy, was not a pop star, was not a famous actor. It was a reactor Cherenkov radiation. So I was so impressed. And my role models were some women scientists in Turkey, and also like Madame Curie and other well-known ladies who achieved so much for the society. And again, in each country there may be different role models, but you'll have to give this feeling of inspiration to the young girls, I think. I think time has been changing now. Now different attitudes can be observed all over the world. In previous years, always men were in front of the women in leadership in every field. And of course, to be a leader, you don't have to be physically strong, but mentally you'll have to be, at least equal to men, and you should go further to become a leader. It's very important. There are many other qualifications one needs to become a leader. As I said, time has been changing, and all over the world now, organizations and CEOs, male CEOs and managers and top-level administrators, they always seem to support women getting one step further. They really recognize women leadership in nuclear industry and other industries, as well as politicians and as well as CEOs. In many different areas, you can find, distinguished women names as CEOs and managers, top responsible person. I think time has changed. Find some energy to do more, to act more for the world. They must pay attention to changes around them, global changes, what the world needs, what their country needs, what the society needs. And we need really hardworking, talented women if we want to save the world and if we want to have better lives. It's very important. If the young girls especially, they have the feeling of responsibility that they can do something more for their families, for their local people, for their country, and for the world in general, I think from there on, there is no way to stop them. They will go further and further and hope that nobody will stop them, going one step further.
To me, female leadership is about personal growth, personal development, because a leader, a male or a female leader alike, is a person everybody is looking up to, the person everybody is looking at. I mean, you can be very professional, very competent, have a lot of expertise, but if you don't have some particular personal characteristics and features, it may not really work. In fact, judging from my own experience, I should say I continuously work on my personal growth and personal development, because I had a public organization. We do a lot of social work, and we work with people who are looking at us. They form their opinion about us from looking at us. And that's exactly why I believe working on our own personalities is so important. We do a lot of work to involve women in nuclear research, in the nuclear sector at large, and our universities, our ministry, our specialized enterprises, our public organizations are doing a lot to ensure this. In fact, the schools do a lot because that's where this engagement of girls begins. I mean, that's where we involve girls into public health, into nuclear research, into all kinds of walks of life. That's where all these enterprises start. In fact, it's a huge endeavor. It takes a lot of work and input from the speakers, the invited lecturers. It's all about increasing the number of teaching hours it takes to become a professional in a particular area of expertise. It's all about involving the trainers, the consultants, the coaches, including those who work on personal growth. It's about learning to speak in public. It's about learning to be open and to feel free, because we've had some very intelligent, intellectual girls who've had lots of insecurities and have been very withdrawn. And also it's about motivation. We've had many cases when we've had a girl who gets interested in stuff and she brings along her female friends. Like, for instance, I've talked about a book which initially was an idea proposed by one of our female students, but she got just so interested in taking this forth that she did. In fact, we work a lot with social clubs, with specialized academic clubs to engage women and girls in particular into these professional areas. I mean, we tend to involve girls into our debate and discussion clubs, for instance, especially the senior school female students. So we had this girl who got so interested in this book that she worked a lot with her female fellow students and her friends, and as a result, the number of after-school classes in robotics, for instance, doubled. I believe that was very much thanks to her interest, engagement, and leadership. So we start working at schools, then we do it at higher education institutions, and then out on the site at enterprises. And also we're taking it up to the global, international level. We have one branch in Kazakhstan. It's a global branch. And in fact, this year they launched one for Central Asia, including 4 Central Asian states. And I believe we will see a lot of fruit from this. In fact, there are lots of stereotypes around. They believe still that many areas of specialization and professions are for men only, like mathematics and physics are only for men and boys because they are so analytical minded and they like engineering and all this kind of stuff, unlike girls. Well, we're just seeing how this myth is getting debunked. In fact, many speakers have mentioned that girls tend to even do better in their final school exams than boys in physics and mathematics and in sciences in general. For instance, at times we see the new IT universities where lots of students are actually female, and in fact female students get so attracted to the IT studies because the world is moving on, research is moving on, the new specializations are coming up, and girls get so interested in all of this, they want to be part of it, they want to be in. Now, there is another stereotype whereby a girl, a woman, is the hearth keeper in the first place, a mother, an educator, and I believe it's only beneficial for women and for the society, because a woman seen as a hearth keeper and seeing herself as a hearth keeper actually inspires more trust. She can be extremely useful in breaking these stereotypes. And that's why in all kinds of public work, we see so many more women these days, because they are making a huge contribution into involving women into such a complex area of work and research, I believe women should get together not only into professional communities. I believe it really matters, regardless of where we live, regardless of what language we speak. I mean, we're all working for the same shared cause. It's all about improving the lives for people wherever they are. Women are brought together by their role, the role they play in their respective families. It's the role of the mentor, the educator for their children. It's the role of a mother. It's the role of a hearthkeeper. And there are so many other things that bring women together, whatever language they speak and whatever country they live in. Let me just give you an example. In Kazakhstan, we bring together women based on their professional activities and interests, but also based on their hobbies and leisure activities. And when we started doing this, we were just amazed at how many more things our women can do. And they excel at them. I mean, they bake, they sew, they knit. I mean, these are just the standard things attributed to women and associated with them oftentimes. But they do some outstanding things, like, for instance, metalwork. They carve lace out of metal, and they're so intricate and so delicate looking, the pieces they produce. Even more so, they want to teach the others to do this. And that's why I believe communication among women internationally is extremely beneficial for all of us in terms of sharing their skills, their expertise, but also in terms of boosting this powerful force that can bring the world together. When we see the first-year students, for instance, or our applicants, and tell them about nuclear research or women in science, they feel at a loss. They say, well, that's not for me, perhaps. You know, I should be doing something easier, perhaps. I'm not good enough for it. And like I've said before, we ought to just take a minute to look around and to realize that many of the things that surround us were in fact created by women. So every time a woman creating things would ask herself, what if? Could we do it in a different way? Can it be that? That's a very important question for a woman to ask herself, because, you know, inventing things, coming up with new solutions is not just about making new things. It's about being creative and constructive. And that's a true gift to women from the nature. That's their natural instinct and ability. Every time a woman makes something new, does something new, she improves the world around us.
Hello again, everybody. Here we go again. So let's pursue the Global Impact Conference Education X Catalyst of the Future. So welcome back, everybody. And we will begin right away with a very inspiring session, as I promised, about women's career journeys in STEM, which stems from science, technology, engineering, and maths. Although gender equality is a widely covered issue in the media and a part of a sustainable development agenda, only 28% of women worldwide work in STEM-related jobs. Why? Well, believe it or not, this disparity is primarily due to the lack of professional confidence, which keeps women from pursuing a career in technical fields. There are, however, some trailblazers revolutionizing the industry and paving the way for millions of women and girls. So let's hear them out right now. Please give the warmest applause to our moderators who will introduce the panelists. Ms. Nisanur Kepseler, teaching assistant at Kadir Has University and Y20 delegate 2022, and Mr. Iskander Baltabayev, student at MEFI University, Russian nuclear education ambassador. Welcome.
Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today we will be talking about women in STEM. So we have a wonderful guest here, Alexandra Riebe, and I will be moderating the session with my friend Iskander from the Impact Team 2050. So yeah. We will be also having Alexandra Riebe in person, and Baratang Mia, CEO Girl Hype from South Africa, joining us online, as well as Francisca Neka Okeke, first female dean, Faculty of Physical Sciences at the University of Nigeria, joining us online. Ada Lovelace, Lisa Meitner, Elizabeth Blackburn, and Valentina Tereshkova. Throughout centuries, women have contributed to the evolution of sciences, but only few of them made history. According to the Global Gender Gap Report 2022, prepared by the World Economic Forum, it will take another 132 years to close the global gender gap. With only 28% of women currently pursuing a career in science, technology, engineering, or mathematics, closing gender gaps in STEM would have a positive impact on employment.
Thank you for the question. Good day, dear colleagues. I feel comfortable speaking Russian. Вы абсолютно верно отметили то, что у неуверенности.
Well, you're exactly right in saying that feeling insecure is quite common for ladies, for girls who opt for the STEM careers. Remember the Matilda effect, the systemic denial of a contribution women make to science and technology and progress in them. Let's start with some data. In fact, the female representation in the STEM areas, that's science, natural sciences, mathematics, engineering, is 4 times lower than the representation of men, although, of course, all the technological areas of study know lots of female names. Anna Gelman, an innovator in plutonium development, Ekaterina Feoktistova, who made a huge contribution into the creation of the nuclear shield of Russia, Marina Levitska, one of the first Russian women who was a physicist. Well, naturally, we come across lots of stereotypes against women who opt for STEM-related careers and education. Last year in Russia, thanks to the implementation of the national strategy for actions for the benefit of women, the Ministry of Labor initiated the reduction of almost 360 professions that used to be banned for women. That's quite impressive. So the landscape, the scene for opportunities for women professionally has become so much wider, and it now offers so many professions that were closed to them before, especially now as we're witnessing the dramatic pace of development in these areas. Women who are underrepresented in these areas can make a very special contribution to developing science, research, and technology. And naturally, the employers, the civil society institutions should respond to this by creating new initiatives and programs and projects to involve girls, women into the STEM-related areas. Going back to some data again, girls who opt for STEM careers and education oftentimes change their mind and revert from their second or third or fourth year of the university, because in the first 2 years of their university career, women are just at the beginning of their educational route, but in year 3 and year 4, they get more alarmed, they get more anxious, because that's where you get far more focused technical disciplines to study. I mean, will I make it? Will I be able to do well, to perform fine in this trajectory? Where are my female role models? Where are those inspirational women I can learn from? Well, so as we were witnessing this challenge jointly with the female community of Rosatom, we started working on this. In fact, in many countries, they are now seeking to involve women into scientific research, and many pieces of research demonstrate that the engagement of women into research and their employment in these fields really impacts manifold both the technological processes and the business outcomes in these areas. So within our community, we make a special focus on engaging girls and women into science and technologies. We have a flagship project called Women in STEM, whereby we seek to provide additional support and to create a supporting environment for women to upgrade their expertise and competence, and to help them overcome their anxiety and insecurity. Tatiana Terentьева, the deputy CEO of Rosatom, said in the company we are now implementing plenty of initiatives in education, ranging from the schools through to the universities. Well, this is very true, and as a community, as our mission, we see the creation some additional supporting environment. That is, we act or serve as an additional tool to engage girls into science and technologies. What are our operational modes? We do international mentoring sessions called Women in STEM. In fact, recently we've had a major open dialogue under ATOM Expo. In fact, we had experts from more than 8 countries, and most importantly, our female students represented the major Rosatom corporate universities and institutions from 16 states. It's important that as part of this environment, we are developing a global partnership and a global interest in women, because the stereotypes that are so pervasive and the cultural barriers and obstacles that are multiple these days, surrender in an easy fashion when we get to compare the best practices offered by different countries. And that's exactly why in all our international events, we seek to have international experts and foreign experts. We are grateful to our colleagues from the Indonesian Forum, from MENADM, and other fora for giving us a hand in developing this mode of interaction. This year, we're surveying the female students of the universities that work with Rosatom to understand what challenges they experience as female students of technical professions. In fact, every time I prepare for our mentoring sessions, encourage everyone to do focus groups whereby we analyze the real cross-section of feedback to understand what are the most important needs of our female students these days. In fact, the most pressing ones seem to be as follows. Having a tutor. All of them show up with the same kind of request. They complain of missing a tutor. They would benefit from having one throughout their learning process. As part of the internships at technological companies, they would tremendously benefit from having a mentor. And also grants, study grants, stipends, subsidies, whatever funding is available to support them throughout their learning. Now, as we see the strong need for mentorship, and in fact we have a self-standing project on women in professions not meant for females, our ladies can join in and track the professional route of other female leaders. In fact, we bring together female leaders who talk openly, responding to any questions our female students may come up with. And in fact, they come so passionate and enthusiastic out of them because they say they're so grateful for an opportunity to see the making of the female leaders who have accomplished outstanding results in the science and research domain today, which makes our new points of growth in our profession. So this is how we're going to continue. I think we're on the right track. My experience suggests that it is critically important to raise public awareness of STEM-related degrees and careers, and to also boost awareness of the female role models around, as well as to organize the mentorship programs for women.
Thank you, Alexandra, for your very insightful presentation. I found it particularly interesting because I'm a year 4 student at the National Technical and Physics Institute, MEFI, and I found that we tend to have not a lot of girls who study in STEM degrees, and maybe that is the result of the doubts that young women start having at year 3 when they're not sure.
To Ms. Okiki. You are first female dean in one of the leading universities in Nigeria. I'm interested in your take on the following. While countless sessions have been focused on overcoming the glass ceiling, not enough of them stressed the importance of eliminating the glass cliff phenomenon. The glass cliff is the idea that when the company is in trouble, the female leader comes in to save it. When women finally get the chance to prove themselves in a senior role, they are handed something that is already broken and where the chance of failure are high. What would be the solution to this, in your opinion, and how could those in power address marginalization on an institutional level? What can female leaders do if the glass cliff presents itself, and what should all of us do to eliminate such possibility?
Well, thank you very much. Starting from the question, because when you look at the question, it looks like they are 4-in-1 question. What will be the solution to this? of course, we have already know that there is this gender gap. And the first thing we have to do, the solution that gets closer to solving this is closing the gender gap amongst not only the scientists, but more in scientists, particularly in African continent. As this will go a long way in having a very powerful and positive impact on employment, because if you do close the gap, there will be no fear of handling when there is this ceiling cliff. You want to get a woman to settle the place, and suddenly you can take him away when he has settled the place. That is the first solution I'm looking at. Is it possible we close the gender gap, particularly everywhere, but particularly in African continent? Then for those in power, I suggest that they will address the marginalization by first instituting the something like funds, trust, scholarships, awards, then allowances for the marginalized. And again, they must see that implementation of what they have, if they institute it properly, should be implemented, because most times we find ourselves having powerful or useful ideas, lofty ideas, but implementation has always eluded us. So if they see them implemented, the marginalized will be lifted somehow and to some point. And again, not only instituting this, they must be allowed to take part in some of these national programs that goes on, like INEC and what have you. There are so many. But you find that in the institution, what they do is to still go to those that are not marginalized, the top ones, and select them. That's it. It does no good to any of the marginalized. Seek out the marginalized, get them involved in these programs, and then the funds will help them move forge ahead. It is what is common in most universities. They don't care for these marginalized ones. And then it will be very fine and good if they have guidance and counselors that will help them forge ahead. Because most times you see them, they become depressed, and they no longer concentrate on their education. So they can do something starting from the institution. And again, if the third one addresses the fact that if the cliff presents itself, what will the female leaders do? They have a lot to do. When I say a lot, if you are given such a position, don't be too excited, either in a company or in a higher level education or whatever. Wherever you find yourself, you know that this is due to the glass cliff. And what am I to do? First of all, you must try to study the condition that has been existing in there before you join. If you don't do that, it's possible. It's likely we crash. It's not right. And also, sometimes you are presented with a fat envelope of your salary. Don't be too anxious to grab the salary. Look at the risk involved. And if you are wise enough, build up your salary by adding the risk, whatever, do I call it, money for any risk that will come up, so that when it does come or you fall out, you will have nothing to cry about. So that is why I said, and then let the board that employ you or the people that employ you, first of all, let them set out your performance standard before ever you accept such position. It's not right for you to say, oh, I will do it, I can do it. Ask questions and know why other people did not get to that level you are about to get. I'm not even quarreling or arguing whether the women can do it. They can do it, but first of all, make background study of where you are getting into and what will be the expectation of yours, so that start from the beginning to say, oh, your expectation is too much for me, or it is not too much, I can do it. And then if you do it, be confident in yourself. Don't think that when you say no, everything will fall apart. No, it will not fall apart. And then when you are in that position, when finally you accept the position, please, you have to work with confidence and let people around you, not only in that your small circle company or industry or university, let people around you, don't let them don't hear what they say about you, the good things. No, let them see how you can make the place and make them better. That's a very good approach for a good leader. So another one is that trust in ourselves. Be confident in yourself. That's self-integrity. That's self-echo. Not boasting, not pride. But then, when you know where you are heading to, I don't think anybody can stop you. It is only when you have doubts in yourself that things might go off wrong. So try to avoid it. When you believe in yourself, you are there. Then again is, don't be afraid. When maybe along the line, I've worked in this company, I've worked with this university, I've worked with this industry, but you can't see things moving on moving on well as you have planned. Walk away. Doesn't matter. You can get a job anywhere. And you don't allow people to walk you out. You better work out yourself, because you have already noticed, if you have made the inquiries you're supposed to make, that something is wrong here. And that is why I'm here. If you promise yourself, yes, I can fix it, go ahead and tell them that, yes, the woman is also to be heard and not only to be seen, as the society tells that a woman is to be seen, not heard. So without making much noise, you fix that place and take that goal. But what I don't like is when the place is now fixed, then the woman be set up, will be kept aside, and the man will go. That, I think, a woman to stop it from the onstart, when you have made your underground work and found out that this happened here, and this is why the company or the industry is failing. And then finally, you took up the challenges and then fix it up. Before then, you have to write, and they sign and you sign. If I fix this up, nobody is removing me. I think we always underrate ourselves. Nobody is removing me because I know what happened, and I have now fixed it, so I'm going nowhere. So coming to the aspect of what are we going to do, all of us, because it is not only the people in government, not only the people in EOs or whatever, in companies and industry. It is all about all of us. Because why I say it's all about us is we need to encourage women and girls in STEM. The society at large must have to do that. I tell you why. But I don't want to waste time because I have 7 minutes. In my own days, far back, even before my own day, I noticed that they regard women as people that are going to only be passive, not active in the society. And as such, they are not expected to take up these courses that make them aggressive like men, and that a woman, a girl, should be seen but not heard. You're not supposed to be talking when the men are talking or when the boys are talking. That was the impression. And therefore, we label those subjects like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, physics notwithstanding. They call it male domain subject. And you don't go near. That is a taboo for a woman to go and do math. So you behave like a man. No, it's not true. I took up that challenge and I said, I must read that physics. Let me see how I will behave like a mad person. It is not true. So the first thing is that we will have to encourage women and girls to take up STEM, participate, register for STEM subjects, and then work in the STEM firms. By accepting that a woman is an individual in her own right and with her own peculiar qualities of mind, they don't accept that. People will have to decide for us that she can equally participate and contribute significantly to the development of the nation through knowledge acquired from STEM. The society must have come to an agreement with this and try to accept us as that. STEM workshops, conferences, seminars, exhibition, television programs should often be mounted and conducted for women and girls in STEM. Guidance counseling is crucial for them. Scholarships, award, fellowships, and what have you should be suited for women and girls in STEM. And policymakers should involve women scientists, that is STEM, women in STEM, in drawing their policies in STEM. And thereby, we have to err exactly what will suit us to bridge the gap that has been created for long. And with that, if all these suggestions are implemented, then the result will be very positive and effective. And we will no longer be worrying about women going into this STEM, using them, and then dropping them. That is not female. And that is why we are not saying that we are fighting the men, no. But then let them recognize that a woman, as I have said, has his own right and with her own peculiar qualities of mind that can take decision on her own, and that she will equally participate in development of STEM, and which will give a long way for employment, because you only employ what you have on ground, not what you don't have. If you don't have women studying this, how do you employ them? And if you still have that motion that women are to be heard and not seen, are to be seen and not heard, and they should not take courses that are meant for men. No course is meant for a man or a woman, my dear. It is how you have to advise them and tell them, mentor them, monitor them, sensitize them. This subject, all these STEM subjects are for everybody. So I can tell you that we have to start from the grassroots. We don't just start crying when you now go to the firm and you are not recognized or given the right position. We have to start from the scratch. Let's have them first. And when we have them, we know what to do with them. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Okeke, for your motivational speech. I think that it's very useful for, especially for younger generation. So now I want to give a floor to Miss Mia, the SEO of Girl Hype. What an honor to give the floor for you, especially when I found out that you obtained to collect more than 900,000 girls and women from all over the world and to bring them into your huge project since 2003, I guess. So, Miss Mia, I have a question for you. Can you please tell us more about your company journey and strategies that you use to encourage women to develop a career in this technology sphere?
Thank you, everyone. Afternoon. I think it's afternoon here. Yeah, I started Girl Hype in 2003. And for me, it was not started because I had the luxury to start a company. It was the challenges that was faced in South Africa at the time. And for me, oh, now I can hear myself. For me, they meant I needed to do something about what was happening in the country. So I'll just give you a little bit of a background about myself. I was born in Klerksdorp, and Klerksdorp is a mining area. So I grew up knowing about an engineer even when I was young as a girl, but I knew that I could never be one because those days in South Africa's economy was driven by the mining industry. The tech was nowhere to be found. There was no Facebook and all these tech companies. And because it was during apartheid time, I went to very poor schools. I came from a background that was really that had not prepared me for university. So even though I knew that as a woman, I could not participate in the economics of my country, not even because I'm a woman, by being Black at the time, I couldn't participate in proper economical participation of the country that has to do with technical and more advanced careers. I had to sweat a lot to get there. Also, I knew that in the mines, they would only employ boys. So 80% of the time, there would be career days. And when we go to career days, when there's a section where people go for how to become an engineer, there will only be boys going there because I couldn't go there because I knew I wouldn't be employed in the mines. But when I got to university, I discovered computers. And for me, it was the first time I touched it when I got there. When I learned how to code, it just gave me the confidence that I knew at the time that there's something about this thing that's going to be so big. That was like 19 years ago, almost 20 years next year. And I then decided, you know what, I'm going to start Girl Hype, and I'll focus in schools, Black school girls in South Africa, and Black girls, because South Africa has challenges. And many people always ask me why Black girls at the time and why tech. It wasn't a concept that was new in my head. I knew that as a Black woman, I could never work in the mining industry. At the time, it had nothing to do with computers, but it had to do with technical knowledge. So there were a lot of technical jobs for engineers, for anything. Anyone who could go to a technical college who's a boy in my community would easily get a job. This is a community I grew in. So I knew then that there's something about a technical job, a job that comes from a STEM that gives someone opportunities in the economic space. And so when I learned to code, I found that, oh, wow, this is very easy and quicker for me to get into a technical job. So I then decided I'm going to focus on Black girls, and I'll make sure that they gain the confidence to lead and the confidence to get into the tech space. And with the internet, that I could see immediately that the internet is going to be something big, because, you know, I would use the internet to search information, and I would only get global information. There was nothing about Africa or Africans and leaders and women, and I was politically conscious. So I knew that there's something wrong with this system that always tells me about other people's history except my own history. It wasn't enough documented. There wasn't enough content around it. So I then decided Girl Hype will focus on girls, especially Black girls. And I was not going to beat around the bush. I started a company, and I followed the triple P model, where I approached corporates in South Africa and said, would you be interested in partnering with us to get the girls into studying STEM careers? And most of the companies at the time were not understanding what I'm talking about and why I'm talking about girls going into technology. But the government was very quick. The South African government was very quick to catch up on it. And the universities at the time were building computer labs everywhere, and schools were building computer labs, but they didn't know what to do with them. So I took advantage of that and said, can we have camps in these empty spaces? So I will take university students and teach them how to code, because by then I had already learned how to code for a very short space of time. And we would run after school classes and after school camps for schools around Western Cape. The word hackathon is very popular now. We've been doing that way before, where we used to call them prototyping. Now they are called hackathon, but we used to take high schools and we say to them, you're going to build a prototype, and we'll teach you how to build a prototype on a computer. And you know, it became bigger because the schools started approaching me, because the teachers didn't know how to use computers themselves. And the teachers started saying, hey, can you teach us? Can you teach our schools? And within a short space of time, starting from one school, there was 20 schools. And it has always been free till this day. Our girls don't pay because they all come from poverty, and poverty, or they were denied proper education, let me put it that way. And the other thing that we do is we provide them with all the necessities that they need to become a very strong, confident woman to lead, which is like public speaking courses, communication courses, how to read and write properly, because English in South Africa is a business language. And if you didn't go to a good school in South Africa, you will struggle with reading and writing, which is English. And you know, the first 15 years was a nightmare, because when I walked into the space, I found all white males. And funny enough, the education system was very excited to see me. And these professors were very excited to teach me and show me the ropes, because they were the ones that helping me write the curriculum of Girl Hype. I mean, the university students that I had recruited said, you know what, we don't know how to write coding curriculum, but what we'll do is we'll just take our first year curriculum and use it. And when I started approaching professors and said, can you edit it so that it's it can be usable for high school students. And it just worked because, you know, sometimes you complicate things. This was a first-year curriculum written for university students, and I started teaching it to 9-year-old and 8-year-old girls. And they mastered that technical language of HTML, JavaScript, because what we were doing was we were doing repetitive knowledge. We would teach it, and then they will come back another camp, and we will teach it again, and then they will come back for another camp, and then we will teach it again. So something that could have taken someone who is in a first world countries 3 months to learn, for us it will take us maybe 2 years. And purely because we were doing repetitive education, because when they go back home, they don't have computers, they don't have access to internet, but the knowledge, they will keep on remembering it. So when they come back, when we do these repetitive exercises, they master it because it's not the first time they see it. And so that was the first 15 years, which was a nightmare. Now this last 5 years has just become the best years of our lives in globally. And I think for South Africa as such, and for the world, we now have more partners. We have lots of corporates coming to the party and saying, yes, we want more women in tech. And the word diversity and inclusion is big. Equity for women and girls is a word. Those days, there was no words. I was just running around saying, we need women, we need Black women, and people didn't understand what I'm talking about. So now, fortunately, there's proper words like mentorship. At the time, I was saying, the girls can't be what they can't see. I mean, I knew because I came from a mining industry where most engineers were boys, but because they could see other engineers around them. Either their father was an engineer, or the cousin they knew somewhere, or someone who came to our school to recruit or programs in their space would be a man. And I used to say, but you cannot be what you can't see. I understood when I got to university that anybody can be an engineer. And the engineering space is huge. It's not just in the mining industry. It's not just in the motor industry. And boys aspired to be something, but girls couldn't aspire to be anything. I accepted teacher or a nurse, and I hated being those two things. So why was I confined to that? So only when I got to university, I saw options. So I said, why wouldn't we show girls these things before they make choices and that are stagnating them? And yeah, fortunately now the world is big. There's enough ways. There's ways like mentorship, sponsorship. People understand why we need women on the table. So we focus a lot on making sure that the girls have confidence to lead, even if they go in the tech space. And we're very technical space. So we go technical knowledge like coding, all the coding languages, including the no-code languages, where we just teach them how to build platforms like your Bubble. But we still go deep into teaching HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We teach them how to write Python, which is the biggest of our career. We want our girls to be part of writing AI. You know what? We can say whatever we want. This technical world is still very biased. The biases are living in our own brains. We carry them every day when we go to work, when we interact with people, and how now with the world building technology that we're still building the tools of AI. It's not officiated yet. People are still testing it, and they're testing it on a wrong data because most Africans don't have proper access to internet, and they don't contribute well to the data. The ones who are contributing are from the academia side or the ones who know how to speak English. So most of the people who speak less language than English, I can speak for South Africa, we have 11 languages. I don't know how many languages are in Africa. Maybe there could be 2,000 languages, native languages. So people are excluded, and that's where we drawing our selective data to set our future. And for me, that's become one of my biggest things. Hence, I'm at Internet Governance Forum, making sure that the policies that are written are really inclusive. Inclusivity has always been my thing. Women and girls are my drive because of gender-based violence that we face as women in all spheres of our life and in any aspect of where we come from. It doesn't matter whether you are white, whether you are Black, any race, any country, women still face those issues. So for me, those are that's what I focus on, to make sure that even these women, as technically as empowered they are, they can take a space, they can lead, they can contribute towards policies, and their voices on the table is heard. So if you ask me about the journey of Girl Hype, the journey has been morphing. It's been about, we want to be technical, we want to learn the technical language, we want to participate in the tech space, we want to build technology. At the same time, we want to be included. And the only way we can do that is through confidence building, leadership building skills, and how to communicate and how to negotiate for yourself, and how to make sure that in the end, the color of your skin is not relevant when you're sitting in a boardroom. It might sound easy for someone who's not black, but if you've walked in a black skin and faced a white man minimizing you most of the time, it becomes a serious issue. And when you're skilled and you've dealt with it and you've passed that phase, it's best you share it, because we don't have enough role models in Africa. So that's in a nutshell what we do.
Thanks, Ms. Mia, for your brief history of success. I guess you have added some empowering and motivation to our audience here, so thank you for that. And I guess we have some time for questions, don't we, Nisanur?
Yeah, we have, and I also would like to say that I was quite impressed by your own story, and I could also relate with mine as well, because there are different types of discriminations going on, and I could relate. Although my specialty is not STEM, I was like quite inspired, I would say. Thank you for sharing your own story. Thank you. So we have these open-ended questions as well for each one of you. So Ms. Riebe, maybe we can begin with you. If you had one piece of advice to young girls pursuing a career in STEM, what would that be?
To believe in oneself, to know you can manage, to look for opportunities, and to look for the words of wisdom that will make it possible for you to grow manifold. Lifelong learning, at all times seek to improve and upgrade your competence and your expertise, because what used to be relevant for production operations yesterday, today and tomorrow is no longer going to be on the cutting edge of technologies and science. And be inspired. Find inspirational settings, media, and share this inspiration with other ladies to make sure that the rate of female students in STEM and the rate of women working in STEM-related areas is higher than it is today.
Спасибо, Александр, за ваш ответ. So we have a second question for Ms. Okeke. I have a question especially for you. What inspires you and how do you see your mission?
Well, as a child, I was inspired from my coming out from my primary school, looking up into the sky. Most times, I see the sky white. Other times, I see it blue. I went into the class as small as I was. I asked, continued troubling my teacher. Why is it that teacher come out and say the sky is blue? Sometimes he emphatically told me that I couldn't give you this answer because I'm not a physicist. I kept worrying. At times, you see the plane moving up the sky. I look into the sky, no road. I still ask inquisitive ask questions. The cars, the vehicles move on the road. Where is the road the plane is moving on? Still no answer. They told me that once I enter my secondary school, my physics teacher will tell me. I didn't wait for the teacher for me to get to class where physics is taught. I started asking the same question. So they now told me, you will get your answer as soon as you enter class 3, junior class 3. I was so anxious. The moment I enter, I asked questions, and the physics teacher explained, but I couldn't understand. So I started building my interest. So this physics, what is in it? Then after my school certificate, I made A1 in physics and the rest of them. I was now posted to as auxiliary teacher because I was not a trained teacher to go and teach physics in the secondary school. Most of them were older than I was. I was afraid to enter the class, the final year class. I went to the principal and said, no, I can't teach this class. I don't know what to teach them. He told me, teach them how you read physics and made one. I took up the challenge and I started teaching physics. Honestly, one day they gave me a very difficult problem from a school certificate based on paper. I went home during the weekend, tried solving the problem. I couldn't. I went to nearby secondary school from my father's house to get the graduate teachers to help me. So they couldn't. I didn't sleep until the wee hour of the Sunday night, I remember. I got solution to this. My screaming woke up my sleeping father. He came into my room rushing. What is it? I said, Papa, I have solved this disturbing problem in physics. And I was planning to be a medical doctor. I told him, Papa, from today, I'm going to be a physicist. He said, carry on, my daughter, go ahead and do what you want to do. So that was the first insight of me to become a physicist. So when I got married, because I married early, I did after my school certificate, I still said, I must read this physics. Incidentally, my husband is a physicist, but astrophysicist. So I now took entrance and gained admission to the university and read physics for 4 years. We were only 2 ladies in a class of 31. You can see 29 male and 2 females. We graduated with. I graduated as the best 3 students, made a very good grade, and they called me back to become a lecturer in physics. So you can see this physics, if you have love for physics, and that is why from when I'm mentoring people in physics, I don't look back. When I was in Washington, Morgan State University, 3 months research leave, before the end of my research leave, they asked me to give a talk in the faculty so that the girls will now love physics. I did that, and most of them came into my office. They were requesting me, please, to continue. I said, no, I have people to train in my country, Nigeria. And I came back. And that I did. The same in Japan. I didn't want to stay. I want to get that knowledge and then pass it on to others. And I'm happy. I have mentored so many ladies in physics, professors, even not ladies, men and women alike. So what I have done is mentoring them, sensitizing them, giving them role model of how to become a physicist, especially when I won the Laurie UNESCO Award for Women in Science for Physical Science 2013. We were in France, and that gave me the more zeal to mentor more students, to get more students, to get more female into the field of STEM. And I'm happy, I'm proud. Many of them are doing the same. I was so intrigued when I went for a conference and somebody was praising one of my former student who is now a professor, that he was mentoring her in a way that she did not expect. And when he asked her, she said, my mentor, Professor Efanokeke, did the same to me, so I have to do it to you. Then I told the guy, you have to continue. Don't break the cycle so that it will continue. And then by so doing, we get so many, we're going to get many female into STEM. And that will solve our problem of gender parity, gender whatever gap. Because once we have them on ground, Lord, when you are there, try to get a qualified female like you to replace you. I don't say get people that are not qualified. Get those that are qualified. Mark the word, because I don't encourage people that don't know anything. You can't put them there because that female. No. Mentor them in a way that when they do things, they will get back to you and say, this is what you taught us. So I think because of time, I don't need to go into details because I know with this, my position, many people aspiring and has aspired and doing. In fact, I pray they do more than what I have done. So thank you very much.
Thanks. In conclusion, I would like to say that it was a pleasure for me to hear your opinions, your life passes, especially the successful women in STEM, in a such field as technology and educational spheres. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Big thank you to our experts, and I think that to get a turning point in all this situation, we all need a lot of encouragement. So let's give a lot of encouragement to these brave women, to these brave girls who are pursuing their dream and who are pursuing their career in STEM-related jobs. Thank you very much. Well, really, this session was absolutely amazing. Now it's time for another talk, for another conversation. I really am as well very excited about. It is titled In or Out Sustainability Expert, Science Artist and Neuro-Robotics Engineer on the Future of Work. Let's explore jobs of the future together, and who knows, maybe this session will inspire you to make a quality turn in your career. So I'm giving floor to Mr. Ignacio Villarroya, organizer of Jóvenes por el Clima, who will introduce our brilliant speakers and will be your guide in the almost sci-fi discussion. Please welcome.
How are you? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're so inspired, and I want to give some thoughts about this session. If you are here, it's because you're really committed to the education process, so it's almost revolutionary, you can say. This session is the name of this session is In or Out, Sustainability Expert, Science Artist, Neuro-Robotic Engineer on the Future of Work. So a very important session that I hope you invest your time in this and then you have some thoughts afterwards. So this follows like this. Our taxis, unmanned subway trains, delivery robots, voice assistants, and metaverse, things that used to only exist in science fiction movies, have now become part of our everyday life. By 2050, 1 of 3 professions will rely on artificial intelligence. While concerns over rising global employment might be justified, one takeaway from the previous 3 technological revolutions is that innovations don't rely and don't really lead the job shortages, but rather necessitate a reconfiguration of the labor market. With return jobs getting automated, greater significance falls on intellectual labor, labor, and creative industries, which still depend on the human minds and as the main drivers, or our human minds. So, well, I'm Ignacio Villarroya, I'm organizer, and Jóvenes por el Clima, and overall I'm a student, and that's something that I want to highlight because we're talking about education, and also a proudly member of the Impact Team 2050 with other amazing members too. Okay. Also, what I want to talk about in this regard, and I want to also introduce the speakers that we have here in this session, is about the order of the destination that the world is heading to, that we need to change it. And in order to make this, we have to define the skill needed in the future of the world, and the future of the world regarding to work, and shaping the face of the next generation of humans. So here in the floor we have essentially first Dr. Vitasta Das, that is going to be online. Then Nasir Jogesai, PhD, educationist, writer, Laboratory of Education for Educational Innovation, a Higher Education of Economics of Pakistan. Vladimir Konishev, founder, CEO, Neurobotics. Rafaela Dabona Gonçalves, winner, Young Inventors Prize 2022 of Brazil, a brother country of mine. Perfect. Let's start with the first question, that is directed to Nasir Jogesai. Our opening plenary session today was focused on people, changing times of changing the times. The world labor market is constantly shifting. New concepts, new values, and new jobs appear day by day. But one thing remains, that are those values that we have that are important for us, they are acquired at school. Doesn't matter which value it is. So the question in this regard is, what needs to be, and what do we think about the, one second, what needs to be done, and this, one second, sorry. What needs to be done to harmonize different components of the educational landscape and ensure that the skills students hunt today stay relevant about these skills that change, but overall they are acquired in school? And how do you envision schools of the future, resilient in the face of current crisis and prepared for a world in which some occupations are becoming obsolete?
Yeah, thank you everybody here. And I think it's been a really nice opportunity to be with nice people around here. We're doing intellectual across the globe. And thanks for the organizers, thanks for the opportunity. Actually, I'm from Pakistan, but I'm working with the High School of Economics and the School of Education. And that's what they clarify. I think since morning, we've been listening so many buzzwords, like we say, critical thinking, transformation, innovation, pedagogies, time, change, space, everything. But when we talk about these things, ultimately we talk about education. As we see education, I personally believe, I think everyone believes that education is the cornerstone of overall social development. If a nation, if a society, if a community is to prosper, they have to put all things into education system to make it more perfect, more responsive, more innovative, more need-based. So when we talk about education, we talk about hopes, we talk about life, we talk about happiness, we talk about prosperity, we talk about tolerance, we talk about coexistence. Despite being diverse in thoughts, despite being diverse in opinions, in foods, in culture, in race, in opinion, how do we coexist? This is what education brings about. And one thing that is made very clear, for me that is a very critical point, is that how do we perceive, how do we place education in our socio-economic landscape? There are basically two options. One is to put education on the driving seat. The other one is to put it on the receiving end. So what is the option? Actually, we have sought for the second option. We put education on the receiving end. Let's say, we always say that education is a tool for socio-economic development, yes, right? But who will decide that so-called indicators for that educational prosperity, social prosperity, let's say a society defines. For example, we live in this society, we're in the 4th industrial revolution age. We're around with artificial intelligence, digital transformation, information age, knowledge-based economy, right? So we get new trends. From where? From the industry. They introduce new trends, new jobs, new skills to earn more. So they put education in the receiving end. Now, what is the driving force? The driving force, I think, this is the education that needs to be innovative. That should decide what is good for humanity, what is good for coexistence, what is good for life, what is good for happiness. How do we do things? Now, the first fear in this information age that he used a word that a job will be or profession will be obsolete. Yes, in life there are things obsolete. They should be obsolete. In language or in education we use a term that is unlearn. Before learning, we need to unlearn. To unlearn our bad habits, our past things that we did and did not work, so better we unlearn those. So that is part of education, that is integral to education. We should not be afraid of that. I believe since human is there on this earth, there are new jobs, there are new trends, there are new innovations, there are new opportunities. And I believe that every crisis brings opportunities. We have the COVID-19 pandemic. There are a lot of opportunities. Today we talk here, but we are connecting to the world to online mode. Before the pandemic, there was face-to-face online. But now what we say offline mode, online mode. Now the face-to-face part got skipped. This is after the pandemic. Now, when you go to Zoom was established back in 2011, but it bounced back after the pandemic. So they transformed things. They realized the need, what the need is, what are supposed to be done in the interface, in the smartness, in the responsiveness, in the agility, in compatibility. All these things come into play. So what I believe that future education needs to build attitudes, to build behaviors that can survive, that can sustain. Skills, yes, they are well valid for time being. Today, the skills we have today might not be valid for tomorrow. But being empathetic is as relevant as today is after 200 years. As human being is as valid as today is after 200 years. As a nice human being, as responsive, as tolerance is as important as today it is after 200 years. So what I think there are 6 or 7 basic things that any effective education system should accommodate. Number 1, the first thing that is character. We're not talking about personality, but we're talking about character. Character is all about empathy. Reframe my thoughts, reframe myself, to be responsive to what the people need, to what my society needs. How can I contribute to my society? This comes as character. The second is citizenship. We should inbuild civic sense. We should make people responsible. In my country, I talk to my people, I say, we had less universities, but we had clean roads. But today we have more universities, our roads are more dirty. So it means there is something wrong. There is something wrong with our education system. That doesn't build civic sense, civic responsibility. And as the time goes, we are not citizens of Russia, we're not citizens of Pakistan, but we're global citizens. Once I go on social media, I connect to the world. So I have to be more responsive, to be more ethically strong, morally strong, how to behave there. Am I throwing rubbish on the social media, or am I supporting, contributing to knowledge generation? This is the point to ponder. As we saw in today, last match in Qatar, we saw Japanese spectators, they was collecting rubbish from the ground, from the stadium. So that tells the effectiveness of their education system, how much they emphasize on the civic sense. They take citizenship as global, And they think Qatar is their lane, is their Japan there is. So this is global citizenship. The third one, that is communication. Things get wrong when we don't communicate. When we don't properly communicate, convey what we want to do, we want to plan what to say. So communication is another strength that our learners must have, whether it be verbal, whether it be written, whether it be body language, other things, that the communication. Then collaboration. We cannot take a solo flight. We live in a interdependent world. For example, if iPhone is making a phone, it is not the only iPhone that makes the phone. There are many companies involved in that, so they work together, they interdependently work, and they produce a product. So interdependence is very important, that is collaboration. The other thing that is critical thinking. We should not take things for granted. We should raise questions. We should criticize. We should think about pros and cons of every phenomenon, every aspect, and we should be able to raise the right question, not to sort the right answer. This is very important for critical thinking skills. The other one is creativity and imagination. Long ago, scientists say that imagination is everything. Unless you don't imagine, you cannot. For example, when we go 100 years back, if we get a dead body up and say, yeah, we have a phone, and Nazir is sitting in Russia, and I'm watching him on my phone, will he or she believe? I don't think so. Because this was beyond his or her imagination. So being innovative, being imaginative is very important, because we live in the world of uncertainties. What happens the next year, we're not sure. But we should be innovative, we should be able to forecast what may happen. We should be able to predict things. Please stop me if I'm going long. The last point, the very last point, is that our education system must bring us out of our comfort zones. We should break our comfort zones, we should come out of it. We should take pain to relieve the pain of others. Unless we don't break that shackle, we don't break that comfort zone, we say, I'm safe, I'm okay, I have a good job, but the neighbors, the society members, if they are struggling, my children will be struggling for sure. I guarantee today or the day after tomorrow. That has to come, and that we should be responsive to. Thank you so much. I think that's enough.
Well, I'm pleased to listen to that words. I think that the change of education is coming also. One of my main takeaways from your speech, Dr. Jogesai, is that the change is coming also from not only from the countries that have always been leading the way in the education system, but also the change is coming from the developing nations, from the emerging economies. And for example, when I listened to your speech, I was remembering also about Malala Yousafzai, another, activist for education from Pakistan. So I'm very pleased to listen to that words. Following to this, I want to introduce the speech and a message from Rafaela Davona Gonçalves from Brazil that is going to be here broadcasted. She's she was recognized by the prize Young Investor 2022 by the UA and also by the World Economic Forum. So we're so pleased to listen to that video.
Thank you for the introduction. Hello everyone, thank you for attending and being interested in this presentation. My name is Rafaela Davona Gonçalves. I am from Brazil and I have a degree in industrial design, and currently I work as a strategy and service designer. In my field, I explore the design process and its relation with new technologies and business models function as a catalyst to make the world a better place. My main principles are empathy, multidisciplinary collaboration, creative tools, and the co-creation of solutions focused on the challenges we currently have regarding society and the environment. I believe the design where attached to business and new technologies can turn the positive impact on people and the environment in something possible and scalable. And one of the new technologies that influence the growth of such impact is artificial intelligence. The information that I would like to tease you with today is that AI can have an important role in reaching sustainable development objectives. From ending poverty and hunger, enable the adoption of sustainable energy, reaching gender equality, and even protecting and preserving biodiversity. With that in mind, a study published in Nature Communications analyzed how AI development can make many SDG advances, confirmed that AI can act as an enabler for 134 goals, or 79% of all SDGs. Generally, by means of a technological improvement which can allow certain current limitations to be overcome. This technology can support the supply of food, water, health, and energy services for the population, as well as sustain low carbon systems, for example, supporting the creation of circular economies and intelligent cities which use their resources efficiently. However, a very implicit point in this study is that as AI is programmed, we should always be attentive to the principles of ethics, democracy, and human rights. Failing to do so may result in gaps in the standards of transparency, safety, and moral principles. Understanding what problems are there, how they can be solved with the help of new technologies, as well as design and develop these technologies so that they don't turn out racist, misogynist, or elitist, is where humans' knowledge and empathy will be a differential. By all the possibilities present, artificial intelligence is the perfect union of design and technology, representing how we can use our principles such as empathy, creative, and co-creation in the solution of problems in collaboration with machine. Here, we shall have the design much more in the role of facilitator and strategic thinker than a creator in their operational scope. The designer stopped doing some more mechanical actions, such as just think about the aesthetic of an app or place of fortitude, and start think about the relationship with a system too. Think strategically about its actors and the consequence of their actions when proposing a solution. That's what I am currently working on. Solving problems demand analysis and interpretation of multiple variables, collaboration of many people, and use of mechanisms which potentialize experience, making them the most efficient possible. Thus, the collaboration between humans and machines is essential, and for that, professionals of the future shall know much about technology. However, they must also know much about humans and society. They shall be high-tech, but also high-human. That being so, to remain competitive, the new professionals will need additional knowledge and experience to contribute in this new contest, and this will be reflected more and more in multidisciplinary professionals, who shall permeate more in the design sector, developing their creative and empathic intelligence for the solution of problems. They will be teachers who will also have a degree in design, constantly testing new structures and technologies to improve their studies learning, or hospital that will have designer physicians who will use creative and user-centered tools to rethink patient experience in face of new equipment and technologies developed for the health sector. And more than that, have in mind that in the future, many of the professionals will have a degree in creative intelligence. I would also like to emphasize the importance of designers in search for the multidisciplinarity in other fields as well, such as in understanding of business models and the development of technologies. With the rapid emergence of new technologies and the change they provide society, we must adopt a lifelong learning mentality, which is nothing more than being an eternal curious child and never stop discovering new things. If I could give you just one piece of advice regarding the future, learn how to use technology to make possible and scalable your positive impact in the world. And with that, design a better future. Thank you e obrigada.
Ms. Gonçalves, a true trailblazer for tomorrow, of tomorrow. And my next question is going to be to Dr. Vitasta Das, that is joining us online. There, I can see you. Okay, Dr. Das, in your work as a professor at one of the leading Indian universities and a science art ambassador, you're bridging Indian perspective and future in STEM, a vibrant heritage from this past. Science and humanities have always been portrayed as things that are completely different, but it's so interesting how you can make them, together and in your work. So we want to listen more about this amazing work. And my question is, how do you do to humanize, the science discourse? Because sometimes we portray the science as something far from, the humanitarians, all the sciences, far from people, far from communities, but actually science without community has no sense at all. Science has been developed for make people's lives better. That's why we're here, that's why we want to work. So I would like to give the floor to you and listen to your work.
Hello everyone, good evening and namaste. Yeah, as you mentioned that, knowledge has been compartmentalized for a long time, and they have been stereotyped. And my work is trying to bridge this gap. My work lies in the intersection between science, technology, and art in general. Art, more specifically, people's art, folk art, or indigenous people art. So as you have mentioned that knowledge has always been compartmentalized, they have been stereotyped, where science is supposed to be certainty, authority, and accuracy, whereas art, or more specifically folk art or indigenous people art, is supposedly informal, or they are unsophisticated, or they are so they're supposed to be rudimentary. So these are the stereotypes that are associated with different domains of knowledge. So what I'm trying to do with my course at the Indian Institute of Science of Bangalore, India, is that to bridge this gap and to see how we can bring this different kinds of knowledge together, and to see what kind of different or fresh knowledge that comes out. So indigenous people's art or folk art is important not only because of its aesthetic value, but they are the collective knowledge of a community or a people in general. And looking at this art, we can understand the philosophy, the worldview of the community itself. So this is a very important. I have not shared yet. I'll do. So these are as I was saying, these are very important aspect of understanding of community or a people. So I want to show you some examples what we have been doing at the Indian Institute of Science as a way of bridging this gap. Let me share my screen. Can you see the screen? Yes. So, so we have brought out two books. One is called Arting Science. This book contains the scientific concept presented in form of, true folk art or Indian folk art, indigenous people's art. And the second is this Jal Jangal Zameen in this age of science and technology. It also contains paintings of done in indigenous art, which represents the juxtaposition of science and technology with tribal people's goals and ambitions. So these are the 2 books that we have published so far. So this is the first year that I had taught, and this was the assignment I had given to my students. So the assignment was that to talk about a scientific concept with people's art, with indigenous people's art. And we see, so this was just all my my assignments are to test whether the folk art have the vocabulary to speak about sophisticated concepts of science and technology. And very well it has. This was kind of an experiment that we had conducted, and we see that the people's art do have the vocabulary or the language to express sophisticated art, sophisticated science and technological concept. So these are some of the examples. So first one is showing Mendel's law of inheritance, in Madhubani style. Madhubani is an art form of India, people's art form. And second one is the evolution of animals, animal world. This is the robotics in miniature art form of India. This is a Worli art, a tribal, the one here, in black, that is the Worli art. Worli art is another tribal art, and it is showing accretion, the concept of physics, where the the body which has more mass attracts the body having lesser mass. So that is a concept of physics that they are showing here. They are trying to show village and the city, where the the city is attracting people from the village. Then the long art, the red in background is called cherial art, and here they're showing phagocytosis. This was the art form that basically depicts war scenes, and here they are showing phagocytosis, where the antigen and the antibodies have a conflict when the germs try to enter a body. Below is the significance of zero. It's shown in Kalighat style painting of another part of India. India, as you know, is very diverse, and different states have different art forms. So this is from art from West Bengal. Then there is the Sanchi art, the paper cutting art. Here they're showing the mathematics theorem, collage conjecture. And the last one here is the church art style, and they're showing metamorphosis. Also, getting over all the vices and becoming a better human. So this is done in church art style. So here is another group of students where I had given them the assignment to talk about the scientific concept they see around them and express it through a folk art. Express it through a folk song. I can hear an echo. Can you minimize that? Okay, so here is a song that the students had presented, and they had spoken about the the life cycle, the life of the river dolphin, and it is sung in a vernacular language of India. It's the language is Oriya of the state Orissa. I would like to play the song for you.
कागे गाइबी परण संगीत कापासे पाइमी अंतर बीणा काकाने कोइमी मरम वेदना मन कथा मने रहिल सिना कागे गाइबी परण संगीत कापासे पाइमी अंतर बीणा काकाने कोइमी मरम वेदना मन कथा मने रहिल सिना मुझे अनतिम भाव शुणी मगर मरण महाड़ रे बइची आजी जाल रे फसिची फसुची मनिष जीवन म जेउची जारी फेरे मोराई जे ना ନାହିଁ ନା ସୁନ୍ଦର ଅସତ ଅନ୍ୟାୟ ଅଶୁଭ ବିନ୍ଦୁ କି ମୋ ଭାବନା ମୋ ପ୍ରାଣ ପ୍ରବାହ ଭେଟି ଆଜି ସେ ଫେରେ ମୋ ସିନ୍ଧୁ।
So that was another example. So we have done experiment with visual art. We have done experiment with performing art. So here was a folk song. Next was a folk theater, and I had asked the students to show, as scientists, what they think are the issues in the in the society and how they can counter it. Being a scientific, having a scientific attitude. So here they had shown many things. In Indian society, we have this caste system. They showed through the folk theater how they can counter it through having a scientific attitude. Then there was this unaccounted development and how they can they can counter it or how they can address it. Those were the things that were shown in the folk theater. And one here where the cow is there, they were showing how human beings have anthropocentric attitude towards the world, and that needs to be changed. And as scientists, they can help in the process of undoing this. So here in another batch and in another group, I had done folk dance, and we had I'd asked the students, our students take. So these are all science students that I teach, and our students take major in 6 disciplines: physics, chemistry, maths, biology, environmental science, material science. So I had asked the students to pick up one groundbreaking discovery in each discipline and to show it in form of a folk dance of India. So the chemistry group had shown the Haber's process in Dolo Kunita style of Karnataka. Karnataka is another state in India. Then the material science group had shown microscopy through the Kuttu style of Tamil Nadu. That is another state which has Kuttu is the dance form of the state. Then here the biology group had shown CRISPR through the Lavani dance of Maharashtra. Maharashtra is another state again. Here they are showing the physics group had shown the gravitational waves through the Koitapattu dance of Kerala. Kerala is another state. And this is the earth science group, and they're showing the plastic eating worms through the Veera dance. Here is the mathematics group who are showing the 4-color theorem in Kalbelia dance of Rajasthan. So I want to play a clipping of the Kalbelia dance, the 4-color theorem. Here, what the students are trying to show is the students are wearing different color, 4-colored dress, and until the last color is added, no 2 dancers standing, in adjacent position are wearing the same similar color dress. So here is one small clipping that I wanted to share with you.
चंदा में थारी सागरी और दामन में वादी कुसीरे झूम 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 बाझूम ओ मारे गुण में.
So that was the dance. So in another group, another batch of students, I had given them an assignment to juxtapose science and technology at one hand, and to see the tribal issues, the most underprivileged, group of the society in another hand, and to see what science and technology has done to the tribal life, whether they have done anything good or they have done, made life better for the, the underprivileged community of the country, or has it done any harm? So I could see three, strands of ideas emerging from the classroom. One group of students believe that science and technology has not done anything; it has only harmed the tribal life. And here they have shown here all destruction. These are again Indian folk art forms. And here they are showing destruction. Here in Chitra, this is the Assam manuscript style. They're showing destruction. Here they're showing how nature has become imbalanced because of the intervention of science and technology and the damaging effects of science and technology. In the third one, they're showing how the snake is eating its own tail, the Oberon theory, and how science and technology is leading one to destruction. And the second group of students, thought that there has been a good intermingling, good confluence of the science and technology and the tribal life. Here you can see the elephant corridor. It's been nicely mingled here again. There, how science and technological innovations have been able to better the life of the tribal community. So these are the examples they have shown. The third group of students thought, believe that science and technology has made very starking innovation, and they have been able to bring freshness. They have been able to solve many pending, many lurking dangers through the innovations. Here they're showing the coral reef restoration through the Gond art of Madhya Pradesh. Again, Gond art is a art form of the people of Madhya Pradesh, that is the state of India. Here they are showing how the DNA, changing in the DNA has been able to solve the drought issues. Here the cloud seeding they have shown. The second one was in Pichwai art of Rajasthan. It's an art form, and this is a miniature art, of India from the Orissa state. So in the following year, the pandemic hit, and we were not able to do, offline classes. We had to take it, online. In the following year, we had tried to see how folk cuisines and science can come together. Folk costume, what is the, what is the value of folk costume, and why do certain regions wear certain kind of clothes? The, understanding that, aspect. Then there was folk tales and how one can, understand folk tales from a scientific perspective. So these are the kind of work that we have been doing at the Indian Institute of Science. And what we have observed is that, very often we think that the art of the common people do not have the sophistication to, talk about, complex scientific issues. But here we have shown through our examples that it's not the case. And the art of the common people needs to be taken seriously, and they need to be relooked and given their due respect. And this is a very unfortunate happening. It's an unfortunate occurrence all around the world that people's art, people's knowledge are being subdued, and things that don't work are being don't work for a society are being given more importance. As we have heard from the previous speaker, that things that don't work for a society needs to be undone. And I think the folk art that community producers shows the the worldview, the philosophy of the community, and what has worked for them for ages together. So this has been my humble attempt that to give the folk art the knowledge of the people its due importance, and discussing this in a scientific institution. By the way, all the students are science students, and they are just taking this course as a course in the humanities. And giving this background to the science students would somewhere touch, and the scientific community would become a more human community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to leave notes aside. I want to speak from the bottom of my heart. I think that we have been debating with the Impact Team 2050, and some conclusion that we have is that we have to really keep on working on the communication channels, and art, of course, is one of them. Art is prior to even to the writing language, so it's something that humanity has been living with for thousands of years. Even when we listen to the music, there was people joining, so there is like immediate impact, I think. So we are running out of time, but I want to give this final question to our guest, Vladimir Konishev, that remember that is founder, CEO of Neurotech. So you're leading a Neurobotics lab that has already developed a revolutionary neural interface without borders, anthropomorphic robots, and neuro headsets. This all sounds like very futuristic, and we want to keep on dwelling on the future. So tell us more about what you've been working at the moment. How can we, young especially, develop a career in your field? And what healthcare challenges you aim to overcome with the neurobotics solutions?
Yeah, thank you very much. Because conference is related to education, so I will talk about this application of our work. From my point of view, this profession, neurotechnologies, is very important in coming years. And everybody knows that to use successfully a very complex instrument, we need to know about it. And strangely, most of us doesn't know how our brain is functioning and how to tune it to get the peak performance. So in my talk, I will present some information about this, and it have wide application from digital pills, which help with many diseases, mental and psychosomatic, to cognitive leadership tools. Why it is important? So here is standard symptoms we experience now. So many people could not work with these fast changes in our days. We have so many information, but we don't have time to process it. Even still, we think that we don't get most important information, and we're working at the maximum of our speed and could think how we can process more. And we also are stressful that if we don't pass, we will lose job or business. Results of this at personal level is depression, anxiety, and mental diseases. Sometimes it's a health problem like psychosomatic disease. At corporate level, it is professional burnout, necessary to find new personnel, and so on. And at social level, the cause of these mental problems increasing every year. Few statistics. Almost 800 million people experience different type of mental problems, and in case of money and lost working days, it is some statistic for England. You see that even young generation, Generation Z, in United States, for example, have a lot of mental problems. Like 82% of them have such kind of problems, and 30% of them every month spend $44 for this. And why it happened? Starting 1980, it was people start using abbreviation called VUCA, which explain our world. Originally, it was developed by military in Pentagon, describe a battlefield. In battlefield, we have volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. We don't know what happened next hour. Then it becomes, it happens same in business, but now we see similar features in family level. Even more, in 2016, futurologist Jamais Kasha introduced abbreviation BUNNY, which say our world becomes even more brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensive. This means it can be broken, we feel anxiety because we don't know what happened, and our prediction doesn't work anymore. Small changes can lead big changes, and we couldn't understand why it's happened. And exactly when we see small climate changes brings to main changes in our life, Trump presidency, Brexit, and COVID pandemic. Even more, starting this year, we see that the world becomes even more split, horrible, inconceivable, vicious, but still rising. So this abbreviation Shiva from Indian god, which is god of disruption. And it was introduced by a Russian scientist, Mark Rosin. So how to comply with this new Shiva world? According to Harvard Business Review in 2019, one of key tools in new world is management of our brain states. And everybody knows about a healthy lifestyle, but also we need to know about healthy lifestyle of brain. And this is how to manage our resource states. It is more than 4, but 4 is most important. It's like if you drive a car, there is several speeds, and you could not use only one speed to perform different tasks. Start, fast driving, and so on. Same with the brain. We need to use its states. Basically, there is a physical world. We use our sensing systems and also psychic world with no time and space. And we use different kind of focused action mode when we work with external world, and diffuse thinking when we work on psychic level. There is several states, beta, alpha, theta, delta, and on every state, different tasks are performed better. For example, on beta states, we getting information, working with external world, external attention. On alpha states, we manage stress, adaptivity, and on theta level, we work with intuition, creativity, and so on, and emotional intelligence. So what is the main tool of neurotechnologies? It is so-called neurofeedback. Probably many of you heard about biofeedback, neurofeedback. It is some kind of technology which gives you information how your heart is working, or in this case, brain is working. So usually it is some simple device which is wear on head, and it processes information from the brain and visualize to people on very clear manner, like games, video, and audio. So people learn what is current states and how to go to necessary state. And what I want to stress, it is now consumable devices which can be used by anybody, not professional as before, in family or companies. And in this case, in case of Neuroplay device, which my company produces, it is a dry active technology which doesn't require to put gel on head, so it's easy to use. And of course, when we train people how to go to different states, usually there is two ways. With psychologists, or we have special neuroforsage platform, which is artificial-based training system. We have different courses for healthy people or with people with cognitive impairments, like post-COVID symptoms or post-traumatic stress disorder. And it could be developed new courses easily. It's like PowerPoint, but it runs on computer or tablet PC or smartphone, and data is collected on cloud platform for for better development. And here is example of post-COVID. It is 10 to 15 half-an-hour training, which is self-paced. People wear headphones and hear instruction and so on. About application. So as I told in the beginning, it is digital pills. For example, for elderly people, for adults with sickness, like cognitive impairment. Especially, I would like to stress application for kids. Here in Nizhny Novgorod, we have headquarters of franchise Neuromir, and we successfully help people, kids with attention deficit disorders, 100% guarantees. Also, we help people with autism spectrum disorder and enuresis and tics, but also about mental tools for healthy adults. For example, if somebody has sleep problem, insomnia, problem with dreams, so it can be restored. Especially this is important for pregnant women who couldn't take medication. Also, various stress relief, working with increasing memory, attention, neuroprofiling. For example, corporates ask us to diagnose their staff, and after this we compensate their cognitive deficits and so on. Also, there is some neuro entertainment, so it's possible to play neuro games. On networks session, please come to me and I will show how it is work. Few examples. I see almost time is out, but just 2 minutes. So this example of digital pill. So probably many heard about post-COVID problems. It is emotional and cognitive impairments, and we developed Neuro complex, and it has fantastic results. After 5 to 6 sessions, sleep and dreams are normalized, and after 10 trainings, apathy, depressions, and irritability or tearfulness are gone. Also, we see that people's eyes becomes again bright, increase of libido, positive feeling of life, and so on. There is some below is comparison of control and experimental group. For adult, regarding cognitive leadership tools, it is most famous is alpha training and beta training. So people after training to learn how better stress and emotional control, increase intuition, creativity. In reality, alpha training improve our brain metabolism and trigger neuroplasticity effects. In beta training, people worked with bigger amount of information, increase analytical thinking, attention, and working memory capacity. Altogether, this training for Shiva Worlds means people learn to use 4 states, they increase their IQ, they increase their emotional IQ, becomes more adaptive, and also I would like to emphasize synchronization of brain for better teamwork. One of our applications is measuring EEG simultaneously on several people, and very intriguing results, like if couple, man and female, have synchronized alpha activity, it is it is good sign for happy family life. So we're thinking about before getting married, provide such service to couple to measure how the synchronous is. Thank you, and looking for cooperation. And please come during network session for live demo on yourself. Thank you.
Well, spasiba bolshoya, Mr. The Russian. Okay, Konishev. But let's not the words fade in the air, but let's get those words and inspiration to, once we're out of these doors, be working, be motivated to work, because change is coming. But there is a problem. That change is not coming alone. We have to push it. So, well, let's work.
Well, again, thank you very much to our bright experts. Well, it was a very interesting talk, and every brainstorm. We've been having a huge brainstorm today, beginning from 9 a.m. till now. There has been a very hard work that we have done. So every brainstorm is good enough if it has a good ending, right? Well, a sign of relief. Okay, but before we go to the networking party, there will be a conclusive part, because we need to draw a good conclusion to all our conversations. And the last conversation, our organizers have picked out this topic for it: green career pathways towards a sustainable future. Green careers. So we've been listening to lots of experts pondering on different career strategies. But right now, every single country, almost every single country, is thinking about the green future, the green industry, the green career, the green mindset. So please be with us. I will be the moderator, by the way. Okay, I'll be standing over there. Oh, here. No? No? Okay, there they are. Дальние. Well, okay. We shall start this session again. It is called Green Career Pathways. So for this conclusion, I am very happy to welcome here Natalia Darpeka, Executive Director of Association National Network of the Global Compact, Andrei Prokhorovich, CEO of Eurasia Development, Rashid Aluash, Human Rights Officer, Joint Program of the Russian Federation and the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. So, green agenda. Yes, green career. We've been thinking, well, everything all right? Well, we've been thinking about the future, and right now we're talking about the green future, but I will pose it, well, otherwise. Talking about the green future is talking about today, because we need some very urgent things, very urgent actions. And it's not like we're planning something for tomorrow, for the day after tomorrow. It's something that we need today or even yesterday. You agree? So, Natalia, let me put it this way. How do you define green career pathways and the fields you deem most impactful? So, well, one thing. Let us be concise. Let us be concise and to the point. Everybody is pretty tired right now, so let us draw the conclusion and let us be, well, very to the point. So.
Я буду говорить на русском.
Okay.
I'll be speaking in Russian. As we started in Russian, so I suggest we concluded in Russian too. Well, in the first place, I'm very pleased to be concluding this work today, and I'm very impressed by what we've heard here and what we've seen here today. It's so inspirational. The inspirational thing about it is the union, the feel of kinship, the experience, the plans the cooperation in so many different areas and domains of so many people from so many different countries. And I feel there is a shared understanding of the importance and the impact of this agenda on the whole. And there is a good understanding of how significant each and every component of this agenda is. Now, talking of education and answering your question, I would really to highlight the following. And I believe these are the things that can bring everything together, consolidating the main provisions of the global agenda and the main standpoints of the business agenda, to make sure people get an education today to further go and apply it in their further profession, wherever our students and school children are going to end up working. We ought to understand the green agenda is comprehensive, it's complex, it's integrated. In fact, ecology and the environment is all about a human being, because it's everything around the human being. It's the production and manufacturing safety and security, it's the healthy environment and healthy lifestyles, it's the healthy mental states. So regardless of where one specializes, we talk about the green agenda because that's the cross-cutting theme across the board. Also, when we come up with new subjects today, you know, the Sustainable Development Goals, for instance, or take just the self-standing green agenda, we always say there's got to be a particular area of specialization with a clear-cut focus. Well, I personally believe there should not be such a specialization as green agenda, because in fact I believe sustainable development and green agenda are all integrated. They're very close-knit and they're integrated into each and every stage of the human life cycle, as well as into all these stages of all the business processes and operations. So the students of any discipline should understand that creating the value of what's produced or what's manufacturing, the logistic chains, the production manufacturing processes and operations, the materials we operate with, the services we generate, the product as we get it, the application of this product, the disposal of this product, the recycling of this product. All these stages involve the green agenda and the climate agenda, and therefore any process, be it a business process or any other human process, should include the understanding and the knowledge of climate, ecology, and the environments, the formula, the technologies, and all the domains of impact. Now, understanding we are concluding this session, and understanding there are other speakers who can say a lot more in this, I just conclude by saying that today we're witnessing the alterations and the changes to the international global legislation. So regardless of where our students work, they've got to be well-versed in environmental law. For instance, take climate. The European Commission directive has launched, directive is in place these days, CSRD, it's abbreviated as, whereby all the states will have to report on the supply chains and the climate agenda in terms of human rights, because humans have a right to enjoy climate and a safe and healthy environment, like Rashid said. And I believe this should also be made part and parcel of educational processes. That is the understanding of the legal nuances at every stage throughout the business chains. And everyone should know how to apply this competence in practice. I mean, you cannot just rely on corporate lawyers who will advise where and when the international law might apply. In fact, we've got to have our own understanding of this, the understanding of the domestic and global law on climate and the environment. Now, representing the Global Compact of the United Nations, I ought to highlight the opportunities brought in by this very initiative in terms of the lawmaking and the green agenda. The Global Compact provides some excellent educational resources through self-standing programs, as well as under the Global Compact Academy, which brings together the best universities and the best education institutions of the world. Unfortunately, the Russian educational institutions are not represented there yet. There is no Russian higher ed institution that could be integrated into the educational process of the Global Compact Academy that could produce and present its own programs and curricula and be involved in the expert evaluation of the available programs and curricula submitted, and witnessing the amazing resources of Rosatom in terms of the administration, organization, and the education. I believe the Rosatom Corporate Academy would make a dignified participants of the Global Compact Academy, which is very much what I wish for.
Inspirational speech. I will switch over back to English. And I think that the green agenda, green jobs, green career is a very good topic for a separate global impact conference, for the whole global impact conference dedicated to this topic, because it's huge. It's really huge. So, but still, what steps are we needed to do? As you said, this is the human right, and I would say that this is the human obligation. Where there is right, well, it's like 50%, 50%. 50% of right, 50% of obligation. Mr. Alouache, I would address this question to you. What gaps do we need to fill to start to move actively towards this direction? I mean,
green economy.
I mean, green careers. I mean, sustainable development.
Okay, thank you for your question.
Please move it closer to you.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, thank you for your question. In order to support team spirit of my colleague, I will switch to Russian, with your permission, of course. Я бы...
I'll try to be very brief, because this is a very complex matter, and when we talk about human rights, indeed, I don't agree that it's a 50-50 split. It's not that 50 is rights and 50% is obligations. Human rights, I think we need to use a different destination, a different definition that clearly defines that the state is the one that has the obligation, and the human is the one that enjoys the rights. And the state must ensure the conditions so that the human could exercise all of the rights without restriction. So I will continue in the same aspects, that we need to consider all the processes and the transition, because the transition is a challenging process. So I would view that through the lens of human rights. I have been listening since the very morning. I found quite a lot of insightful things. I found many new things, and we heard from experts, we heard from specialists, we heard from the experts community, we heard from the business. We heard from representatives of other communities who talked about various aspects of education and what we need at the moment in terms of our transition to the green economy and sustainable development. And there were many viewpoints that really highlighted a multidisciplinary approach. My apologies, I'm perhaps taking longer than I intended, but in terms of human rights, this is the approach that there is. So any change, any transition should be for the individual. The individual should be at the center. It's not for certain business. It's not for some particular interests, some momentous interests, but there should be a long-term approach, and it should be for the individual. And today, the humankind really understands that. We can see that our important audience today is youth, and we can see that the youth knows about their rights. They know how to defend their rights. And I can see that this is a very conscious audience. So any movement must take on board their interests. So if we talk about green economy, if we talk about sustainable development, then any approach in these areas is only viable when there is a very close cooperation with the government on the one hand, and on the other hand, there must be business involved, because the business is a driver of innovation. And of course, the employees or future employees, I mean students. So it's those three pillars of this or any movement should work together. And what could bring them together is a new social contract that we need to have. Without that, we wouldn't be able to move forward effectively. And we know that all those parties agree that the new social contract is needed, that interaction is needed, that you can't, or any of them cannot do it alone. So that is one. I would like to reiterate that all cooperation and collaboration should be aimed at implementing human rights. And we are transitioning to what? To a common and shared future. And if we go there together, then we should collaborate, and there should be one goal. So I do hope that and again, the participants mentioned this as well, and those who are with us here in the room and those who are joining us online. So if we agree that we have one goal and we should collaborate closely, if we agree on that, I believe the conference fulfills its ultimate goal. I'm confident of that, and again, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here, to listen to you, and to engage in discussions with you, both formally and informally. And of course, events like these that bring us together, regardless of where we are physically, this is yet another step forward for our common future. And of course, to listen to you. We have now arrived at a very good word which puts the human in the center, or human centricity. So it's about finding a well-paid job or building a business that makes money not just for yourself but for others. Now, if all of this puts human in the center, I think that ancient Greeks called this anthropocentricity, so it must be a mixture of Greek and Latin that I have coined. And I guess now is the time to perhaps criticize those words, those expressions a bit, because currently many countries face an energy crisis. Can we or should we perhaps postpone the green agenda that is on the minds of many people? And the question that I want to ask of you, Mr. Prokhorovich, is to what extent this green agenda matches or doesn't match the demands and the agenda of the business. Let me try and respond for a particular region. What we come across, talking about the green agenda, it has been discussed a lot, the ESG. Last year, many fora, many congresses, many conferences, ESG, green financing, you name it. But ultimately, in early 2022, if we looked at green financing, it went down globally. There are these SLL loans, that is loans that are extended for sustainable development. All of that went down, and the reason is clear. Energy security has again come to the forefront, and Europe started putting back on track their coal mines. But there is a country that didn't just bring down, but doubled its SLL loans and green financing to $3 trillion in one single country. That's China. That is the only country that today continues to follow its program that it set in front of itself, regardless of anything. I guess this is something to learn from, on the one hand, something to pay attention to, and something to work with. I guess we can take different perspectives to that, and whether or what do we need this for, and what would we do with that? Do we want to raise green financing from them? Do we want to sell to them products that reduces the carbon trail for future re-exports? We could have a debate about this. The question of what's in it for us. If we remember the 19th century, early 20th century, many businessmen were thinking, why do we need these automobiles when we have horses? Yes, and now a logical question is, why do we need electric vehicles? So it's almost, the trick is in the question itself. Unless we arrive at a certain outcome in green agenda, we wouldn't be able to develop economically. Well, I guess we want to go back and take a step back when we look at this. We could say that we are doing okay at the moment. That's us. But where would our grandchildren would live? Let's look at least 50 years out. If we maintain the current level of consumption and energy usage, where would we, the humanity, live? Whether we transition to the new practice, the new paradigm or not. Let's remember some recent plants that have been built in Russia in the automobile industry, in Lipetsk, one in Lipetsk and one in Moscow. They make electric vehicles. So whether we want it or not, we start creating a new paradigm within the green agenda. And if we rewind a little bit on the green agenda, and I guess China is really the trendsetter here. China is creating millions, dozens of millions of jobs in this industry, in renewable energy, in recycling, in the recycling of packaging, in ocean studies, in agriculture, in many areas. And talking about young talent, here's what I would say. okay, you study finance, okay, be a finance guy, but you would be better off if you supplemented your competence with green financing. It's similar to not being able to imagine a career without computer literacy. Exactly. Okay, let's then build a bridge to our major debate that will be dedicated to this paradigm shift. How we together could arrive at a future that we talked about.
Sustainable future together.
Мы уже в пути.
Creating those green jobs, creating those green careers, and paying attention in our minds to human rights and to human obligations, which is in the heart. Human right is in the head. Human obligations is
totally
something
agree.
that we have deep inside, so we should cherish this emotion, I would say. And we should think about everything that we talked about today, because these are some breakthrough challenges that we have been discussing all through the day. I'm very grateful to all of you, to all our experts, to all our viewers, which I'm very proud to say that we have crossed the benchmark of 1 million viewers today.
Wow.
Yes.
Let's
applause to that. Big thank you to all our beloved viewers on the internet. So we are expecting to continue this conversation next year. We'll be focusing on very important topics which are very vital for our existence, our coexistence, and our existence on this planet. So, thumbs up to everybody. Thank you. Thank you for your insights. Thank you for your wonderful speeches, for your wonderful thoughts. This will be the final words said today. I'm sorry to say so. In some time, we'll be meeting with you at our networking party. Yes, and so please, again, applause, big applause to each one of you. Thank you, guys.
Navigating through an era of fundamental transformation, a shift from systemic changes to paradigmatic ones. Structures and roadmaps no longer make us feel safe, but rather anchor our possibilities. At a time of tectonic changes, take a breath of fresh air. Reconnect with yourself, others, and the world. Education today is about deep collaborative vision of the future we want to build. Education is about tools to find a sense of purpose and to be happy in every aspect of our lives. On a journey so ambitious and challenging, we are grateful to all those who think outside the box and reimagine the way we use innovations to transform education. Those who view radical collaboration and mutual trust as their way of getting things done. Those who introduce innovations to make education more available to more people. Those who contribute to building a vision for the future and inspire others for new accomplishments. Those who strive to be the guiding light for younger generations. We'd like to thank all of you, every participant of this conference, as well as the audience that has been following our event. Transformation starts with every one of us.